to come here and talk to me about gaming and the ROTC. What are you studying there?
Currently studying to be a teacher for middle school grades and early education.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, middle school teacher. Now, what drove you to want to be a middle school teacher? Do you have family that's middle school teachers or any other in education?
Yes, actually. So my family originates from lines of teachers and basically soldiers as well. So my great uncle is head of education in his respective province in China. And my mom taught kindergarten. My dad was in the military, and my grandparents also taught, when during their time in China. So I do come from a long line of teachers and service members.
You have military background, you have education background, a military background, as I guess, from your family in China.
Yes, and also before I joined ROTC, I also joined the Army National Guard. I'm in a dual
Wow.
program anyway, so I'm in the Guard and also doing ROTC.
Are you in your 20s? Are you older?
I'm 23, yes.
Okay. So, you did the Army National Guard like when you're 18?
No, it was during COVID because I didn't really want to pay for school, so I said, yeah, I'll just join the Army.
That's a great incentive, right? We'll talk about that definitely for sure. Do you do any like student teaching yet?
I have taught summer schools and I have taught English to newly come immigrants at my local church for a few times for community service.
Tell me a little bit about what your daily life is, what your daily routine is with being a student with ROTC. What does that look like for you?
Well, what it comes down to is time management, right? I think pre-COVID, I was not really good with time management, but as I joined the Army, there's a lot of time, like hit times that you got to reach, a lot of time management that you got to go through. So I think that has taught me throughout time. So I didn't really have any issues after COVID hit and after I joined the National Guard to basically plan out my schedule. So 1 hour I'm doing this, 1 hour I'm doing that. And I think, yeah, that's just time management, I think, that I learned from the military.
Now, it's time management wise, when do you have time to play the new Modern Warfare 3?
Oh, I always have time. I always have time to find, the games are 10 minutes, 10 minutes. I always have 10 minutes, lunch break, I'm eating lunch and I'm, destroying noobs.
How can the Army ROTC support you in your career goals with education?
So in the military, there's the team playing asset, right? You have to work with other people. That is the main part I'm focusing on, is the working with other people, right? Because in the education field, you have to work with other teachers, you have to work with kids, you have to work with other people, their parents. So there's a lot of social aspect that the Army provides for me personally that I can learn from, right? Learn from other people, how to interact with certain people. Because, sometimes people can be difficult, especially parents that are not happy with the way that you're grading their kids. So there's sometimes that you have to defuse some situations, how to act in certain situations. And I think the Army has taught me a great ordeal of that, how to interact with people, basically.
When you were joining the ROTC, did they talk about other possible careers out there? I guess when I think about these students that are watching, they're techie, they're gamers like us. What are some other career opportunities out there that potentially ROTC or U.S. Army? What can they provide for students?
So when I first joined the military, I told my mom. My mom thought, she watched a lot of movies. She just thinks that military is just kicking down doors,
Kick that puppy open.
going roping down from helicopters, jumping out of airplanes. But actually, that's not true. Most of the Army jobs were MOSs, as the military refers to it. Logistics, there's intelligence, there's cyber, there's mechanics. For me, I'm a technician. I repair radars and I basically fix the air traffic towers that you see in airfields. So that gave me a lot of certificates that I can work on the civilian sector, which is, by the way, it will cost you years to study on the civilian side.
So where do you see yourself in the next 5 to 10 years after college, getting through all your schooling? Where do you want to be?
So right now, I'm projected to teach middle school at my old middle school. That's played a big role in my life, so I would like to go back and basically serve them the way they helped me. And with the Army ROTC, I probably will commission into my unit as an aviator. Basically, I will fly helicopters with them. And yeah, I think that's about it. Part-time helicopter flyer and full-time teacher.
Man, any last words of advice for those students out there that are thinking about potentially joining Army ROTC or doing stuff in college around the military?
I'll definitely say give it a try. I never saw myself joining the military and liking it, but once I joined, it's just the tip of the iceberg what the Army can offer you, right? Just go deep, research what jobs there are in the military besides just kicking down doors and flying helicopters. There are so many opportunities. There's hundreds of jobs that will give you hundreds of certifications in different fields. So yes, I will definitely go and check out those jobs.
Zitong Wang, thank you so much for taking the time here from Temple University to talk to us about careers in the Army RTC and a little bit of Call of Duty. I appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for interviewing me and giving me the opportunity.
Welcome everybody to the CECC East Regional Interview Series. My name is Clutch Key. Joining me right now from New Jersey City University, the head coach of the Super Smash Brothers team over there, Jimmy Sanchez. Jimmy, thank you very much for joining me. Let me go through the recap of your team real quickly. Group C, inside of that Super Smash Brothers East Regional Qualifiers, beating the College of St. Rose 2-0. Going on to beat the University of Hartford 2-0, which gives you that advancement into the top 8 bracket, which secures your spot in the LAN. But then we go on to the top 8 seeding bracket where it's all best of 1, so a little bit different here. Not a best of 3s that we saw in the qualifying, but you guys would beat Farmingdale State. You guys would beat Quinnipiac. The only team you would run into would be the Wall, which is Fisher. And I will say Wall because last year they were the CECC Finals champions. But again, getting to the top 2 seed overall, very impressive for your team from NJCU over there. What was the reaction from the team knowing that they had just not only secured a spot in the CECC regional LAN, but getting the top 2 seed overall?
For us, we were pretty excited that it happened that way. For the most part, we felt pretty confident going into it. Not to sound cocky or anything, but a lot of what we've been doing has been constantly like figuring out things that have been working and trying to like realize the few mistakes that we've made prior. Because as of right now, the only team that we've been having any real difficulty like trying to break down has been Fisher, with how strong their school is, the team is. But yeah, for the most part, we kind of went into it pretty confident knowing we'd make it far, and
Good morning, everyone, here at Patriot Place, out across from the Gillette Stadium. We are here for the CECC East Regional, and this is one of our most magical events yet. Of course, hosted at Helix Esports, and of course, presented by the U.S. Army and Army ROTC. This would not be possible without your support. Thank you so much. This has been an amazing event so far. We have seen the best teams from across 4 different titles, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Valorant, Rocket League, and Overwatch 2, competing right here at Helix Esports this weekend, and it has been such a fun event. First, before we get the action started off today, I have a couple special words from Esports U, CSMG, and Collegiate SMG, COO Ray Katz, Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you, Paulie. Thanks for being here. More than anything, thank you. Thank you to all the students and competitors that are going to be competing to go to Arlington. 2024 in May, our 3rd annual CECC live and our 4th annual in total. Looking forward to some amazing competition today. And again, special thanks to U.S. Army and ROTC for being so supportive in the Eastern Regional in the past, the present, and hopefully the future. Let's see some amazing esports today.
Yes, all right, Ray. Well done, Chief Operating Officer at CSMG. Well done. Hey, this is going to be an amazing event. And he just said Arlington, so we're going back, baby. 2nd year in a row at Esports Stadium Arlington. So that's going to be what these players are competing for here. That grand prize, that coveted prize, is going to be a qualification into Arlington, our main event over in May 2024. So here are our 4 glorious trophies. I don't want to touch them. Got my smudges on them. But this is going to be a great event here. They'll be competing for these trophies as well as that qualifying bid. So we're going to start this morning out with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and we have a magical matchup for you. Fisher Esports in the 1 seed going against Quinnipiac. I don't know what seed they are exactly, 8-5, either way. It's going to be a tough matchup. Fisher, and we're going to be casted over with Cy and Kilomiles. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Paulie. It's Cy and I getting ready to get into these grand finals. Quinnipiac has fought hard to get here to face off against Fisher, but now it is going to be no easy feat to take them down. Fisher are perennial champion, and they're looking to defend that title strong here today.
Yes, I am super excited to get into the action with you, Miles. But before we really start breaking this down and I start making all my crazy predictions for what I think is going to happen today, let us go ahead and get into the bracket and take a look at that and see how we ended up with our final two competitors of Quinnipiac and Fisher College. So yesterday we had the honor of casting Stockton versus Hartford, which was a very hard-fought but definitely well-played 2-0 for Stockton. You saw Stony Brook took it over St. Rose 2-0, made it all the way into losers round 3, but was not able to take it over Farmingdale. And then Quinnipiac was able to take it in the lowers over Farmingdale 2-1, leading them into our grand finals.
Yeah, Farmingdale was a surprise dark horse overall, but ultimately Stony Brook falling out early didn't change the outcome much. Quinnipiac will still get the run back against Fisher College after Fisher knocked them down from winners yesterday. And to see what this match is going to be like, we're going to take a little bit of a look at Quinnipiac's roster to open things up. These players have been here for a while, new and old actually, so we'll take a look at this. We've got Baco, Grit, Moat, Katana, and Odyssey. Now Baco, if you've been following Quinnipiac, you know and love. One of the wild card players who can always make magic out of nowhere, but Grit and Odyssey are where the focus is falling because Grit and Odyssey both have local and regional wins against Fisher players. Moat, Katana, Moat in particular, has been very consistent players rounding out the roster. Moat and Katana most likely will be coming in depending on who Fisher sends out. And who might Fisher send out? Well, let's take a look at this.
All right, and their opponent, of course, the coveted Fisher College with an unbelievably stacked roster. They've got Tony Pajamas, one of my personal favorite Nest players to watch at this point. We got him on there. We got Mr. E, best Lucina in the business for quite some time. We've got Kiwi, we've got Jackal, and we've got Jerry. If you don't know who Jackal is, you have been living under a rock because Jackal is an incredibly talented Wolf player. Kiwi, of course, she's arguably a top 2, top 3 Pac-Man anywhere at this point. And then, of course, there's they've got Jerry Garcia. I cannot remember the name, the character that he plays, but I remember watching him play at a previous CECC East event, and I remember him doing really well. But yeah, this is definitely the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot that even Jerry, who you look at this and you're like, oh, who's Jerry? Jerry's been the opener for a while on Fisher and has been, I'll be honest, one of the more deadly players in the entire Fisher roster. And it's insane because on any other team, Jerry would be one of those top players. And yet Fisher, that is what gives them their strength. They are well-rounded. Their entire roster is full of killers that they can counterpick with. At any point, they can be like, oh, this player is going up against someone who they don't have a good record against in locals. Well, we'll just pick one of our other top players to help him out. Fisher is a Titan for a reason. The Quinnipiac, playing at their peak, might be able to put a scratch in their armor. We'll see if that ends up happening for today. Thinking of openers, usually it has been Mr. E since he joined the roster, and I think that's a really good play. We talked a lot about how Mr. E is consistent. Mr. E doesn't really lose 3-stock versus 3-stock matches. Sometimes he'll drop a stock here or there because he's not trying to play to 3-stock anyone, but that doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, Mr. E will get you a very large head start and get a lot of damage on the enemy team.
Yeah, the main thing I've noticed from his play is that he wants to play a very safe, grounded neutral. Like you never really see him anywhere higher than like short hop height with like a bunch of like falling neutral layers falling fares, and he does a lot of run-up F-tilts. I see a lot of that too. So he's very good at controlling space. He's very good at catching you off guard, especially with his footstool game. I almost forgot how good he was until I watched a set of his last week at Big House. I was like, oh, right, he's going to run off a footstool if he gets the opportunity. But other than that, that's about the most egregious his aggression will go. I'm sure we'll see more of that in just a moment. But yeah.
Yeah, Tony Pajama's opening up, if I am recognizing him. And then I am not quite sure who that's going to be on the side of Quinnipiac. However, that is going to be Grit. Okay. So this is a matchup
we're going to be walking into. Oh, go for it.
I mean, this is a matchup that historically in locals throughout time, Tony has won. However, it's not that Grit hasn't won. I think it was 3-4 fusions ago. Grit ended up taking it over Tony in the grand finals with a reset. So like Grit has potential right here to start Quinnipiac off with a lead. But if you look at the pure numbers, Tony is going to be advantaged 100%.
Now, we're talking about characters that can get you a lead quickly. Bowser Jr. has to kind of scrap with you for a little bit. The only time you ever see him take a stock really early is like an offstage scenario where maybe he goes really deep towards the blast zone with like a side B or maybe like some up B shenanigans, maybe out of shield. But other than that, he's playing a pretty honest one. I could maybe see some issues with Tony Pajamas having to recover against Mecha Koopa and Cannonball. That could be a little bit tricky for Ness if PK Thunder 1 touches any of that. You know, maybe he could lose a stock early there, but the actual grounded game is definitely going to be a little bit in Tony Pajamas' favor. I think Ness can just throw out really big hitboxes. Bowser Jr. kind of has to just run into them and hope that like he's early on like his timing for his forward airs or something like that. Because other than that, it's a pretty good matchup for Ness. But it looks like we're actually getting Joker.
So this is actually
we're getting Joker
Luxa.
instead of Ness today.
Whoops.
Okay, so there's a player named Luxa. All right, that is not
bad.
Tony Pajamas. Gotcha.
But regardless, we'll see how Grit does against this, because I saw Grit make a face when he saw the character pick that I read his lips. He said, oh no. And we're already seeing that Grit is having a hard time tracking Joker down. Some of the trickiest movement in the game, and Luxa is putting it on display.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a little bit of a tougher matchup, especially as soon as Arson becomes a factor, because I cannot imagine strong tools that Bowser Jr. has to deal with Arson back air. Meanwhile, these down angle guns from the sky have been doing a lot of damage. 92% so far. Not a lot of great answers for Bowser Jr. either. Like that zone, he can't really jump into it. He can't really commit that well with like an up B or anything. He kind of just has to take that little sprinkling damage every time he goes for it. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a pretty tough battle for Grit.
Ooh, as immediately Luxa is on edge, and Grit is not passing up the opportunity to edge guard this Arsene Joker. It's one of the only times you can get more guaranteed edge guards, and knocks Luxa into the air. Grit is clawing their way back into this match after Luxa had a huge lead to open it up, putting Mecha Koopa on, getting the jab combo,
love
but
that
can't get
weight
the
with the
finisher.
Mecha Koopa. That was so smart.
I love the jab to paralyze Luxa in place for Grit to get that stock advantage, and even though they didn't get the confirm, they kept advantage that whole time.
All right, we're off to a good start here. Grit's doing really fantastic for the Quinnipiac team. And honestly, 43% is not too bad. We're getting a lot of damage racked up here. Arson is a factor, but it doesn't matter. If you don't lose neutral, you don't really have to worry about Arson, I guess, then, do you? Gonna try and stall in the air a little bit as much as he can. Throw some Mecha Koopas out, because at this point, anything will kill. Side B back air, any smash attack. He's got to be extra careful. But unfortunately, catches the back air out of shield. Lux is going to take that stock. But he has a pretty considerable amount of damage, and Arson is just on his way out.
Yeah, 73 is no laughing matter in terms of extra credit, but as we saw in the beginning, Grit was having a lot of time actually getting the approach in. Luxa was being very elusive. It was 60% before Grit got his first combo, so now we see Grit being very cautious on the approach, not eating any unnecessary damage. I say that as you get right into that EHA. It's so difficult to get this approach in, and you see Grit varying his angle of approach, but Luxa always calls him out. Edgeguard situation now, forcing Grit back to the ledge again and again and again.
Yeah, Luxa is going absolutely crazy right now. He really had to close that gap there. I feel like the neutral is honestly just really well on his side. And I like that call out from that side B with the up air right there. So Luxa pretty much has percents just about even. Tries to back air him out of the mine cart, or excuse me, out of the Koopa cart. Oh my God, force a habit, right? Out of the Koopa cart. But the armor on it is going to keep him safe. Not the best DI on those jabs, though. Nearly dying at only 118.
And I do love Grit getting aggressive right there, because if you're going to beat a team like Fisher, you got to be taking risks. You've got to be putting the pressure on in ways they do not expect. Because if you come at Fisher the way they expect you to, you're probably going to end up losing. As Luxa goes high, forced to recover, 140. I don't think this will kill, but it's another edge guard situation right here. And you know Grit's going to get that edge trap, catches the neutral get up, and now that is Grit a stock up once again.
Yeah, that F-tilt was really, really smart. And Bowser Jr. in the cart is a little tricky to kill, so he's still got some time to build up some extra credit here. But right now, Luxa taking no breaks on the pressure, just chasing him down everywhere, forcing these ledge traps, getting these throws. But now he's kind of getting tagged by some of these key hit confirms that Bowser Jr. needs to really, really start racking up that damage. So maybe now that Arson is back here, maybe he can find something on Grit. But if Grit can hold steady and take this stock, and here's a huge opportunity with that missed up B, but no, doesn't get the punish. But yeah, this could be a huge chance for Quinnipiac to go up in this game if they're able to hold this stock against Luxa.
Yeah, that would be massive, and it's potential for sure, but now you gotta get around these down guns. Grit does it, maneuvers, but back throw doesn't kill you at 171, and no Arsene is going to come out to take this stock. You've got to get a raw read right here. Back air, something, anything, something at ledge, and instead it is going to be Grit setting up an edge guard of his own. Can he get the ledge trap like he has in the past? You know Grit wants to get aggressive right here, wants to hold on to this stock here in center stage. An opportunity already up to 121. Easy kill percent right there. Fourth throw, is it enough? With the explosion damage, it is. That's Grit winning it over Luxa, who is in fact Jerry, by the way, with 2 stocks, putting Quinnipiac in a significant lead.
Yeah, that was absolutely crucial for him to be able to hold that stock. I'm actually surprised that F-throw killed. I didn't know that it would, but at 171% rage at the corner of the stage, I guess anything is possible. So fantastic start off for Quinnipiac University. Luxa put up a good showing, but just was really struggling to steal those stocks out a little early. And I think both those stocks, Grit lived to like the 180, 190 kind of zone. Now, with Joker, obviously with Arson, you can take those stocks really, really early, but every single time Arson was a factor, you would see Grit be like, okay, let me back off. Let me not necessarily engage. Let me mix up my movement as much as I can. If anything, I saw most of the damage come out from like Arsonless Joker from Luxa. But yeah, very, very good stuff to them. They really needed that start because Fisher has nothing but killers on their team. So we've got a lot of options. We could see Kiwi come in. We could see Mr. E come in. We could see Jackal. Who knows? It could be tough there.
Yeah, it really could. And I talked
about they did everything they needed at the beginning. They got themselves that lead.
100%. I think opening with with Grit rather, 4-letter tags, they get me, is a very strong option. It does give Fisher the opportunity to counterpick, but ultimately, I don't feel like there's anyone that Grit is going to look at and be like, absolutely not taking them on whatsoever. Like, Grit is going to fight throw hands with any counterpick that's going to come out, which kind of takes the power of the counterpick away. I don't feel like anyone on paper is going to come out and just instantly 2-stock Grit, but that remains to be seen as we're still waiting on this now, and it looks like I think this is Jackal.
Looks like it. Looks like it's Jackal.
Yeah, I see them in the player cam.
Oh, does Grit remember to... Ooh.
Oh, almost.
All right, Grit, you got to throw that stock away. Good thing
almost
you didn't land any
set
hits.
it up. We had enough mess-ups yesterday. We know crew battles. And right now, Grit 2 stocks against Jackal's 3. Immediately opens up with a down air. Nice combo starter. Catches them out with the nair.
Ooh.
Grit extends it even further. 76 side.
Yeah, that was a huge combo. All the spacies are at that fantastic combo weight for characters like Bowser Jr. Of course, with that up air, you can string it together for so long. Has yet to be touched. Just playing this, honestly, it doesn't even look like a crew battle. It looks like a regular match so far.
Yeah, no, we'd say this is basically even if we were watching this in a regular best of 3, as right here, Jackal does get the opening they need. Oh, extends with that shine, but doesn't get 2 hits on that forward tilt. Unfortunate, but still keeps the pressure up on Grit. Grit catches the jump out of shield, exactly what they wanted, and now Grit is looking to extend their lead even further. If Grit can clean up a kill right here, that would already be a lead continuing for Quinnipiac.
yeah, he is looking fantastic. Calling out Wolf's jumps out of shield is really important because that's where he gets so much of his gameplay. And nearly taking that first stock right there with the side B. Oh, waited for the spot dodge, was not ready for the punish. But yeah, Jackal's at 130%. Can't eat these jabs. Bowser Jr. has, I believe, the second strongest jab in the game. Somewhere in the top 2 for strongest jabs. But yeah, Jackal got to be really careful. Again, going for that down air, making it so that he can't go for those short hop bears or neutral airs out of shield, and that's really just Wolf's bread and butter. So what's Jackal going to do to adapt here? Because Grit is playing fantastic.
The shield pressure from Grit has been the name of the game this entire time, but it doesn't pay them much credence there as Jackal says, enough with your shenanigans. Gets an up smash out of shield for daring to jab at them. 179 right now, and a trade aerial will put a stock on the board for Grit.
All right, yeah, so Grit taking a stock off Jackal, which, man, taking stocks off Jackal is so tough. But so far, he's still in a pretty decent position. Got him trapped at the ledge, got him kind of scrambling a little bit to find his way back to center stage. Jackal hasn't found any big combos on the second stock, but as soon as I say it, here we go. 62% being racked up immediately from Jackal. But this next stock could determine a lot, and Grit is able to hold on and take one more for Quinnipiac.
The delay on ledge right there, as much as Jackal's pressure almost got Grit holds on, avoiding those back airs, not engaging, but you see Grit is a lot more hesitant to engage right now, looking for an opportunity to finish the stock outright, but I don't think Jackal's going to give it to them. Their defense has become ironclad, keeps hitting them with these stray aerials, and eventually it's Wolf. One of them's going to kill.
Yeah, you're not kidding about this defense. He's being way more disciplined out of shield right now. His shield isn't really even getting touched either because Grit did lose that up smash out of shield, so now he's a lot more hesitant on putting that shield pressure on Wolf. Jackal going for the late back air, trying to force Grit to drop his shield. That was a really smart idea. Now we got the ledge trap situation, 165%. This is rough. And as I said, as soon as Grit committed to hitting his shield, once again, that up smash out of shield from Wolf is going to take the stock. Yeah, Jackal really buttoned up that defense. I think that first combo might have been a little bit of a wake-up call. He's like, oh, cool. You know me, I'm Jackal. I don't have to worry about too much. And then he eats 73%. It's like, okay, all right, I respect you. You know, you have my respect. Let me play this real tight and real buttoned up. But yeah, Grit did some great work. He took 4 stocks for Quinnipiac so far. So congratulations to him already.
Very, very nice. Grit was, like we said, one of the players to watch on Quinnipiac, has a history of being able to win tournaments over Fisher players sometimes, and definitely put that on display right there. I feel like as soon as, like, you look at that last interaction, the dash tech on shield, and you're like, that was a terrible option from Grit. But what that doesn't take into account is the straight up minute and a half before where Grit threw everything in the kitchen sink at Jackal and could not find an opening. And when Jackal forces a player like Grit to commit to a dash attack on shield, that's how you know the defense is getting to them. So we'll see if this is going to be Moat coming out here for the side of Quinnipiac is able to find a way through that defense.
All right, so Quinnipiac still has a 1-stock lead. We talked earlier about Wolf being at those combo waves for Bowser Jr. You want to talk about combos? Let's talk about Terry. Terry will scrap with you all day long, and he will win those exchanges more often than not. But right now, these falling these falling forward airs from Jackal putting on a ton of damage, 76% already on most Terry. But you can't get comfortable because as soon as we get to 100, which is just one interaction away, that's where those down tilts start being lethal thanks to Go. That's where those falling aerials start becoming lethal. So Jackal is going to probably rack up his damage and then go right back to that really good defensive play that we saw in the previous round.
The thing is, now you know exactly what Moat is going for at every single interaction. So Jackal is playing very high, avoiding those like potential at getting jabbed, and calls out that shield pressure hard, saying, I know what you're doing. You're calling me out, so I'm just going to hit you with a little bit of a tap. And now that is basically, we're getting close to an even game right here. Jackal is already proving to be the wall we expected them to be.
Exactly. Now, you don't see a whole lot of people getting out of jab to power dunk, but Jackal was able to find a way with that up smash. I think a little bit of delay on, I think it was Burn Knuckle that was coming out. With a little bit of delay where, like, Wolf low profiles and pancakes himself for that up smash really lets him a lot here. He's got another 56% on Moat, but he is at 100, so definitely a kill percent here. Tries to get out of it again. No dice. I think the power dunk scooped him up a little bit there. So now Jackal got to fight his way back to the stage. Oh, and trade with the up smash is going to work out in Quinnipiac's favor. They still have an 8 stock to 7 stock lead. What can Jackal do to close this gap?
Calls out the jump
nice
in the air. I don't know if they have a jump, but they just barely make it back. And that's an instant burn knuckle. Wants to rack up the damage, get another for your money. 81% right now on Jackal, and Go is online. This is the most momentum Moat has had. Woo!
He is cashing out on this Go meter right now. Does lose that up smash out of shield, and you can see Jackal, even in the camera, taking a little bit of a sigh of relief, because that 81% was off just 2 interactions with that beefed up Terry.
And I applaud Moat for going for that, but here is where everyone has struggled so far, finding a way to finish off one of Jackal's stocks. It's always been off a stray hit aerial. Jackal has never, like, I've barely seen Jackal get jabbed at all against a matchup with Terry. That's almost unheard of, but that falling back here, is that enough? Yes, it is. Quinnipiac is able to maintain their lead by a hair's breadth. 7 stocks to 6 over Fisher College right now.
Man, they are really putting up a heck of a fight so far. Fisher College down to their last 2 players. Now, is this the time we send in, a more defensive style? Do we send in Kiwi, who wants to like slow burn you and take that lead back? Do we send in Mr. E to play some fundies against Terry? I don't know. I mean, Terry's a hard character to just play super defensive against, because eventually you are gonna have to kind of scrap with him. But right now it looks like Tony Pajamas is going to be coming in against Moat. This could be pretty interesting if he's able to get a nice combo at the start of this, but otherwise, this is another character that kind of has to scrap with Terry, and Terry normally wins those fights.
Yes, he does, but the little bit of disjoint that Ness brings to the table on the approach makes me a little bit worried, as well as the out-of-shield options. Tony has ways to deal with this pressure, get off me tools, and I feel like Tony is not going to, same vein as Jackal, not going to get hit by that. As I say that, that's a link right there. 79% hits Tony out of the air, forces them to the ledge.
So what was really important about that? What was really important about that interaction right there? That intangibility on that F tilt, actually stuffing out Ness's aerials, is huge for Moat. Moat taking a bit of a swing there, trying to go for that forward smash out of the PK Fire. But yeah, Tony has to legitimately respect these options and really, really carefully pick his shots, especially as that percent starts to get higher and higher.
Oh.
All right, not going to see the PK Thunder 2 shenanigans, but I do like the attempt to Thunder Drums.
Is the uppie gonna kill? Not at this percent, but the next one definitely will. And so you see Moat taking their time on this approach, gets the trade. That's exactly what you want. You get a stock, maintain Quinnipiac's lead. This is what Quinnipiac needs to do if they want to win against Fisher.
Yeah, Moat going crazy right now, continuing the lead too. All right, now Tony Pajamas. He's taking a lot of damage trying to fight his way in, just taking these trades. Moat only at 82%. One of the weaknesses of Terry, you could say in this match, would probably be edge guarding him, but Moat's done such a fantastic job of remaining at center stage. But as soon as I say that, unfortunately, he SDs. Just barely doesn't miss, just barely doesn't grab the ledge. He might have tapped the lip a little bit on PS2, but he had go meter. That could have been a disaster for Fisher College if he had been able to get back to the stage. But either way, Tony Pajamas is able to button that up, and now they have, stopped the bleeding, but they haven't necessarily solved the problem.
Yeah, still 5 stocks to 6, and I feel like this matchup right here and now could be the deciding factor, because we talked about how Mr. E doesn't really lose these 3 stock versus 3 stock situations. It's why he makes for such a good anchor in close matches like this, where the team throws everything they have at Fisher to get them to the last player, and then Mr. E in a one-on-one standoff is able to close it out. So you really need to be beating Tony right here if you want a chance.
I almost wonder if they're going to send in, potentially they can send in Baco, their Shulk player, who's very strong. Of course, a character with disjoints like that would give Tony the same problems he just experienced with Moat, if not arguably worse. Recovery will be really tough against Shulk. The air-to-air exchanges will go in Shulk's favor. I mean, Ness traditionally, quote-unquote, loses to swords. I'm only putting quotes on it because it's been said 1,000 times. And honestly, this far in the meta, I don't even know if it's still true. I feel like it might be somewhat of an old wives' tale, but I did guess correctly. They are actually going to be sitting in Baco, so let's see if Tony Pajamas can find his way in against a character with so many enormous hitboxes to just space and stay away with you.
Tony going off the ledge now. 2 stocks on Tony's side, 3 on the side of Baco. We'll see how this ends up panning out. Baco has been known as one of the more aggressive, risk-taking Shulks, and I would not hate to see that against someone like Tony, as long as it doesn't come back to bite him too hard, trying to get a juggle situation going, but Tony is keeping this even with trades.
Yeah, starting off with that up tilt to cover the entire platform was a really good idea. Kind of left Tony with nowhere to go. I love the pressure we're seeing from him, just consistently sharking under, but Tony getting the first grab. Oh, God, you weren't kidding about him being risky. He's really risky, Miles. That's risky.
Yeah. As I actually am a little shocked, we haven't seen any art switching whatsoever. Baco was just playing Shulk like a sword character. Finally goes in for the speed and the shield on the recovery, pretty much knowing that Tony's going to hit him and saying, okay, I'm going to get back to stage regardless. But 134 now, Tony's laying on the pressure, catches out the jump as well, forcing Baco to use the jump to even get back on. But with that jump slash, they're able to get back onto stage, and Smash ends up sealing Baco's fate.
Yeah, it was the right idea, honestly. He was already at kill percent, so honestly, next hit, he immediately made it even. All right, let's see if Tony Pajamas can recover. He's able to make it back to the ledge, avoiding so many moves, but the last second of that Smash Ronaldo was still active as he finds that up air. Super unfortunate for Tony Pajamas. Let's see if he can maybe take one more stock here before he ends up leaving Fisher College in a 5-stock to 3 scenario.
As Baco trying to pressure from range, and I love the instant switch to shield. You know Tony is not going to drop the combo, so why plan on Tony dropping the combo? Drop it for him. As it's caught by the PK Fire. This could be big damage.
Tony going in right now. Okay, Tony. Tony is really waking up. Nearly killing him with that back throw. And finally, up smash calls out that landing on top of him, and Tony does it. He evens the stocks up, and the percents are still low. So Fisher College is officially way back in there.
Yeah, as even as it can get, but Baco's laying on the pressure at ledge. Tony, it's caught, sent to the side. Oh, Baco, you can't be doing that because you know Tony's going to hold advantage right here. The shield aren't going to be enough to get you out. It is for now, but Tony still holds advantage.
Yeah, and I think Tony continued to engage the shield art a little bit too long, which kind of left him in that offstage situation we just saw. But yeah, this could be really good, especially if we see that Smash Ronaldo come out, which is right now. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Going for those drop zone aerials with Smash. It is such an easy way to steal a stock. This is exactly what I said 15 minutes ago. As soon as you put on Smash Ronaldo, run off that stage. I don't know why Shulks didn't wait until year 5 to start going for that, but even though he missed both of those forward airs, he went for the up B, a suicide up B no less, just to make sure that Tony didn't make it back, and it worked because there's just so much knockback with that Smash Ronaldo when you're off stage. There's so much knockback. It's so hard to survive.
That was a 3-part combo edge guard right there. First, hit the ledge to make sure Tony had to expend the jump, and I believe he stole the jump in an earlier interaction too, and then went off stage, forcing Tony to drift back with the up B, so Tony didn't have a very easy up B, and then did the suicide up B, knowing that Tony was out of options. Baco had one more resource in the tank than Tony in that offstage interaction, and that's all you need. Used every single thing in the kitchen sink on Tony, and now Quinnipiac is going into this final matchup against Mr. E with 4 stocks. Exactly what you need to be seeing.
All right, so you were saying earlier that Mr. E tends to win, but he doesn't tend to 3-stock. This is a character that can, as we just saw, steal stocks really early, so that's going to be trouble. Quinnipiac still has another player waiting in the wings, but if you're going to be a gambling man and you're like, your only mission is to take the first stock against Shulk, that's a tall order. Even as talented as of a player as Mr. E is, not that he can't do it, but it is imperative that he does that first. He has to take that first stock. He cannot afford to go in there with 2 stocks or even 1 stock against the final Quinnipiac player.
Yeah, 100%. As Quinnipiac A lot of hope rides on these last two players. I worry about, like, the character matchup here, because, like you said, Steel Stock's very early. I feel like the pace of Mr. E's pressure is just a little bit faster, though, and so we're going to have to be seeing a lot of drifting back from Bako, a lot of conservative play, making Mr. E overshoot, and then drifting back in to get a punish, because otherwise, I feel like in the time that Bako throws out 2 aerials, Mr. E is going to throw out 2.5.
All right, let's see how this is going to go down. So, characters do have similar threat ranges here when it comes to Lucina versus Shulk. Right now, Mr. E is not playing any games with Shulk's pressure, going for that early up B out of shield, getting a lot of mileage out of these falling nairs and fairs, which is what I expect to see from any, top-level Lucina. But now with Buster on deck, that could be a huge factor. And Bako finds a combo, gets Mr. E all the way to 103, and now you have a player that can kill you with any interaction, and your only goal is to preserve your stock first. What is going to happen?
Oh, knew that Bako was going to get over-aggressive, but whiffs the shield grab. Tech right here, but Mr. E holds advantage. Bako goes for the forward smash, but it's the wrong direction. Mr. E gets it instead, and that is going to be Mr. E preserving all 3 stocks right here, putting enormous pressure on the last Quinnipiac player. Mr. E showing his stuff as the Fisher anchor. We'll see if Quinnipiac can maybe keep this miracle run going, or if Fisher College is going to hold on and stay more or less undefeated this season.
And that is that top player. That is that top player composure we talked about. You saw him take 100-something% real early. You saw he had to take some really delicate techs off to the side of the stage just to make it back. And in a scramble situation, finds a Hail Mary F smash, because anything would have killed from Bako right there. And you could even see in the player cam, Mr. E taking that deep breath and going, ooh, that was crazy. Because that was so wild the way that interaction started off.
The smash forward smash,
though.
It went in the wrong direction.
Oh, God, yeah. Whip smash, forward smash. That was so scary.
Even if it had sent the other way, with Smash Art, it might have just killed at over 100. From the other side of the stage, it might have. And so that one little scramble, that poise from Mr. E, I feel like is crucial. But now, not only... Okay. Taking Lucina to Hollow Bastion. This is a very bold play right here. We'll see if it pays off, as whoever's coming in last. A lot of hope rides on their shoulders.
But I do not want to discount how stacked of a roster Fisher College is, but none of that matters because Quinnipiac is here to fight for a reason, and we have 3 stocks apiece. We have ourselves a super even actual round of Smash here coming in. Let's see who's going to take home the first round.
Ooh, gets caught out of the jump right there. Katana struggling to find that opening. Katana's been caught out throwing out projectiles a few times now. Mystery trying to make them very cautious about that to make their approach easier. But catches out the jump with the back air. Gets so aggressive but doesn't hit the tech. And because of that, Katana is going to eat an early stock loss.
Yeah, doesn't get the tech. I think he ran out there to go for a counter, which honestly probably would have killed. I mean, Lucina's up B is pretty strong, and we all know that Tetrakarn is insane. But all that aside, Mystery taking the first stock pretty clean, getting some nice damage here, using his platform extension to keep that combo going there. Arson's already back, but the momentum is way on Mr. E's side.
Yeah, that down air right there.
Mr. E is playing crazy good right now.
So, a thought occurs to me. Mr. E definitely heard us say, Mr. E doesn't usually 3-stock people. Sorry. Might be trying to prove us wrong here, but Katana is not gonna let him, as immediately goes for a down tilt tech chase, but instead just knocks Katana straight off the side. 140%, you're looking for an edge trap to kill. Another tech chase right there, but 2% for down smash to connect. And because of that, it is going to be a little bit of a Shrin for Katana.
All right, Katana getting some pretty good damage here. Mr. E trapped in the corner. It's not going to be an easy fight like maybe we might have predicted earlier. Oh, great recovery from Katana. That was such a smart up B. The up B out of shield for Mr. E, on the other hand, going to send Katana to the other side of the blast zone, and the forward air is going to close that out. But that was right on time for Mr. E, because max rage Arson is something you do not want to be looking down the barrel of. Oh, from the air dodge.
Oh.
Nice stuff from Katana.
The one hit of drag down right there makes sure that forward tilt connects, but then Katana is sent off stage. This is where Mr. E thrives. I mean, gets a hit right there, but that gives Katana an opening, and now we do see Katana trying to hold onto this ledge trap, but doesn't catch Mr. E going high. Woo.
All right. Katana's got Mr. E in a bad spot. He's forcing Mr. E to burn a lot of these air dodges from these throws, which could be a disaster later. But Mr. E has decided the floor is lava, and you shall never land again with a nice 40% combo right there. Is he going to be able to find the Elbiata shield? No, he misses it. And with just the teeny tiniest little shield, just barely going to survive that up smash, but dying anyway. So we have ourselves one stock apiece, Quinnipiac versus Fisher. This could be a dream come true for Quinnipiac.
Twice we have seen Katana almost end a stock really early from Mr. E. Both times Mr. E has survived. If Katana can do it here and now, execute finally what didn't quite happen those first 2 stocks, we might see a miracle. But instead it's a tech chase, down smash, and that's gonna be it. Katana taken down, 1 stock remaining from Fisher, but that's still a 1-0 in terms of crew battles.
Yeah, that really did come down to the wire right there. Quinnipiac has another opportunity to run this all back, but Fisher takes it with 1 stock. I'm pretty sure what happened right there in that down smash tech chase, I think he was holding to the right, trying to roll away, expecting maybe like a forward smash, which wouldn't have been any better. But yeah, getting caught by that at the corner was just what Mr. E needed, because that momentum was really spiking for Quinnipiac. But they're putting up one heck of a fight. I mean, you take Fisher to 1 stock, you're doing amazing. So, I'm curious to know if maybe they'll change their order up this time. I feel like they started off pretty strong with Grit. Starting off with Bako could also be a pretty good idea, just because Shulk is, as you said, so unpredictable and such a crazy wild card to throw in a crew battle. So who knows what we're going to see for the second round there, but that was really, really well fought for the first one.
Yeah, the answer to Mr. E is what's eluding me. Is I'm sure it's probably eluding the Quinnipiac players as well. Because, yeah, sure, Katana is able to get 2 stocks on the Mr. E, and I feel like a lot of the players maybe could, but again, if you get to the end and you're in an even showdown against Mr. E, I don't see any scenario in which Mr. E isn't going to come out on top right there, which is why that 1 stock from Bako was so crucial, but Mr. E was able to put a stop to it. So maybe you need an even bigger advantage, which, you know, would be no small feat against any other team, but going against Fisher and getting Fisher to the last player while you still have 5 stocks remaining, nigh impossible.
Yeah, so I would imagine the Fisher's definitely going to continue to keep him as their anchor. It's crazy to think that this was a crew battle that had both Mr. E and Jackal, and it really did come down to last stock. I feel like Tony Pajamas is obviously really strong too. I think their main game plan from Fisher is to keep him away from Bako, just because that matchup looks really, really, really rough for Ness. I wasn't sure, like I was theory crafting that it might be hard, but then I saw it in application. I'm like, yeah, no, this is really, really tough for Ness to deal with. So, they could potentially start with Tony Pajamas and kind of gamble that the other team doesn't start with Bako. But other than that, they started with Jerry last time, who came in as Joker, and he really struggled to take those kills against Grits Bowser Jr. That was where this lead initially started for Quinnipiac, is that Bowser Jr. just kept living in like 170, 180, and they weren't able to find any way to like seal things out. So that's where the trouble really started. So this very first player they send out is going to really set the precedent.
Yeah, both teams really looking at the odds, the probabilities, figure out who is going to come out. And speaking of odds, do you want to win a free keyboard or headset? Entering to win is as easy as logging in and scratching your ticket. In chat, type CECC squad, that's SQWAD, or go to squad, SQWAD.win/CECC Army in order to win. So be sure you are in chat, getting your name in there. There's no reason not to, as we are getting excited to go into this next segment right here. Now, we were both at CECC East last year. We saw Fisher College take it. And do you remember what happened? How Fisher College went down to their last stock. And then the next game, Tony Pajamas 11 stocked the other team.
Yes, that was, oh God, I remember that. I was talking about that all day. I ran up to Tony Pajamas later and I was like, yo, I'm a fan. Like, I was straight up.
Yeah, so that's been heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind as we see Quinnipiac bring it really close, because Fisher always comes back exponentially stronger. They got the Zenkai boost for sure, and so they have to be ready. Quinnipiac has to be ready for the fact that Fisher is going to have a full game plan for how they're going to take him down.
Yeah, but all we can do right now is just kind of theory craft and figure out who they're going to start this off with. I hear some players at the screen. It looks like people are most likely starting to sit down. But, yeah, Tony Pajamas definitely made a fan out of me last year with that 11 stock. I kind of wonder – I almost want them to maybe send in Moat. I feel like Moat was doing a lot of damage on the Quinnipiac team there. Oh, are we getting Kiwi? Oh, we are. Okay.
That
this time
is
Fisher
Kiwi.
is going to be starting us off with Kiwi. Okay. This is yet another huge threat on the Fisher College team. Kiwi, one of the best Pac-Mans in the business at this point. Very, very good defensive player. Very hard to take stocks off of. And definitely gets a ton of momentum, especially if she has Bell and she's just chilling and waiting in shield. It's so hard to kill this character. Hydra's going to keep you out too. Definitely a good idea to start this off and maybe get a strong lead for Fisher College going into the second round.
And I really do like Katana opening here in theory, but Kiwi is a player who can end up being a brick wall if your movement is not on point to get around every single trick and trap in the book that they're throwing out. Gets caught by that hydrant. Katana caught by the Galaga as well, but even though Katana is escaping a lot of these hard setups, they still aren't getting a lot of hits of their own. Finally gets one connection off of that up throw.
Yeah, playing the out of shield battle against Pac-Man can be pretty tough. Oh, is that a red trampoline now? Okay, I thought that was the red trampoline at the corner right there. But yeah, Pac-Man can just nair out of shield every time you get too close. But all that aside, Katana being a huge threat for the Quinnipiac team is who started this. And it's just one interaction away from getting the lead. Oh, gets a bunch of arson back as soon as he loses it too. That was really smart.
It does, but are you even going to get to a high enough percent to get it right here? Landing with those down guns a lot, and while a lot of characters can't challenge it, Pac-Man does have good buttons up close, so you got to watch out. Apple bounces him straight up. Katana looking for an opportunity to finish this out, but respecting the trampoline. I like to see it, because Pac-Man, even though he's going to...
So here's the big difference.
Yeah.
Oh, so here's the big difference for what Katana's dealing with this time. First of all, beautiful drag down up air into the up smash there. Last time against Mr. E, it was all like pure fundies. It was literally just fighting a sword character, you know. Against Pac-Man, nothing but tricks after tricks after tricks. You saw Kiwi sneaking in that apple, nearly taking that stock earlier, getting a lot of this projectile pressure for free. Now we got the bell, we got the hydrant, we got all kinds of things that you have to keep in mind as you fight this character. But all that aside, Katana does have the lead. Just got to be extra careful to try to cement it. We're seeing a lot of guns, and honestly, that's a good idea. If someone's going to throw projectiles at you, you might as well throw a couple back yourself.
Katana playing really, really disciplined against that hydrant, but maybe a little too much, because as soon as you approach, that's where Kiwi gets their angle. 40% already stacked up, even game, but Katana is making sure Kiwi can't just sit still. Has to keep fighting, has to keep scrapping. And even though Katana is getting the worst end of that stick half the time, it is still keeping this momentum going, which gives Katana the opportunity to do things like this.
Yeah, Katana racking up a ton of damage right there. I think one thing that's been tricky, any combo or any pressure that isn't extremely true is getting nared out of, it's getting dared out of. Kiwi is breaking out a disadvantage seemingly at all costs. I love that. Going for the high side beat just to stall out that last little bit of arson. And that was what she needed to live, because arson back air would have killed in that exact scenario just 1 second prior.
Ooh, catches the bell right here.
What will he do?
Uses it on the hydrant, but I like the pressure they're putting on Kiwi. Scramble situation right here, but Kiwi calls out the jump. I don't think Katana has a jump still, but is able to get back to the ground. But even so, Katana cannot get to center stage. Kiwi has it locked down.
All right, and throwing off stage once again. This is a very, very close game. I cannot understate that enough. But arson going to be the deciding factor again, that extra knockback on that up air. Kiwi, as I said, a very patient player, but very tricky when it comes to the way she handles these Pac-Man projectiles. Trying to stall and wait as much time as she can for arson to get out of there. Trying to just throw everything but the kitchen sink at him to make sure that meter goes away, because we do not need all that excess damage. And she finds a back air, and we have ourselves one stock apiece.
Yeah, and the way these previous two stocks have gone is Katana has had trouble approaching, gets like 40% stacked on them, and then Katana is able to make it even again, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far. Can Katana even it back up, or is Kiwi going to close up her defensive game? Ooh.
knows who knows. This is really tricky. Katana doing a great job baiting out that back air from Kiwi. But still, Kiwi's getting a lot of mileage out of these two-piece combos that she's finding over and over again here. All right, now the pressure is on. Galaxia has a huge problem, and every single time it comes out, you can just see Katana just back off and go, you know what? I've seen so many Twitter clips of this character getting 60-70% off this projectile. I'm just not going to interact with it. But right now, Kiwi is just really, really running away with this first game.
A little bit of an opening, but it's going to be a while till Arsene comes back. We might not even see him, and that's where Katana has gotten most of their damage. Kiwi successfully survived the Arsene assault, and now has a prime opportunity to close out this game with a Fisher lead.
All right, let's see if Katana can get something shaken here. Oh, super tricky bell from Kiwi, having it shot all the way across the stage with the water from the hydrant, but she does miss the up smash punish, so Katana has one more opportunity to potentially take this game for Quinnipiac, but Kiwi is not going to give it up easy. You see this pressure from these bells. The next bell will certainly kill, and Katana just has to maneuver through such a giant wall of projectiles, and unfortunately drops the down B a little bit too soon and gets tagged by that hydrant.
That is so unfortunate. You saw Katana had the right idea, but just in the scramble situation didn't quite execute, which really has been the story of a lot of this Quinnipiac roster. I mean, they've gotten so close. They've held the advantage, but then in that last second scramble, the experience that Fisher College brings to the table reigns supreme. Now, one thing I do want to shout out real quick before we get to talking how amazing Kiwi is, Katana is one of the most improved players I've seen in a while. Like, I'm not saying Katana got written off, but Katana definitely wasn't like a 2 stocks against Mr. E tier player in previous seasons. Oh my gosh, Katana has really come into their own as a player as of this season and is showing just how Quinnipiac got this far in the bracket.
Yeah, 2 stocks off Mr. E, 2 stocks off Kiwi. That is a lot of work coming out from Katana, so congratulations to him already. But now, who on the Quinnipiac roster is best suited to deal with Pac-Man? Now, there was another player you were discussing. I don't know if they're in the building or not. It was Odyssey. I'm not sure if they're there.
I'm not
but
sure
that's a
either.
really strong Greninja and Rob player. Not sure if he's around today, though. They've got Bako the Shulk, who we saw earlier, who, honestly, what we almost saw from Mr. E was a really fast surprise stock, so maybe that's the kind of energy you need to send in against Kiwi. You got Moat with the Terry. I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty hopeful. I feel like Quinnipiac has some pretty solid options, but yeah, Kiwi definitely did some damage right there in that first game.
100%. As it is going to be Grit coming in as the answer to Kiwi. We've seen Grit's movement, and now it can be stuffed out with projectiles, but I have faith that Grit will be able to weave through Kiwi's traps that are being set up from the second the timer hits go.
I think one thing that might be tricky here, Mecha Koopa's going to be kind of offline when it comes to like grounded pressure just because Hydrant's going to block it. So I feel like he's going to have to at most keep it in hand and try to like use it as a combo sender that way. But walking towards Kiwi, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. On the other side of that, though, of course, starting off with Galaxia and the Hydrant, a lot of projectile pressure from Kiwi. Bowser Jr. is definitely a character that can combo pretty hard, so we're going to need to see some really, really good defensive play.
And this Nair has just been stuffing out Grit more than any other defensive tool. Grit weaves past the projectiles and then Nair. Now we see Kiwi does get some decent percentage stacked onto them. But even as it's kept even, Grit still needs to find a way to finish this stock against Pac-Man. No easy feat. You got through the defense once. Can you do it again? Parries the bell, catches it. Another option. Ah! A little bit of forward smash trade right there.
No
pops
way.
him up with the Mecha Koopa and then goes
Yo!
back for the finisher. Grit is not letting Kiwi get away with a easy recovery. Traditional wisdom says do not edge guard Pac-Man. Grit never passed that class.
That was brutal. Such a smart ledge trap. Pac-Man loves to jump off the ledge and go for like fairs, nairs, or whatever projectile they have cooked up. Grit was not having it. I am eating my words. I said Mecha Koopa might be a little bit less effective in this matchup, and I was wrong because it spelled disaster for Kiwi at the ledge. But going into the blast zone with that forward air was hilariously effective. I don't even know if he could have recovered from that. I think he just knew that Pac-Man had to take that little bit of time to set up side B to cover all that horizontal distance and literally just charge straight at Kiwi in the blast zone. Honestly, if he missed, he would have SD'd himself. But
did you see the
yeah,
defensive
excellent play from Grit.
that set all that up? Was the hydrant ducked under the hydrant, Harry threw the Mecha Koopa right as the hydrant got sent off, parried the bell, caught the bell, and then threw that to even set that all up. And now we've got a rematch, 3 stock versus 3 stock, Jackal versus Grit. Even game right now between Fisher and Quinnipiac. We'll see how this plays out. Grit was able to close it out against Jackal previously.
The last time we saw these two players, we definitely saw that Grit was getting those giant combos. Right now, it's a little bit of reverse of that story. Looks like Jackal is the one starting off hot, 86% off Grit, and he's trapped at the ledge. What will he do? He'll find a down air when all things get back to the stage. And this could be a stock if Jackal isn't careful.
The way Grit uses every chance to pressure at ledge, I love to see it. Like, Grit doesn't drop anything if they get even the slightest crack as the person is recovering.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Grit is being extra careful about hitting Jackal's shield this time, retreating away with these spares and back airs. See how far away he went after he threw that back air out? He knows that up smash out of shield is just looming from Jackal, and he can't take any chances at this high percent.
Yeah, not going to get many. Tries to delay it, delays it, and it doesn't come out.
Yeah, he delayed it. He even baited it out, but still, it feels inevitable sometimes. If you are above Wolf, you are going to be eating that up smash.
Yeah, and that was so much of what gave Grit an advantage in the early game last time until Jackal started adapting with that forward smash every time. We good? We all good? A little bit of teleport action right there as we're just making sure the setup is all good. I saw thumbs up from the players.
I thought we had a time skip IRL.
Yeah, no.
I thought I was just tired. I was like, oh, dang, what's happening?
Sometimes that happens.
But yeah, both players seem to be fine. Stock's even here. Jackal once again having to come back to the stage. Hasn't been, I'm eating my words. I was going to say hasn't been ledge trapped too hard, but Grit's starting to find those answers to Wolf's recovery.
And that dash attack on shield once again. I know what Grit is looking for right there, but Jackal's gotten a hard punish every time. We see it again this stock. It will be the stock, but I love that jab and retreat. Like you said, very careful shield pressure.
Jackal loves being in that position, just waiting at roll distance because he knows F2 can still cover if his micro spacing is on point. Back air can destroy a jump if he reads it. That's exactly where Wolf wants to be at the ledge. But Grit has still found his way back, but can he find this stock? Oh, going for the crazy deep in the blast zone side B kill once again. Not going to find it on Jackal, but definitely a very good attempt.
Okay, just goes for the full jab on shield.
No!
Jackal doesn't get the punish, and the straight up air is going to put Grit on even stocks, but that's 168 on Grit. I mean, that felt like a last stock situation the whole time. We forget both these players still technically have 2 stocks on them, though that stock looks very moldy in the fridge.
Oh man, this is looking really, really scary. Can Grit get a little bit more damage here? He's nearly at 200%. This is what gave Quinnipiac that initial lead, is Bowser Jr. just living to these just obscene percentages, but he can't take any risk on Jackal's shield. Finally finds an opportunity to call out what he's looking for and gets a pretty solid combo, 62%.
Goes for that forward smash 2-frame, but that back air or back throw will finally close it out. But again, this is not the most uneven game right there. I love the way Grit just abandons the Mecha Koopa, leaving it to be another item on Jackal's mental stack, and just continues to lay on the pressure with these aerials. But these jabs are being called out on shield more and more now, Sai.
I love that double dash stack too, really maintaining that stage control from Jackal. Fair to back air, not going to be enough just yet, but time is ticking on this stock for Grit, 78%, and it's his final one. Ooh, in a really risky spot right there, and the side B on the other side of the platform is going to kill him off the top. That was excellent stage awareness from Jackal. Not a lot of people would have expected to punish in that position, and he found a way with that one burst option that Wolf had.
Yeah, and this is why I was a little bit worried about the direct person-to-person run back, because all the Fisher players, they're going to adapt. They've been in these tournament situations before, playing players like these in best of fives and being forced to adapt on the fly. Now, Jackal had a chance to sit down for a long time and think, okay, what could I have done better against that Bowser Jr., and demonstrated it all right there. And Grit brought a lot of adaptations to the table in the way they were much safer on their shield pressure, but ultimately it was not enough to guarantee a lead for Quinnipiac or even a strong, keep a strong lead from developing for Fisher. 8 stocks to 6 right now for Quinnipiac, and they need to find something if they want to avoid getting 2-0'd.
Yeah, and they are already out of who I think might have been their strongest player, Katana. Threw him in against Kiwi. Very close game, but Kiwi took the first one. Now they're out of Grit. I'm guessing I would probably say Bako before Moat in this scenario, but I can't really call it. But either way, the fact that Fisher College still has the potential to send in Mr. E afterwards is really, really rough.
Rough indeed, as it is going to be Bako coming out here. Yeah. Now, this is a character who we saw when you put pressure on Jackal at the ledge. I mean, it's not easy, but you can find those early stocks. We'll see if Bako can do just that here and now. But similar to last time, we're not seeing a lot of early Monado arts except for the shield.
Yeah, that's definitely the main one that he throws on right at the beginning to make sure that these huge combos don't start the match off. I mean, we're year 5 in the meta, so everybody is doing a ton of damage once they catch you at 0. But so far, Bako yet to put too much on Jackal, only 4%. Switching to Speed Bonado makes a lot of sense to be able to just outmaneuver Wolf, but those hitboxes are not too friendly, and that first stock is going to go down for Quinnipiac with a triple F-tilt in the corner from Jackal.
Yeah, you know Bako is a player that plays well with momentum. Don't give them any at all. Only 12% right now. Finally gets another hit, but again, seeing that Buster, Jackal retreats to the other side of the stage fully. Spot dodge gets them out of the pressure, and now Jackal is laying on some of their own, but a counter gives Bako an opportunity to force Jackal off stage. Backslash down there. This is an opportunity to close out the stock, but Jackal's able to get back onto stage.
Yeah, that was another point where, if he had gone for, a drop zone forward air or even a reverse upbeat with that smash model, that could have been a stock. Didn't want to take the risk and trade with that Wolf Flash, though. I totally understand it. You don't want to die at 30-something. But Bako going to struggle to take this stock here. Turning on Shield Monado early to keep that momentum away from Jackal. But can he actually find a kill?
Yeah, no pop-up with that down air, and now Bako is able to catch it out with that delay on the up smash right there, built into the move. And that means Bako is technically a stock up against Jackal, but you need to preserve these 2 stocks if you want to do anything with them. 1-1 right now, 0-0, as even as it could get right here, as Bako isn't able to get any hits with invulnerability.
Yeah, this is looking like a little bit of a swan song potentially. Got to find some kind of way to take the stock from Jackal right now because there's only 4 stocks remaining on the Quinnipiac team. I feel like he's playing pretty solid, especially with the up smash call out. Even Jackal, when he got hit by it, kind of laughed in the camera being like, all right, you got me. But can he get some momentum? Maybe we can see Buster Art come out. I know that Wolf is very combo heavy, or very easy to be comboed, but right now Jackal's just taking complete control of the momentum, just chasing Bako all over the stage, on him like white on rice with no reprieve.
Oof. To go low right there. Buster Art going to be on, so you're taking extra damage for that forward tilt, and that is Jackal using 1 stock each to take down 2 of Quinnipiac's strongest players right here. Grit and Bako both go down to Jackal, showing just how deadly this new addition to the Fisher roster really is.
Yeah, this is we weren't kidding about Fisher University. That first round was really, really close, competitive. I don't want to count Quinnipiac out of this just yet, but 7 stocks to take is such a huge, huge request. They still have Tony Pajamas. They still have Mr. E. And they still have Jackal, who, honestly, even with just 1 stock, is just an international threat and could do it by himself. We've seen him making waves at so many majors. Battle of BC, I think, was one of them last year. We saw him in Grands at, I think it was Shine earlier this year. He's just got, crazy results. But we have Moat coming in with the Terry. Very, very explosive character. But I don't have another way to put it than this. He's going to have to play perfectly for Quinnipiac to win this.
Yeah, Moat's going to have to trim the fuse short. The ways that Moat got advantages last time were either straight aerials or getting ridiculously aggressive with the Buster Arts. So we need to see Moat doing just that, going for these options Jackal cannot expect because Jackal just hasn't seen them in a hot second.
right now is looking really good for Moat. 71%, hasn't been touched yet. We know that Wolf is a big combo character, so if Jackal's able to get his claws on him, maybe things can get a little dicey. But right now, his defense is ironclad, and he's ending all of his moves with something that moves away from Wolf, so he doesn't have to worry about what Wolf wants to do out of shoot.
Somehow
Yo, look at that
right
defense. He is
that.
not getting hit.
Okay. Yeah, Moat playing footsies as well as any FGC character could, but now here, this is the big opportunity for Jackal right here. Catches out the air dodge, 88% in an instant.
Ooh, that is the worst case scenario for Moat. Not only did he die at a tender 88% from that down smash, but he gave Jackal all the rage and didn't even get the opportunity to use Go. And that's the big deciding factor that he's going to need to keep around if he wants to make this comeback. That aside, though, was still playing really well. I feel like he just lost maybe 2 interactions. Honestly, he's the one that got tarried in this scenario.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. Tech chase right here. Could be the finisher.
Wow.
And that's another stock off of them. Quinnipiac wins, but that was really Jackal's swan song. Jackal coming up and saying, okay, yeah, sure. You were able to get us the last stock last time, but Grit's gone, Bako's gone. I'm not letting Moat get out of here without some significant damage, and now Moat has 1 stock to take 6 from Fisher College. Fisher College proving that they always come back stronger to a ludicrous degree.
You weren't kidding. That Fisher College will build that momentum if they need to. And now it looks like they're sending in Tony Pajamas to just take this final stock off of Moat, possibly. But, yeah, he didn't even get the spike part of that Wolf Flash, but there was just so much rage on it. It still killed off the side. That's so unfortunate. Moat could have gotten lucky and maybe lived that and had Jackal just SD and throw the stock away. But, yeah, he's got 1 stock versus 6. And 3 of them are Tony Pajamas, and if he is, by the grace of God, able to get through that, has to take 3 more off of Mr. E. What will we see here?
Pops him up, and this is Tony Pajamas immediately opening up with a massive lead. Is it just reflect that on right back? Every option Moat has put out has been stuffed out by Tony Pajamas, and after how solid the defense was against Jackal earlier, this is a shame to see, but right now Moat has Go online, and a potential for miracles to happen.
Yeah, he's just like, I can't interact with anything that Tony Pajamas is doing right now. That's a stock.
Okay.
All right, 5 more to go.
Again, Moat doesn't drop those when...
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. Moat threw everything. Throwing out input after input after input. Tony Pajamas only got hit by 1, and then you would have had to hit minimum 6 more to connect to Tony Pajamas to take even to a last stock scenario. Fisher College set themselves up for a win, and I say Fisher College. Really, realistically, Jackal set them up for a win, and Jackal just ran through the ranks of Quinnipiac. Handshakes being had. This is another Fisher College win. And they were pushed up against the wall just like we saw at the last CECC East, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a 2-0 in the scoreline. Fisher College is your CECC East 2023 champion.
Yeah, definitely want to give a huge shout out to Fisher College. They have scouted themselves one heck of a roster. So many talented players in the building from them. I do want to say Quinnipiac put up a strong fight. I mean, being able to take them down in that final stock was really, really important. They definitely got about as close as they could. But all things said and done, Fisher College, being the 1 seed in the bracket, is going to do just what they were seeded to do and take the entire event. So huge congratulations to them.
Yeah.
Is there anything you could think of that maybe Quinnipiac could have done a little differently in this battle?
Ultimately, I hate to put all of the pressure on Bako because it was very close at the end, but Bako wasn't able to get that 1 stock off of Mr. E. And I feel like that 1 stock could have made a world of difference. I mean, in that scramble situation, Mr. E came out on top. It was that experience, that poise that eventually gave Mr. E the edge. But if Bako had been able to make miracles happen, take that stock off Mr. E, then that would have been Katana, who only had to take 2 stocks from Mr. E, which they did in the battle. And if Quinnipiac had gone up in the first crew battle, even though Fisher College comes back stronger, then Quinnipiac would have had another opportunity to adapt. But that's a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda. Ultimately,
Yeah,
I feel like Fisher College... they would have just kept getting stronger after each crew battle. And even though Quinnipiac could have set themselves up better in that first crew battle by closing it out, ultimately Fisher College won because they were the better players today.
They sure were. And yeah, I think you're spot on with that. I feel like they were so close that first round. Literally, I think just not even changing his direction, just a different smash attack against Mr. E could have done it for them in that first one, which would have set him up to fight Katana with 2 stocks instead of 3. So hard fought. But yeah, once that second round kicked in, Fisher, I think that might have lit a little bit of a fire under him, having it come down to that close, just 1 stock apiece, and they wreaked havoc in round 2. They just really asserted themselves well there. But I don't know if there's another university that would have stood a fighting chance today, but either way, congratulations to Fisher College for sure.
Yeah, it's been the question for years at this point. This roster, which has changed and improved, who is going to be the one to actually take them down? We've seen teams bring them to the brink. Last year in the fall, we saw Northwood in the ECAC finals go to a crew battle number 5 against Fisher, and that was with Sonics in attendance. That's no easy feat.
Wow, that is, yeah.
And yet,
that's tough. But
the next time we saw Fisher and Northwood play, it was a 2-0. And that is the issue. Fisher gets pushed, and they get stronger. And that team who had to work so hard to push Fisher to the brink, now they got to work 2 times harder to even get a chance to do that same thing again. It's never a do it and you're done task, taking down Fisher College. Even if a team does rise up and beat Fisher College, I guarantee you the next time those 2 teams play, it's not going to be pretty. And that is the strength they bring to the table. I mean, looking in the grand scheme of things, we see some very strong players out in the Midwest who could stand a chance. Northwood has been getting stronger. Stony Brook, Quinnipiac even. Quinnipiac, I would not have said they were a Fisher Slayer team in previous seasons. Now I'm thinking they might just be if they come absolutely prepared. But Stony Brook, if they have their full roster here, could stand a fighting chance. Ultimately, though, it's hard to say. Hard to say indeed. And we're going to get some more insight right now, because we're going to head over to Paulie. That's it for the actual gameplay of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, but we've got an interview with Fisher College with Paulie Hype.
Welcome back here to Patriot Place. What an amazing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Final that was. Let's make some noise. Fisher, welcome Fisher College for winning Super Smash Bros. Ultimate as we present you with Staff Sergeant Parson. Here he is to present the Grand Final trophy. Well done. Thank you so much, Staff Sergeant Parson. Appreciate that. Well, here we are with Fisher. You just qualified for the CECC and made through the East region. Got to tell me how the feelings are right now with the team.
Feels pretty good. Game 1 was kind of a little nerve-wracking, so glad we were able to clutch it up.
I love this team. That's all I have to say.
We did have a very close first game, but we did clutch up, so thankful for that. It was just very fun overall. Very thankful for this opportunity.
There's a lot of we, mostly Jude clutched up, but, we did a good job.
All right. Well done. Congratulations. So you're going to be qualifying. You competed. Let's make some noise for Fisher College. Going all the way now to the grand final at the end of the year for Smash. You can relax. You don't have to qualify again. You're going to be going through. Are we going to see any other Fisher teams somehow sneak into the brackets?
I'd be pretty surprised if not, actually.
I figured so. All right. Well, congratulations, Fisher. We'll see you at our grand final event. You've qualified here. You're taking home the trophy. And once again, Fisher dominant in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. When we come back, we'll have some more college action. Kyler, take it away, brother.
A few times now. Mystery trying to make them very cautious about that to make their approach easier, but catches out the jump with the back air, gets so aggressive. Mystery doesn't usually 3-stock people. Sorry. Might be trying to prove us wrong here, but Katana is not...
Great recovery from Katana. That was such a smart up B. The up B out of shield for Mr. E, on the other hand, going to send Katana to the other side of the blast zone and the floor in with a nice 40% combo right there. Is he going to be able to find the up B out of shield? No, he misses it. And with just the teeny tiniest little...
Katana can do it here and now. Execute finally what didn't quite happen those first two stocks. We might see a miracle, but instead it's a tech chase down through the trampoline. I like to see it because Pac-Man, even though he's going to...
So here's the big difference.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the big thing, seeing a lot of guns, and honestly, that's a good idea. If someone's going to throw projectiles at you, you might as well throw a couple back yourself.
Katana playing...
All right, and throwing off stage once again. This is a very, very close game. I can't get as much time as she can for Arson to get out of there, trying to just throw everything but the kitchen sink at him to make sure that meter goes away, because we do not need all that excess damage.
A little bit of a forward smash trade right there.
No
pops
way.
him up with the Mecha Koopa, and then goes
Yo!
back for the finisher. Great.
Yeah, he knows that up smash out of shield is just looming from Jackal, and he can't take any chances at this high percent.
Yeah, not going to get many... Okay, just goes for the full jab on shield.
No!
Jackal doesn't get the punish, and the straight up air is going...
Okay. Call out what he's looking for, and gets a pretty solid combo, 62%.
Goes for that forward smash 2-frame, but that back air...
Makes a lot of sense to be able to just outmaneuver Wolf, but those hitboxes are not too friendly, and that first stock is gonna actually find a kill.
Yeah, no pop-up with that down air, and now Bako is able to catch it out with that, and that means Bako is technically a stock up against Jackal, but you need to preserve these two stocks. And this is the big opportunity for Jackal right here. Catches out the air dodge, 88% in an instant.
Scenario.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. Tech chase right here. Could be the finisher,
wow.
And that's another.
Yeah, he's just like, I can't interact with anything that Tony Pajamas is doing right now. That's a stock. Hey, 5 more to go.
Again, Moat doesn't drop those when...
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's it.
Few times now. Mystery trying to make them very cautious about that to make their approach easier, but catches out the jump with the back air, gets so aggressive. Let's say Mystery doesn't usually 30 stock people. Sorry. Might be trying to prove us wrong here, but Katana is not...
Great recovery from Katana. That was such a smart up B. The up B out of shield for Mr. E, on the other hand, going to send Katana to the other side of the blast zone and the floor in with a nice 40% combo right there. Is he going to be able to find the up B out of shield? No, he misses it. And with just the teeny tiniest little...
Katana can do it here and now. Execute finally what didn't quite happen those first two stocks. We might see a miracle, but instead it's a tech chase down through the trampoline. I like to see it because Pac-Man, even though he's going to...
So here's the big difference.
Yeah.
So here's the big thing, a lot of guns, and honestly, that's a good idea. If someone's going to throw projectiles at you, you might as well throw a couple back yourself.
Katana playing...
All right, and throwing off stage once again. This is a very, very close game. I can't get as much time as you can for Arson to get out of there, trying to just throw everything but the kitchen sink at him to make sure that meter goes away, because we do not need all that excess damage.
A little bit of a forward smash trade right there.
No
pops
way.
him up with the Mecha Koopa, and then goes
Yo!
back for the finisher. Great.
Yeah, he knows that up smash out of shield is just looming from Jackal, and he can't take any chances at this high percent.
Yeah, not going to get many... Okay, just goes for the full jab on shield.
No!
Jackal doesn't get the punish, and the straight up air is going... Okay.
Call out what he's looking for. It gets a pretty solid combo, 62%.
Goes for that forward smash 2-frame, but that back air...
Makes a lot of sense to be able to just outmaneuver Wolf, but those hitboxes are not too friendly, and that first stock is gonna actually find a kill.
Yeah, no pop-up with that down air, and now Bako is able to catch it out with that, and that means Bako is technically a stock up against Jackal, but you need to preserve these two stocks. And this is the big opportunity for Jackal right here. Catches out the air dodge, 88% in an instant.
Scenario.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. Tech chase right here. Could be the finisher,
wow.
And that's another.
Yeah, he's just like, I can't interact with anything that Tony Pajamas is doing right now. That's a stock. Hey, 5 more to go.
Again, Moat doesn't drop those when...
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's it.
Few times now. Mystery trying to make them very cautious about that to make their approach easier, but catches out the jump with the back air, gets so aggressive. Let's say Mystery doesn't usually 30 stock people. Sorry. Might be trying to prove us wrong here, but Katana is not...
Great recovery from Katana. That was such a smart up B. The up B out of shield from Mr. E, on the other hand, going to send Katana to the other side of the blast zone and the in with a nice 40% combo right there. Is he going to be able to find the up B out of shield? No, he misses it. And with just the teeny tiniest little...
Katana can do it here and now. Execute finally what didn't quite happen those first 2 stocks. We might see a miracle, but instead it's a tech chase down through the trampoline. I like to see it because Pac-Man, even though he's going to...
So here's the big difference.
Yeah.
So here's the big thing. Seeing a lot of guns, and honestly, that's a good idea. If someone's going to throw projectiles at you, you might as well throw a couple back yourself.
Katana playing...
All right, and throwing off stage once again. This is a very, very close game. I can need as much time as she can for Arson to get out of there, trying to just throw everything but the kitchen sink at him to make sure that meter goes away, because we do not need all that excess damage.
A little bit of a forward smash trade right there.
No
Pops
way.
him up with the Mega Koopa and then goes
Yo!
back for the finisher. Great.
Yeah, he knows that up smash out of shield is just looming from Jacqueline. He can't take any chances at this high percent.
Yeah, not going to get many. Okay, just goes for the
this
full
could
jab
be
on
this
shield.
Stop. No!
Jackal doesn't get the punish, and the straight up air is going.
An opportunity to call out what he's looking for and gets a pretty solid combo, 62%.
Goes for that forward smash 2-frame, but that back air...
Makes a lot of sense to be able to just outmaneuver Wolf, but those hitboxes are not too friendly, and that first stock is gonna actually find a kill.
Yeah, no pop-up with that down air, and now Bako is able to catch it out with that, and that means Bako is technically a stock up against Jackal, but you need to preserve these 2 stocks. This is the big opportunity for Jackal right here. Catches out the air dodge, 88% in an instant.
Scenario.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. Tech chase right here could be the finisher,
wow.
and that's another.
Yeah, he's just like, I can't interact with anything that Tony Pajamas is doing right now. That's a stock. Hey, 5 more to go.
Again, Moat doesn't drop those when...
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's it.
Few times now. Mystery trying to make them very cautious about that to make their approach easier, but catches out the jump with the back air, gets so aggressive. I'm gonna say Mystery doesn't usually 30 stock people. Sorry. Might be trying to prove us wrong here, but Katana is not...
Great recovery from Katana. That was such a smart up B. The up B out of shield from Mr. E, on the other hand, going to send Katana to the other side of the blast zone and the in with a nice 40% combo right there. Is he going to be able to find the up B out of shield? No, he misses it. And with just the teeny tiniest little...
Katana can do it here and now. Execute finally what didn't quite happen those first 2 stocks. We might see a miracle, but instead it's a tech chase down through the trampoline. I like to see it because Pac-Man, even though he's going to...
So here's the big difference.
Yeah.
So here's the big thing. Seeing a lot of guns, and honestly, that's a good idea. If someone's going to throw projectiles at you, you might as well throw a couple back yourself.
Katana playing...
All right, and throwing off stage once again. This is a very, very close game. I can need as much time as she can for Arson to get out of there, trying to just throw everything but the kitchen sink at him to make sure that meter goes away, because we do not need all that excess damage.
A little bit of a forward smash trade right there.
No
Pops
way.
him up with the Mega Koopa and then goes...
Yo! He knows that up smash out of shield is just looming from Jacqueline. He can't take any chances at this high percent.
Yeah, not going to get many...
Welcome everybody to the CECC East Regional Interview. Welcome everybody to the CECC East interview series. My name is Klutchkey. Joining me right now from the Super Smash Brothers team, the captain of the Quinnipiac University Super Smash team, Jonathan Mason, aka Bako. Right now, Jonathan, thank you very much for joining me. Let me go ahead and go through your team right now as they went through what would be a very interesting series inside of the East Regional Qualifiers, pretty easily inside of Group B, where you would beat both Farmingdale State in the opening round and then Stony Brook 2-0, both sides, to advance into the top 8 bracket and then into the best of ones. And this is where we'll ask a question in a little while. But top 8 bracket, you would beat College of St. Rose there and then lost to New Jersey City College, but still a top 4 performance overall. So first of all, congratulations on making that top 8 bracket, essentially getting the top 4 seed in the region. There's always a question though regarding that best of 1, because it is just a seeding bracket. So, but you guys still played out there. You guys did lose 0-1, I guess, essentially to this New Jersey City College. But really, now that we're getting into this regional, into the East Regional, that's going to turn into a best of 3, otherwise speaking. Do you feel like you guys would have had a better shot to beat NJCU and get a top 2 seed if this was a best of 3?
I think so, yeah. I think we kind of In our match with NJCU, we kind of got cleared out by one of their players, and we didn't really understand. We had to get more data on them. So going into the in-person event, we're definitely going to have a lot more knowledge of the matchup going into it and what that person's capable of and what we can plan for ahead of time. And then also there's the factor of just being in person, because Smash Bros. Online and in person is a very different game to be played. So I think that we're definitely going to take into account, like, hey, this guy was playing this character online, and maybe he got away with some things that usually he might not get away with in person. So we're just going to try to focus on that and make sure that we can actually beat them in order to actually make it to nationals.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll talk about that in a sec here, because you will get that chance to play against NJCU and the six other schools you'll get to see down there at CECC LAN. But speaking of the LAN, you go ahead and get a chance to go to a LAN that's outside of your territory, outside of Connecticut over there in Foxborough, Massachusetts, at the Helix Esports Arena. Now, I know you guys have been to Atlantic City before for your conference championships and all that, but really, what's it going to be like for you guys to experience this kind of LAN outside of your home territory?
I think we're pretty comfortable with it at this point, because this past September we actually took a trip up to Riptide in Ohio, and we flew out there to compete in their collegiate crew bracket, and we've been to nationals for CECC before. I think we've been there twice at this point, and we went to the East region last year as well. So I think that at this point, I think everybody on our team is extremely comfortable with traveling and going out of region for that sort of thing. And I think the main thing is just going to be, as per usual, just making sure that we aren't staying up until 2 in the morning in the hotel, like messing around, and we actually get a good night of sleep, and we're ready to go the next morning. But I think we're used to it at this point, but I think we're definitely excited for more opportunities to play in person.
Yeah, remember, folks, sleep is always important. That's a big point out to everybody out there, no matter if you're an esports player or not. That's the number one thing. So let me go actually talk about what you guys have done recently within your school. But first, I want to point out an article that comes out back in 2021, or actually earlier this year, really. But back in 2021, the esports arena at the school did open up, and then now, according to the school's website, it's basically one of the best in the nation, and really featured by an industry magazine. So really, what's it like as a player in the Super Smash Brothers community, in the university and the team itself? What's it like to really have that arena to yourselves, and then really how great is that support for the school?
Yeah, I think it's actually quite it. It used to be like in my freshman year, we used to be playing out of like some random room in the student center, and sometimes we'd be playing on a Wi-Fi hotspot. And going from that to this one space has been like a huge difference, especially like with trying to get our stream running. And we're not always the best with like certain aspects of the stream, like making sure we always have commentators or anything like that, but we're constantly trying to improve it. And we constantly trying to get more equipment. Like we recently just got this new capture card that all works over the network, and we can essentially just get rid of all the cables that are like lying across the floor in the middle of the walkway. And then we also got some new microphones that make it a lot easier for us to have commentators. Like even if they're in a separate room, the signal can still get over to the stream computer, and we can still have really good audio quality. And it's just like the school is always like willing to help us with these things, and I think it's just really awesome that we can focus less on like we can focus more on production, and also focus more on just like playing the game well every day, and coming in, making sure we perform.
Yeah, you sound like a guy that really should have been in this article here, and you were in this article that I'm about to bring up here. This one's next article I'm going to mention is from the Quinnipiac Chronicle, featuring your team. It's titled, for those that want to check this out, it's titled "How the QU Super Smash Bros. Team Marketed and Recruited Its Way to National Esports Relevance." Check that out. That one's written by Riley Millette back in January 31st of this year, and you were actually in this article, and you basically sounded like you were in this article already, because you did mention the production side. But I want to go back to a quote that you did say, and it was about the MAC championship. You were quoted saying, "It was so much joy. I wasn't really thinking anything at the time. It was just so much excitement." That was when you guys did win that MAC championship. So let me go ahead and ask you, because you talked about all these different LAN experiences and how you guys went to Ohio for Riptide, where you guys went to all these different places already, CECC Nationals. But really, what do you as a captain, and really as a team in general, take away from all these different LAN experiences that you guys have, and bring it forward to the rest of your season?
I think the main thing that we are taking away at the moment is that everyone's going to have a different kind of day at an in-person event. Basically, there are some times like where we go to these in-person events and like maybe like one of our players is like he's not feeling his best. So I think we've kind of been like we're able to recognize like when each of us is like actually like how in tune we are with each other, and we realize, hey, at this moment I'm going to do something huge here, or maybe at this moment I was like I need some help. And so I think the major takeaway we get is just like, how do we constantly adjust to the different days that end up happening with the LAN? Because all the planning in the world can't like account for there's like maybe one day like you're just dropping this one combo and you're screwing everything up, and you gotta kind of have to like realize like how to adjust to that like very quickly and make sure that you're ready for it when it might happen in the next LAN. And I think something that's like really improved recently is just like even if like one of our players like can't make it to like an in-person event, we have people that are able to be slotted in immediately, and I'm able to help them adjust to whatever our current strategy is, and I'm able to adjust my own strategy to make sure that we're doing well at all these in-person events.
Yeah, let me talk about that strategy that you just mentioned, because obviously there's a lot of commonalities with 3v3s and all these different events. You're not doing singles in this event rather, but it's not a 3v3 coming up for CECC. It's a 4v4. So it really it adds another player to the formula that you guys are going to have to come up with in the CECC land. So talk to me, what do you usually look at when you make up these strategies? It's more on the fly. Obviously, it's probably going to be more on the fly, but what do you think during the match, and how do you think you're going to counter with what players you've got?
So generally what I will usually do is I think the most important thing for your strategy is like who you're going to send first into that match. And I think that I try to look at historically what my players have been good against and what they're bad against. And then also just like on paper, what is this matchup with this character and what am I prepared for? So like if I have a person that's playing Bowser Jr., for example, because one of our players does, and there are 3 Palutena players on the other team, I'm not going to send them first because obviously they've gotten better at the matchup, but like they still struggle with it a lot, and they might not be the best choice to send first. I might send somebody else. And then also I think the thing with counterpicking that people got to realize is that even I always try to look at it like how much value you can get off of a counterpick. So there are sometimes like, for example, if somebody has 1 stock remaining and you have like the perfect counterpick lined up for that, however you know the other team has something to counterpick against that with, then maybe I'm not going to do the best character on that character, because it's just like if I go in on 1 stock Incineroar or something and they send in a snake player, then I'm already kind of screwed, and I'm going to be locked basically that 1 stock I took from getting put in then. So I think it's just like a lot of like, hey, what's coming down the line, and how do I make sure that I can make sure that my players stay in for as long as possible, and make sure that we aren't giving them free counter picks, essentially.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is what you call a beautiful mind in the terms of a Super Smash Brothers captain. So, Jonathan Mason again, Baco from Quinnipiac University, joining us here, the captain for them. And so, let me go on to the CECC land itself now. 8 teams, like we've been saying, including you guys, fighting for really only 1 spot in that CECC finals come 2024 next year. Really, what do you guys have in your mind, and what do you, as a captain and as a team, have to do to get that 1 spot in your mind?
I think what we have to do is just kind of recognize that it's not the end of the world if we don't get it, but it's just like it's at the top of our list of our goals. I think that if we consider it as something that if we put it so high on our list of things to do, then we're just gonna, when we're playing the game, we're not gonna really consider other things. I feel like in order to get it in a way, I think we actually have to ignore it a little bit, because we just have to play each match like as if the next one is going to be the one that's going to get us into nationals. And I think that if we just focus on the game itself and just kind of like put the national stuff aside, I think we'll probably do a lot better in that way.
Yeah, and I mean, let me talk about that real quick because you're saying you're looking at this really. I mean, essentially, you're looking at this more or less one game at a time. And so, when you talk about all the teams that are there again, you're fighting against 7 other teams for this one spot from the East Regional at Helix Esports Arena in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Do you have a particular team in your minds that you guys want to really keep a close eye on, even if you're not playing them, or really just another team that you guys want to throw hands with, essentially, just maybe fight in the ring?
I don't think it would happen because of how the bracket seems to be seated. I actually just really want to play University of Hartford, because this past spring I hosted a LAN at Quinnipiac that invited all of the CT schools together, and a lot of my top players couldn't make it that weekend, and I was basically running myself and a bunch of substitutes. And we had just like barely lost to UHeart with that team, and I'm just like, I need to get all my like best guys there and just like absolutely destroy them. So that's the one team I really want to play, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen with the bracket. And then aside from that, I just really want the run back on NJCU, because I think we could have done that, but the whole best of 1 thing and us getting kind of caught off guard a little bit really kind of messed with us that day.
Oh, Hartford and NJC, you better watch out, especially if Hartford's especially if the bracket changes up and you got Hartford on your side of the corner. Then Hartford's got some hands to throw here. But let me go ahead and ask you. You guys were talking about mainly the getting to the finals. You've been there before, but now this is a chance for you to get it very early on. A chance for you guys to get that one spot into the finals early on, to lock that in. What would it mean for you and your team to not only be the champions of what this could be a very tough East Regional, but also get a chance to play yet again in the 2024 finals in CECC?
I think it would just mean a lot for us in that, like, we constantly are able to prove that we are one of the top teams at Quinnipiac, because obviously we just our hockey team just won the nationals, and all the eyes are on them. But basically winning this East region out kind of would just basically mean to us, like, hey, we're here, and we are probably just as good as the hockey team is, and we will continue to be just as good as the hockey team is. And being able to compete in nationals and maybe hopefully win the title at the nationals if we get that far, just makes it feel like, hey, we're not just like a one-trick school that just does hockey, and we now have esports that's going to be just as good.
And Jonathan Mason again, Baco from the Super Smash Brothers team, the captain from Quinnipiac, joining me right now. And so before we'll wrap things up right here, but before we do, any shout outs you want to give maybe to your team, teammates, coach, staffs, whoever you want to give a shout out to from Quinnipiac?
I'm going to give a shout out to our main contact and advisor, Michael Medina. He does pretty much everything that we could ever want him to, and probably a little bit more. And we don't have like the only thing that we really don't have the resources for right now is like a full-time director position. But even if we don't have like a full-time director of esports, he is still like taking up that mantle and decided to put in so many hours that like beyond what he's probably required to do, just because he has so much passion for growing the program. And I just think that, I would hope that every school has somebody like Mike Medina that's out there rooting for them with all the administrators. And I think he's just awesome guy. So yeah, shout out to Mike Medina.
You can also check out in the article that I mentioned earlier. Mr. Medina also was on that article from the Quinnipiac Chronicle on how the QU Super Smash Bros. Team marketed and recruited its way to national esports relevance. Check that out again, back from January 31st from Riley Millette. But yeah, great words from Mr. Medina over there. I wanted to quote him, but we're running out of time here. So thank you very much, Jonathan. I appreciate your time, and good luck to your teams here in the East Regional. And I'm sure down the road we'll see you guys back at the CECC finals.
Yep, sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan Mason Baco from the Quinnipiac University Super Smash Brothers team, the captain. There, we'll see if the university can make some noise and get themselves an early spot from the CECC East Regional into the finals in 2024.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided.
I decided. Decide to lead as an Army officer.
Welcome, everybody, to the CECC East Regional Interview Series. My name is Clutchy. Joining me right now from Harrisburg, the head coach of the Rocket League team, Nico, joining us. Nico, thank you very much for joining me. Let me go ahead and recap the Group D that you guys had, or recap the recon that you guys had over the East qualifiers. Start off in Group D, a first loss to Iona, but that wasn't a very close matchup, mind you, 3-2. So it seemed like you guys had maybe a little bit of an easier step against College of St. Rose, 3-1, and then after that, beating Syracuse in another close game in 3-2 in a decider match, would move on to the top 16 bracket. You guys would need one more win to make the East Regional, which you guys get in a pretty easy fashion, I guess you could say, in a sweep, 3-0 over Staten Island. And then we get to the brackets zone. You would get your revenge on Iona 3-1, but then losing to Stockton 3-2. So really, you guys are no strangers to 3-2 in all, apparently, for your team during the weekend. Lost the very first game to 3-2 to Iona. So really, for you as the coach, what was the talks behind the scenes to get you guys motivated for the next match after a very long series like that?
Well, I mean, in any series, I've learned just by working with these guys that we are a late series team. It takes us a little bit of time to really get warmed up and adapt to our opponents. And that's how we like to play. We like to analyze the field, see what we can use against them, find the weaknesses, find our strengths. Remember how we like to play the game, and not just adapt to whatever their play style they're playing. We have a set way of playing, so it's just to make sure that we go back to our foundations and how we want to play the game. But sometimes it takes us until those game fives for that to kick in again and be like, okay, let's close this out and play our game.
Yeah, let me talk about that real quick, because you guys, it seems like, you guys like to go the long distance games, but I guess everybody would like to see a long series is always fun, but I guess for you guys it's more fun than normal. But for after you guys lost to Iona 3-2, it would be a really good streak of 4 wins in a row that gets you guys not only into the CECC land spot, but a top 4 seeded. That's a really, what was the reaction from the group knowing that you guys had just made sort of this kind of big comeback and then making that spot into the final, or making the spot into the East Regional?
Yeah, we had a really slow start, honestly. We did have a player filling in for the first round, as we did not have T. Carell actively playing in that first match. So we did have to kind of make a little bit of a run back, but that was completely fine. They were really expecting to be able to come back in our pool anyways, or in our group. But they're really excited to come to the land and compete with some other good teams like Stockton and Nichols are looking really good right now too. So we're excited to come and play against them on land. It might be completely different outcomes, next time we see them. So.
Yeah, and I mean, let me go to what the CCC regional is for you guys. It's going to be 8 teams, obviously, fighting for that one spot for the CECC East, and not only that, a spot for the CECC Finals come 2024. I do want to talk about one team going to the East Regional as well, and that is Iona, that you guys did lose to in the first round, 3-2, but then beat in 3-1 in the second round. I mean, that must have been pretty good to come back against the team that beat you in the very first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we knew it. We had to change. And so, we just adapted and came back stronger second time.
Yeah, big plays from you guys there. As again, we're talking with Nico from the head coach of the Rocket League team out there in Harrisburg. So let me get to this. You guys are really no strangers to LAN events, and this one hosted in the region of Foxborough, Massachusetts. Really, what is your mindset for? What do you have the mindset for your team, and then for the regional? And does this one feel any different from what you guys have been to before?
Well, this is technically actually our second LAN as a team. Our first one was the Hugh Invitational that we hosted at Harrisburg. So we called it a LAN, but it was on our home turf. So this is our first experience as a team actually going somewhere to play on LAN. But they are really excited. We always really come in with high energy at LAN. We saw that at Hugh. We just played really well against some very high level teams, and I think we got the LAN ice in our veins for Foxborough. So.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are coming in with a lot of momentum, I guess you could say, with the top 4 start. And actually, you guys are going to come in with a CRL ranking. According to Colleague right now, you guys are ranked 32 out of the top 48 teams in the entire nation. So do you guys look at that at all from a poll standpoint? Do you guys look at that as, hey, we're the top, but we can get even better? Is that something that you guys keep your eye on?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I always check those rankings, and I'm close with all the people who do the polls as well. So it's kind of fun to stay up to date with who is who's fighting for those top spots. But looking at that list, we really think we're inside the top 32, maybe even inside the top 20 if we perform to our best right now. So yeah.
Yeah, and as a coach as well, I mean, I know in regular sports as well, when you have these polls that come out, some coaches will say we pay attention to them, or we may not pay attention to them at all. It's just a number. So for you guys, I mean, as a team as a whole, do you take that as motivation, or do you take that as some sort of just kind of ignore it a little bit, just play our game?
We absolutely use it as motivation. It adds a little fuel to the fire, you know. We think we are definitely a one of the top contending teams, and like I said, it just depends on our performance. We want if we're able to lock it down, we truly believe that we're up there in ranking. So we use that as motivation as this semester goes on, and as those kind of rankings continue to adjust, we'll find our spot.
Yeah, again, and let's talk about the next part here, which is the line itself. When you guys go up to Foxborough for what you said is your second line, which is a great thing. I mean, for the second line to be outside of what you guys are normally used to, not at Harrisburg, but now you guys are going to go out to that Helix Esports Arena. For you as a coach, what do you want to take out of this for your team and for your players' experience in general?
I mean, a land experience is always a great opportunity to, connect with other players at other schools as well. And I think that's extremely valuable for any student to be able to go to this, have an experience where, you get to maybe play on stage or just play in that environment where you also have a live crowd, people, friends around you. I love those environments as well because I get to connect with other coaches and other directors and have those conversations that really benefit both of, both my program and theirs. We learn from each other. And I hope that the players take advantage of that and, do the same thing.
Yeah, and you talk about talking with other coaches, other teams as well. But for you as a coach now, let's we move away maybe from the friendship for a little while, but maybe get into the gameplay just a little bit now because there are 7 other teams fighting for that one spot. Is there a team that you as a coach are keeping your eye on, or maybe that you think your team wants to just go ahead and go into the field and throw hands with?
I think, like I said, it's Nichols and Stockton. Really, I mean, we fell to Stockton in the semifinals of the bracket for seeding, and we think we should have won that, but we were also really burned out at that point, so we did not play our best. So we want to come back, and be able to take that series back. But also Nichols looks like the strongest team right there, in my opinion. So we want to go up against them with everything we've got, and prove that we can take them down.
Yeah, and you talk about a little bit of a burnout maybe for the entire weekend. I mean, this is going to be 2 days of just intense gameplay and intense Rocket League that's going to eventually lead up to a spot in the CECC East Regional. As a coach, how do you try to keep that mentality up? How do you try to keep them from kind of burning out in this situation?
We just really need to pace ourselves, and it's kind of a balance because you always want to come in with a lot of energy and high energy, but we know that there's going to be multiple matches throughout both days, so we really need to pace ourselves. Play smart, not just go in and waste all of our energy at the beginning of a series. We know there's going to be like I said, a kind of a long timeline of games that we're going to need to play our best in. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult, but I think we'll be able to maintain our energy throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, and if you are able to maintain your energy, obviously getting through that entire bracket would be great. And like I've been saying, that one spot for the CECC East Regional guaranteed if you win it all and to move on to the CECC Finals come 24. What would it mean for you and your team to win out in this region as well as getting a spot on eventually into the finals come 24?
I think it would mean a lot. I mean, I know the CECC is kind of one of those opportunities to really prove yourself against the best teams from all the regions. So that's the goal, is to get through this East region, make it to next year at the finals, and like I said, prove ourselves as a team because I think we have a lot to offer as a team, and I think we can really show our potential right here at this regional.
Nico from the Rocket League team from Harrisburg, head coach there. So before we wrap things up, coach, anything, any shout outs you want to give maybe to your team, teammates, or players, anybody that, or staff, even anybody at Harrisburg that you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other coaches, Tanner and Ian, our lead coach and our Valorant coach, they've been doing a great job as well. Our Valorant team will also be there at CECC, so I'm excited to watch them perform as well. Shout out to our director Mike for helping us organize everything and just kind of getting a great start to the year.
And so a great start to the year as well. Like you said, 2 teams that are going to be headed up to CECC. One of them will be Rocket League. So, coach, we'll see you up there for the LAN, and good luck to you and your team as you head into the regional.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Nico, the head coach of the Rocket League team in Harrisburg. We'll see if in the CECC finals here, they appear in the CECC East Regional. We'll see if they make a lot of noise coming up.
All right, I'm here with Zitong Wang from Temple University's in the ROTC. How are you, sir?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm so glad you had some time to come here and talk to me about gaming and the ROTC. What are you studying there?
Currently studying to be a teacher for middle school grades and early education.
Oh, wow. Okay. So middle school teacher. Now, what drove you to want to be a middle school teacher? Do you have family that's middle school teachers or any other in education?
Yes, actually. So my family originates from lines of teachers and basically soldiers as well. So my great uncle is head of education in his respective province in China. And my mom taught kindergarten. My dad was in the military, and my grandparents also taught, when during their time in China. So I do come from a long line of teachers and service members.
You have military background, you have education background, a military background as a guest from your family in China?
Yes, and also before I joined ROTC, I also joined the Army National Guard. I'm in a dual
Wow.
program anyway, so I'm in the Guard and also doing ROTC.
Are you in your 20s? Are you older?
I'm 23, yes.
Okay. So you did the Army National Guard like when you're 18?
No, it was during COVID because I didn't really want to pay for school, so I said, yeah, I'll just join the Army.
That's a great incentive, right? We'll talk about that definitely for sure. Do you do any like student teaching yet?
I have taught summer schools and I have taught English to newly come immigrants at my local church for a few times for community service.
Tell me a little bit about what your daily life is, what your daily routine is with being a student with ROTC. What does that look like for you?
Well, what it comes down to is time management, right? I think pre-COVID, I was not really good with time management, but as I joined the Army, there's a lot of time, like hit times that you got to reach, a lot of time management that you got to go through. So I think that has taught me throughout time. So I didn't really have any issues after COVID hit and after I joined the National Guard to basically plan out my schedule. So 1 hour I'm doing this, 1 hour I'm doing that. And I think, yeah, that's just time management, I think, that I learned from the military.
Now, it's time management wise, when do you have time to play the new Modern Warfare 3?
Oh, I always have time. I always have time to find, the games are 10 minutes, 10 minutes. I always have 10 minutes, lunch break, I'm eating lunch and I'm, destroying noobs.
How can the Army ROTC support you in your career goals with education?
So in the military, there's the team playing asset, right? You have to work with other people. That is the main part I'm focusing on, is the working with other people, right? Because in the education field, you have to work with other teachers, you have to work with kids, you have to work with other people, their parents. So there's a lot of social aspect that the Army provides for me personally that I can learn from, right? Learn from other people, how to interact with certain people. Because, sometimes people can be difficult, especially parents that are not happy with the way that you're grading their kids. So there's sometimes that you have to defuse some situations, how to act in certain situations. And I think the Army has taught me a great deal of that, how to interact with people, basically.
When you were joining the ROTC, did they talk about other possible careers out there? I guess when I think about these students that are watching, they're techie, they're gamers like us. What are some other career opportunities out there that potentially ROTC or U.S. Army, what can they provide for students?
So when I first joined the military, I told my mom. My mom thought, she watched a lot of movies. She just thinks that military is just kicking down doors,
Kick that puppy open.
roping down from helicopters, jumping out of airplanes. But actually, that's not true. Most of the Army jobs were MOSs, as the military refers to it. Logistics, there's intelligence, there's cyber, there's mechanics. For me, I'm a technician. I repair radars and I basically fix the air traffic towers that you see in airfields. So that gave me a lot of certificates that I can work on the civilian sector, which is, by the way, it will cost you years to study on the civilian side.
So where do you see yourself in the next 5 to 10 years after college, getting through all your schooling? Where do you want to be?
So right now, I'm projected to teach middle school at my old middle school. That's played a big role in my life, so I would like to go back and basically serve them the way they helped me. And with the Army ROTC, I probably will commission into my unit as an aviator. Basically, I will fly helicopters with them. And yeah, I think that's about it. Part-time helicopter flyer and full-time teacher.
Man, any last words of advice for those students out there that are thinking about potentially joining Army ROTC or doing stuff in college around the military?
I'll definitely say give it a try. I never saw myself joining the military and liking it, but once I joined, it's just the tip of the iceberg what the Army can offer you, right? Just go deep, go research what jobs there are in the military besides just kicking down doors and flying helicopters. There are so many opportunities. There's hundreds of jobs that will give you hundreds of certifications in different fields. So yes, I will definitely go and check out those jobs.
Zitong Wang, thank you so much for taking the time here from Temple University to talk to us about careers in the Army ROTC and a little bit of Call of Duty. I appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for interviewing me and giving me the opportunity.
All right, I'm here with Sergeant First Class Anthony Niski. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm excited to learn more about what you do and talk about some video games as
Mhm.
well as the Army. So, what is your career in the Army?
I spent 9 years as a tanker, which is a 19 kilo. That's a M1 armor crewman. After that, I reclassed to 42 Alpha, which is human resources. And currently, I'm a recruiter down in Malden, Massachusetts.
And how long you been doing the recruiting role?
For about 2 months. I'm pretty new at it.
Now, I hear you're a gamer as well.
Yes. I've been playing video games, since I was a little kid. What I remember, my first console was PS1, graduated to the PS2, wanted a PS3 eventually, never got it. And then I played my buddy's Xbox. Then I fell in love with Xbox, started being an Xbox fanboy. I've been Xbox ever since. Had the 360, the One X, the Series X, and now I'm on PC and Xbox. So it's been a ride.
So you're a convert from Sony to Microsoft. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What was the first game you played on PS1?
I want to say Spyro, like the old Spyro game.
What was the game you got into when you played Xbox?
What brought me to Xbox? I want to say it was Gears of War.
What game are you playing the most in the past few years or months?
Right now, I'm still trying to figure out Starfield. Just came out. Trying to dive into that. It's a lot. Gamers know Bethesda. There's so much to do. You can get lost. Honestly, right now, I'm playing a lot of like classic PC games. Like Half-Life, Half-Life 2, all those little games I'm trying to go back and experience. Haven't had in the past because I just switched to PC recently, so it's been nice.
Starfield is a very go find a quest, turn in a quest, shoot some people, go do another quest, turn in a quest, shoot some people, turn in a quest. Oh, I got a new quest. I'm on a quest. This guy wants me to do another quest, so I got to do this quest while I'm doing that quest. I'm gonna get lost. We got 10 quests.
Yep.
So I played it for 2 days.
You got to unload your inventory.
Let's talk about Army and gaming and esports. Can you tell a little more about what you know about the U.S. Army doing things in gaming and esports? What can you shed some light on that?
So yeah, the Army has an esports team. They travel all over the world. Competitions. Everybody in the esports teams, they are soldiers. They have military jobs. They serve part of the team as the esports team for a couple of years. I talked to one of the guys over here in the Boston Fan Expo. They get like 6 hours a day to practice, and then they get paid to be a gamer. They're a professional gamer with the U.S. Army, so it's a good time.
What are some ways that they can find out more information about careers in the Army?
So, if you go to GoArmy.com, Army has over 200 jobs to choose from, and they're actually they're categorized by interest. So, like arts, technology, music. You can go on the website. You can see what you like. There's also like a job finder. It's kind of like a test. You can click on your interest, and it'll find a job that suits you.
Now, I read that you're working towards your bachelor's degree in IT, and you've traveled all over, it looks like. So what are the benefits of the Army? You've seen, and what other people could see?
So like I've been over the world. I've traveled to Europe. I've been overseas, Iraq, Afghanistan. I've experienced different cultures, different food. Different people, because as a person and as a human being, you grow from that and you see what other people have, and then you see what you have. So definitely makes you think different about that.
Sergeant First Class Anthony Niski, thank you so much for taking time to do the interview today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. It was a good time. I had a blast talking about this.
The East Regional is coming up as we welcome you into the interview series. Joining me right now from Nichols College, the Green Team, K Frost from the Rocket League team. K Frost, thank you for joining me in this interview. Let's go through the recap real quickly of your team so far. Perfect, by the way, through Group B, a total of 6-0, sweeping in the round of 16 against Lebanon Valley to get into the top 8. So that gets you into the regional already. But the path to the regional even better, because you guys were perfect all throughout the tournament, except for one game loss, which I'm sure you guys are pretty peeved about. That one game loss to the University of Delaware. But in the end, you guys do earn that number 1 seed over Stockton. So first of all, congratulations on getting the number 1 seed heading into this Eastern Regional. Really, let me know, what was the reaction of the team knowing that you guys are going to be that number 1 seed heading into this weekend?
We're honestly excited. This is going to be our second LAN as a team, having Polar here in the United States. He is from England, so it's kind of exciting to bring someone new onto the roster. And, our second time going to LAN, and Drew, or Pyros, he's very new to the scene. So us going to this event is exciting, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, let me talk about that LAN real quick because it is going to be a LAN tournament coming up at the Helix Esports Arena in Foxborough, Massachusetts, which really kind of does mean that you guys have this home state advantage, if you will. I mean, you got it's going to be in Massachusetts, it's going to be near Patriot State, their Gillette Stadium. It's going to be really in your home state. So, do you guys feel like having this tournament at that LAN scenario in your home state kind of giving you that home feeling advantage?
Oh yeah, it's only like an hour away from us, so we can easily just drive there and then drive back in the mornings and nights. So we can sleep in our beds where other teams have to sleep in a hotel. So we kind of have that advantage on other people. So it's gonna be good.
Yeah, it feels much better being at home than having to be in a hotel for some time. So I do get your point there. So let me go ahead and go jump to your other parts of the season right now, because you guys are also playing in the CRL Fall 2023 East League. And really, the big thing about this is if you compare the East League to this East Regional, none of the teams that you guys have seen in this East League are going to be participating in this regional here for CECC. So do you guys kind of feel like not playing any of those teams in your league kind of is a good thing, or maybe it's a bad thing, or is there some kind of interesting fact to know about that you not playing either one of the teams on either side?
So competing with the teams in CRL, they're very competitive. They're very good. I'd say that Stockton is one of those teams that should have qualified. So I think Stockton is going to be our biggest opponent moving into it. Harrisburg as well. I think Harrisburg has a lot to, a lot of competition to bring, and we're ready for it. We're ready for everything that these teams throw at us. But I just say that Stockton and Harrisburg are just the two teams that we're looking out for in this tournament.
Yeah, another question I was going to ask is which teams do you have a particular eye on? So you get that out of the way, and you've got Harrisburg as well as Stockton as one of your eyes on. You guys did beat Stockton 3-0. So I mean, knowing that you guys do have your eyes on them, although you did beat them in the regional, I mean, is that something that you guys are kind of have a mental preparedness for, that maybe you shouldn't take any game pretty lightly?
Honestly, we've been playing a lot of Rocket League lately, like an unhealthy amount as a team, and all these teams I don't think have been grinding harder than we have. So we're gonna dominate this LAN, I feel like.
Do you feel like that amount of unhealthy Rocket League is going to be healthy going into this regional? I have a feeling that maybe you saying unhealthy is what you could call good practice, if you will, heading into this.
Yeah, we we do take breaks as a team. We do have off days, so just scrims and VODs and overall team practice have been great. We're all focusing on each other, our weaknesses, our strengths. We're all building up team chem outside of the game. It's just been really good, and the atmosphere here at Nichols is amazing.
Yeah, I feel like you guys are going to be number one seed. I can't say more than that for this regional, as we're joined by K Frost here from Nichols College, the green team for the Rocket League scenario in East Regional. We go on now to basically what is going to be the regional, and really there's only one spot to fight for here for the CECC finals coming up in 2024. To win the regional, what is your guys' mindset going to be going into this LAN coming up the weekend?
Honestly, it's one game at a time. We've been having trouble with kind of resetting ourselves, and we're getting way better at that now. And like having CRL next week, it's kind of like a great prep for it. So we'll be ready for the LAN.
And to preface this, folks, he does say next week in that so I do want to preface this by saying these videos are recorded, these interviews are recorded as well. So there is scheduling all over the place, but knowing that CRL is coming up as well as the CECC, I mean, really, this is going to be a couple of exciting weekends for you guys. And I know you, let's go back to that unhealthy amount, but you guys are playing a good amount and very well off Rocket League as well, knowing you guys played some competitive league in that CRL East region. Do you feel like that East League is going to help you guys out going into the East Regional, and how so?
I mean, we've been playing the Titan schools like WVU and Northwood. Next week we have St. Clair, Ole Miss. Like we are so ready. Like all these teams are just pushing us to our limit, and they're just seeing how far we can get for next week.
And then knowing that you guys are going to be the number one seed here, what's kind of been the support like from your school, or from the rest of your teammates and the rest of the entire esports program?
Well, I think we have a good community at our school, like that supports the esports program. And every time I'm passing through the halls of my dorm, it's like, yo, is that the esports team? And it's a pretty good feeling. And our director is amazing. He treats us with the utmost respect, and he really tries to benefit us in a positive way. The athletic program is awesome. They help us out when we can. So overall, like the support that we're getting as a program is amazing.
That's great. That's great. It's always great to hear about support within a program, especially for esports now. What would it mean for you and your team? I know you said you have a teammate from England that came on over here as well, but now you guys are going to compete in a land that potentially puts you into a grand scenario, a grand final scenario, if you will, in the CECC finals coming up in 2024. For you guys to get that one spot into the CECC finals guaranteed next year, what would that mean for you and your team?
Honestly, we've been looking forward to it. We saw last year's and it was awesome. Like our teammate Drew, or Pyros, this is his second LAN, like I said, and he doesn't have that experience, but we are just so excited as a team to potentially qualify for that bigger tournament.
And again, joined by K-Frost here from Nichols College. One last thing before we go, any shout outs you want to give to your team, to the staff there, anybody that you want to give a shout out to before we wrap things up?
Just shout out to overall Nichols. It's a great experience, great campus, great res life. I can't complain. My coach is awesome. Shout out to him, and my teammates. They're the goats.
K-Frost there with your recruitment for Nichols College. We thank you very much for joining us, and good luck in the East Regional, and good luck as that #1 seed.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
K-Frost joining us here from Nichols College. We'll see if the #1 seed can make some noise and lock up the one spot going to CECC Finals in 2024.
I wasn't born a leader.
It wasn't given to me.
I couldn't buy it.
How'd I get here?
I decided.
I decided.
I decided. Decide to lead as an Army officer.
I'm here with Cadet Mills from Northeastern University. How are you today, sir?
Doing well, thank you. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm glad you're here. We're going to talk a little about the ROTC, maybe some video games. Are you a gamer by chance?
I'm not, no. I don't have enough time. Too busy studying.
Have you played any video games when you were younger at all?
Yeah, I used to play Minecraft. A buddy of mine, we used to play Minecraft a lot.
What are you studying at Northeastern?
Studying mechanical engineering.
And what do you want to do with that? That sounds amazing.
I'm not too sure. I might do some combat engineering when I'm in the Army. After that, might work for a defense contractor. I'm not too sure. We'll see where it takes me.
Tell me more about what being a cadet is and ROTC and what that means to you, and we'll dive a little deeper as well.
When you're a cadet during ROTC, you're basically a full-time student. And then on the side, you're going to be doing one extra class. You're going to be taking a military science class with your professor of military science or some other teacher who has been in the Army for a while usually. But you're just a normal student, and then you're taking an extra class. It's pretty sweet. And then you'll do some additional physical training in the mornings. Pretty good time, yeah.
Now, did you have family or parents in the military before? What led you to join the ROTC?
I had some distant relatives, so great-grandfathers served in the Army, but not my parents, no.
What was the catalyst for you saying, I want to join the ROTC? Was there something, was it student loans? What was the really factor for you saying yes to it?
I spent the first year of my college experience, I was playing lacrosse for Northeastern and was really enjoying it, but it just felt like I wanted to do something more after college, so I met someone who was in the program. He started talking to me about it, and it sounded really, fulfilling. You're set up with a job right after college if all goes well. I'm pretty excited for it. It's a great opportunity and a great way to give back to a country that I love.
Yeah, talk me through what the next few years look like for you.
I'm a junior now. My degree will be having me graduate after 5 years of college. So I've got a little bit of time. We don't find out what branch we're going to go to until our MS4 year, which is usually with a 4-year college, would be your senior year. But for me, it'll be my 5th year. When I am in my last year, you'll be figuring out your assignments, where you're going, what branch in the Army you'll be going into. For me right now, I don't know, but I know that I'm probably gonna try and go infantry. If that doesn't work out, then I might try and go to a combat engineering, which would be blowing stuff up and doing maybe cybersecurity, something cool like that,
Is there any advice you could give them about maybe joining the ROTC or maybe what benefits you see?
If you or anyone wants more to do and wants to give back to a community that they care about, it's a great opportunity. It's a way for you to thank the people in your community. I came from a small town, and I want to sort of give back to the community and the country as a whole. You do some pretty cool stuff. I'm only, this is my second year in the program, and this past summer I was jumping out of a Black Hawk helicopter. It's pretty awesome. You do some cool stuff. You meet people that you never would otherwise from all parts of the country and even parts of the world. So, it's a great way to sort of open your eyes to what's around you. Do some pretty cool stuff while you're at it.
Cadet Mills, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. I've learned a lot, and I hope that you have an amazing rest of your week.
Thanks, you too. I appreciate talking to you.
Welcome, everybody, to the CECC East Regional Interview Series. My name is Clutchkey, and joining me right now from Alvernia University is Seth, the DPS from the Overwatch 2 team that did make it into the top 8. Seth, thank you very much for joining us. Let me go ahead and jump right into this because we do want to recap what your guys' progression to get to the top 8 was. And let's start off with your group beating Bentley 3-0. You guys had a pretty easy series going into this, beating Bentley 3-0. In that next game, the winners matchup, beating NYU Violet Legion 3-0, which would advance you into the top 8 region. And then in the bracket would lose a very close game, mind you, to Penn State in that series in the first game 3-2. So let me go ahead and ask you this. You guys made it out of the group immediately, pretty easily as well in 6-0 fashion, and then went right into that 5-game series in day 2 against Penn State. Really knowing that that was a 3-2, how badly do you guys want to play against Penn State come East Regional weekend?
I mean, if we got the chance to play Penn State again, we would take it like right now. But we would sit everybody down and play right now. I'm not even sure they're going to be at this LAN event, but if they are, we'd like to play them as soon as we get there. So we're very confident we can beat them.
Yeah, and so let me ask you about that. You guys are super. It sounds like you guys know that you guys can beat them yet again. It's a new season. We'll talk about that later on as well. But I mean, you guys we're in a Game 5 series. Game 5 tensions can be really stressful. What was the reaction after that game? I know you guys are confident. What was the reaction right after that game? Game 5, thinking going into the top 8, going into this regional. What do you think is going to change for you guys coming up?
I think it's confidence. That weekend, our coach wasn't there. We played a lot of games. We played in the tournament as well. We were tired out, but we're very confident going into this LAN. We've practiced a lot. We've improved a lot over this semester, and we're very confident that we can come out on top in this LAN.
It appears there's a conga line going on between. I don't know if you're in your esports arena or if you guys are on a cruise ship. I can't really tell what's going on back there. You tell folks, by the way, no, all pretenses here. We do record these. They'll be at the regional. They'll be at the LAN event. But yeah, I can tell that they're at their esports arena. That shows how much. I mean, you guys are having fun. Love that you guys are having fun there at the arena with the conga line back there. I mean, that's how much. How great is it having a team and kind of that same energy, kind of having that upbeat energy like that that they're just going to run right behind you during an interview, that they're just going to conga line right behind you. How great is that?
It's amazing. We're really grateful to have everybody on campus here. It's really helpful to have everybody sitting down next to us like this. We've improved a ton because of it. I don't think we'd be on the level we are right now if everybody was sitting at their desk at home. So we're really grateful to have the room we have here and to have the opportunity to play here.
Yeah, let me ask you about going into the regional now. LAN's going to be at Helix Esports Arena in Foxborough, Massachusetts. So out of state, really, for you guys. What do you think about getting to go to a LAN like this outside of the home state of Pennsylvania?
We're all really excited. It's really great. It's the first LAN for most of us, so I think a lot of people are, we're a little nervous, but I think as soon as we sit down at our computers, as soon as we get settled in, it's game time. We're confident. We're there. So it's a very exciting time.
Very exciting as well. Let me go back to, we'll get to the Helix Esports Arena in this East Regional in a little while here. I do want to go out throughout the rest of your season, first and foremost. Back in the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming, you guys landing up maybe not in the top 32, but a very solid record overall of a 7-3 back in the Swiss rounds. You guys maybe not have made it, but do you guys feel pretty happy with that 7-3 record moving forward with the rest of the season?
It was our first season as a team, so 7-3 really isn't that bad. I think everyone we were happy with 7-3, but disappointed at the same time because we had our mistakes. So I think next season we're looking to be able to 9-1 if we really push it. I think we're confident we can do it as well.
So I want to refer back to, as we move on here, I want to refer back to an article I saw on Alvernia University's website. Now, this wasn't in particular to you. This was in particular to a student there, a League of Legends player, How that's up there at Alvernia University right now. And one of the things that it can pertain to this, really, he points out that one of the reasons that esports have gotten so popular is because it's an easy way for people to connect with like-minded individuals near and far. And I can see that clearly with the team that was right behind you earlier on. I mean, you talked about your teammates earlier on. Tell me about, really, you got, this will be your first LAN. How great is this experience going to be for you guys as a first-time LAN experience? How do you think this is going to culminate all together for the rest of your guys' season?
I think it's going to be super good for us. I think one of the biggest things for us for this LAN is just experience. There's a lot of good teams there. We have a really tough group, so we're really excited to just be together in that space for that amount of time. We're really grateful to be able to play at a LAN. Not a lot of people get that opportunity, so we're really excited. We're going to take advantage of it for sure.
All right, and as a player now, I really got to talk into the game now. A lot different than the games of Rocket League as well than as Super Smash Brothers. Those usually don't change. Overwatch has changed a little bit since you guys played in the East Regional. Season 7 is now crossed over. That only crossed over again. All pretense, we recorded these. I'll tell you the date right now is October 19th when we recorded this, but the patch came out 9 days ago on October 10th. So that was before the East Regional qualifiers had done, or rather after, I should say, after the East Regional qualifiers had played. So really, with Season 7 only released 9 days ago at that, what have you guys worked on as a team with this new season, with everything that's been going on? I know Sombra's had to rework, there's different things going on, but really, can you reveal anything, or what do you guys want to say that you guys have worked on since the release of Season 7?
So we were kind of interested in the changes Sombra had. We thought the new cooldown was pretty interesting. We don't think she's that good or useful currently, but we have our comps, and we're not making any changes to it at this point. So we're locked in for this tournament.
Locked in. Wow, locked in already. So I can see that you guys are confident with that. Hey, the Season 6 meta comp might just work here in Season 7. I can appreciate the lock-in features there. As again, we're talking with Seth from Alvernia University, DPS from the Overwatch 2 team. Let's go back to the CECC now. 8 teams going to be there fighting for only that one spot, but more importantly, fighting for not only the chance at the CECC East Championship, but a spot in the CECC Finals 2024. Relatively, you guys are new, right? Except 2 years ago, this program was created back in September 2021. Now you guys are here fighting for what could be one of the biggest spots in the biggest collegiate LAN event possible. What would that mean to you guys to be able to compete in the CECC Finals 24 if you won the East Regional right here?
To be there, I mean a lot. We've worked really hard over the semester, and we're brand new, as you said. So it would be a huge step for us, a huge step for our program as well.
And so as we get along to the 7 other teams as well, really, I mean, I know you guys have a lot of your eyes on maybe on Penn State if they go to the regional LAN that we were talking about earlier. Any other teams that you have your particular eye on as we get into the East Regional weekend?
Well, I mean, we have a really tough group. We know we have teams like NYU and Bentley, so we know we have to play well to get through this group stage, but we're confident we'll do it. So.
All eyes on Alvernia right now. As again, we're talking about Seth. We're talking with Seth, I should say, from Alvernia University, DPS from the Overwatch 2 team. Last thing, we'll wrap up right here. Any shout outs you want to give maybe to your team, teammates, staff, any coaches or whatever on your team right now?
Yeah, I mean, to the team, to Primo, our coach, Josh McKinnon, who brought our teams together. He's our ex-director. And a special shout out to King Kai Glock. He's one of our best players. So.
All right. Well, let's see if the Alvernia team can go ahead and conga line their way into a #1 spot at the end there. Seth, thank you very much for your time. Go back to the rest of your team, have some fun, and I know the energy in there is great. So go back and have some fun with the rest of your team. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Seth from the Alvernia University team joining us here for the CECC East interviews. We'll see if Alvernia can make some noise coming up in the CECC East qualifiers, looking for a chance at CECC Finals 2024.
What do you expect from that first job out of college? Working your way up from the bottom? Instead, how does this sound? Starting in a guaranteed leadership position with people who look to you for guidance because you're trained to give it and make important decisions in critical situations. Skip entry level. Decide to lead as an Army officer.
Welcome, everybody, to the CECC East Regional Interview Series. You can hear a lot of noise behind me because right now, joining me from Fisher, actually live inside of the Fisher College, I guess, arena, you could say, inside of what we would call the Valorant room, from what I was assuming. Kevin told me right now. Kevin from the Rocket League team, the captain of that Fisher team that will be at CECC East. Kevin, thank you very much for joining us. Let's start off for recapping the day before, what's going on right behind you. Group A during the qualifier weekend, pretty simple, pretty sweet. First round bye, beating Alvernia 3-1, and then losing to Delaware 3-2. But that wasn't the end of your weekend, because that still would advance you on into the round of 16 bracket. So the seeding bracket wise, you guys needed to win one more, which you got out of beating Quinnipiac 3-1, which advanced you into the top 8 bracket and to that CECC land spot before falling to Delaware 3-1 in that top 8 bracket. So it kind of seems like you faced the Blue Hens twice over that qualifier weekend, losing both times. When you get up to the CECC land regionals, do you guys feel like third time's the charm?
Yeah, 100%. We're ready for Delaware. We're really stoked to play them again because we're really mad at how those two series went, because our third teammate, or False, he had a lot of internet issues during both of those series. So a lot of the time we felt it was just a little, unfortunate. But, on land, it'll be a different story, and we're ready to play them.
Yeah, and heading off to Foxborough as well, where you get to see the Blue Hens later on as well. This will be in a regional event. Of course, it'll be at a LAN that will be at the Helix Esports Arena, kind of outside of Boston over there. So are you guys feeling comfortable? I know you guys have been to plenty of LANs before. Is there some sort of comfort knowing you guys are going to go to another LAN, in fact, for the CECC East Regional this time?
I think there was a bit of jitters, especially for me, being at the CCC Worlds, I believe it was, or the Nationals in Texas. Yeah, I was very nervous, definitely, especially whenever I was on stage. It was just, kind of such a big venue and everything. But this time, I'm locked in. I know what I'm prepared for. I'm just ready to get my second LAN with CCC.
Yeah, and let me talk about the CECC real quick, because I mean, you guys are going to head up there as, I mean, rather not the team that's participating in CRO. We know that the team, and you told me that beforehand, that this isn't the team that was in the Eastern Conference and isn't right now in the top spot in the national championship. But still, being a part of the program that's always going to be at the top here, always going to be towards the top of the rankings wherever you go, no matter what the program is. How great is that to be a part of the program? But how much pressure does that also put on you guys as well to kind of keep performing up there?
It's really good. I think it makes it a lot more competitive around with the Rocket League players. So we have a bunch of people just in the Rocket League program on different teams. Some of them don't have teams, stuff like that. But having a team be in that number 1, number 2 spot constantly kind of just makes us want to push and kind of catch up to them. Kind of catch up to them and be on their level. And it just makes us more.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup East Regional right here in Foxborough, Massachusetts at Helix Esports. Woo! Let's make some noise. Let's wake out there. I don't care if you're playing a game or hanging out in the crowd. Let's wake it up a little bit. Woo! College Esports is back, and we are here for the 23-24 season. We have some Rocket League coming up next, but before we go over to Rocket League, we have a special little surprise, 2 actually. 1, I would like to welcome in ex-professional Overwatch player, Rafflegator, big-time streamer. Let's bring him in. Rafflegator, good to see you, big boy. Handsome as ever.
What's going on? Yo, it's good to see you, man. It's good to be back.
Absolutely. So, we started this friendship back at the CECC back in Arlington and so on. How has it now been just following along with the collegiate esports and kind of where you started of your knowledge of it to where maybe you are now in terms of following it for a little bit?
Well, I learned that I know absolutely nothing about Rocket League, and I'm a noob compared to these guys. I've learned that I always like to root for the underdog, because some of these teams, like, they just pop up out of nowhere and they go really ham, and it's actually super hype. I sometimes prefer these over like the highest level.
Sure. Yeah, there's somewhat more of a Cinderella stories at the highest level. You kind of almost always know, not always know, but it's more determined who's going to win based on skill. There's a lot more skill gap here in the collegiate scene, but a lot of pro teams, have been scouting now, at least, in these collegiate scenes. I know Overwatch has a little bit, so that's kind of fun to see that students can now get scholarships as they attend the, go towards the pro scene.
Dude, I think that's really awesome, and I think that sets like a really good future for esports as well, where like people can pick up scholarships, be able to get like a degree, so that if esports doesn't work out, they have a backup plan. Because I think that's like a big scary part about esports is you have to choose either school or esports, and this lets people choose both.
Absolutely, that honestly is a great point. Raffle, did you finish college already or no?
I took 1 year of college, and then I quit so that I could do Blackwing Lair.
Okay, so he quit for Blackwing Lair back on Classic WoW. So this man is available, still college eligible. We got to see a Rafflegator come back.
Oh, no, dude.
That would be crazy.
It's not for me, but it is for a lot of people. I do recommend it for people.
That's fair. That is totally fair. Is there any sort of school, region, area that is maybe most favorited to yourself?
Like in terms of in this tournament or in general?
Just yeah. If they make if they're in the tournament, awesome. But is there a where you're from, where you'd like to see a college team? Like, who are you rooting for if they had a college team or if they are a college team?
Well, I'm from Chicago, so I've always rooted for the University of Illinois.
Okay, there we go.
I've always been a big Tar Heels fan in basketball. And being Rafflegator, I was like the Florida Gators as well. I think those are my three big schools. I doubt any of them are in this though.
Okay, all right. Well, the University of Illinois, we got to see them get in at some point. I mean, we're growing every year, but it's always a pleasure to have you here, Rafflegator. I mean, it's really been a lot of fun. Hey, can we make some noise for Rafflegator in the arena right now? Let's go! Let's go! Woo! So in this tournament, Rafflegator, do you have any competitor that you are rooting for, or you would like? Fisher is kind of like the evil underdogs. They're the Globo Gym, if you will. Everyone looking to hunt that Fisher here. So is there someone or a certain storyline that you're looking to play out here at the East Regional?
I'm trying to remember who the big pop-off team was last year. Who were like the big three last year?
Northwood, Maryville, Fisher again.
Fisher was really good. I remember that.
Yeah, Fisher. Honestly, it probably was Fisher. But
okay. Well, if Fisher's one winning, I want to go for the second best team. Okay.
There's a lot of them.
I want to go. I heard Delaware is up there, right?
Yes, Delaware is very good.
Okay. You know what? I'll root for Delaware today.
Okay. All right. We'll take it. All right, Delaware. Let's go. So. Raffle, it's been amazing to have you here at the CECC East Regional. It is always a pleasure to have you on the stream here. And if, give us any new projects you got going on or any final words before we get into some Rocket League semifinal action.
I am working on some new projects. I actually am working on eventually getting like a game show thing going, and we want to get Twitch Rivals going for that as well. That's going to be pretty awesome. Also just launched a bunch of merch stuff. Gonna have a new store, so that's gonna be awesome. It's called G-Gen. That's awesome.
Beautiful.
And that's pretty much it. Nothing else.
All right. Well, hey, if you want to follow Rafflegator, twitch.tv/Rafflegator, twitter.com/Rafflegator. Make sure to shoot our favorite co-streamer here a follow. And, actually, let's finish with this. You're going to be co-streaming today, and we're going to be giving away some prizes over in Rafflegator's channel. So if you have not followed him yet, make sure to head into that channel. What are they giving away, Rafflegator?
Headphones. We're giving away the. I just tweeted about it actually.
Right, some headphones and a couple different gifts. But still, head over to Rafflegator's stream and get those beautiful HyperX headphones, and make sure to shoot them a follow and try to win those.
Those are really good.
Absolutely,
you definitely want to win those.
I love it. Well, Rafflegator, we'll see you next time, brother. Thank you so much for being a part of the CECC.
Good to see you again, Paulie.
You too, man. See you soon. Now, for the second surprise, before we head on into the Rocket League semifinals, I'm going to welcome back Staff Sergeant Parson. Welcome back, sir. All right. He's going to be choosing the winner. Tony, come here. Bring this thing on. There you go. Come on, Tony. Get in the shot here. We're giving away this $1,300 PC here. This thing is amazing. To one lucky winner. Now, you have to be in the arena to win it. Staff Sergeant Parson's going to call it out.
All right. So, the winner is Julia Cardillo.
Julia Cardillo. If you are in the arena, come grab your PC. Come right up on the camera. Come grab your PC here. Let's grab a picture. Well done. Let's make some noise for Julia. All right, Julia, welcome. Congratulations. Yes, Julia. Congratulations. You just won a PC and a trip to Disney World. How do you feel?
Oh, I actually love Disney. I've actually been playing on a laptop for years.
No way.
Like, actually, yeah, so
this is game-changing right now.
yeah, oh my god, I'm gonna, like, fall over, actually.
And from the local PC Sports. You'll love to see that. Well, congratulations, Julia. You're going home with this computer, and you're no longer playing on a laptop, so congratulations. Thank you so much, Staff Sergeant, once again.
Thank you, absolutely. Hey, have a great day, guys.
Absolutely. You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, that's going to do it. All the warm feelings are in the room. We got some Rocket League coming up next. More collegiate Rocket League competition after this.
Well, we won't keep you too long because Rocket League Grand Finals start very shortly. I'm Chixa, of course. I'm back with Pyro. We had two phenomenal Group A and Group B matches yesterday. And in fact, we are seeing a rematch of a Group A thriller series we had yesterday. It's going to be, of course, Nichols College Green against Harrisburg University in our grand final best of 7. Pyro, how are you doing today?
I'm doing ecstatic. How can we not be feeling good after, Polly hosted with the hype? Chicks, after you bringing it in, setting up this rematch. I mean, think about what we talked about when we were casting this match yesterday during the, it was the final stage of the group stages, right? And we were like, this could be our finals match. Like, these
we
are
said
two
it so
top
many
teams
times
in the tournament. Like, this could be our finals. And here we are. It's our finals. There is at least $500 going to either of these teams here. $1,000 to the winner. But Chixa, maybe more importantly, a bid to the Nationals of CECC next year. So much on the line.
Yeah, certainly. Nichols, a team that's been struggling in the collegiate Rocket League scene, really having a powerhouse throughout this tournament. They came in as the 1 seed after group stage, and since then the likes of K-Frost, Polar, and Pyros have really been either heating things up or being ice cold on their finishes. It's been really cool to watch them play. But on the other side of things, on Harrisburg, of course we have T. Carell, when we talk so much about, I mean, he even tweeted yesterday, right after he's like, I hit on land my first double tap shot. It was absolutely glorious. But, I mentioned a little bit about the rosters. We get a nice little graphic here. Look at all the players. They're so excited to be here.
They're ready to go. You love to see. Yeah, you mentioned TC tweeting about his sidewall double. That was the first shot he hit. That means he's feeling good on land. That is a player to keep your eye out for. But give credit to these other players as well. Next, Mincy rocking out. And we want to talk a little bit about as well EU transfers. That player of Nex, actually a German player, recently played collegiate for Germany, now coming here, playing for Harrisburg University. We're taking a look at the other team, though, as well. Nichols College. These players excited to be here. We'll continue the trend of EU transfers. Polar coming over, I think, of English nationality. Pyros and K-Frost popping off as well. I'll tell you what, Chicks, with this roster, Pyros and Polar, I'm looking at them. I think it was game 2 in this match we had earlier in this tournament. Pyros had 4 assists. Polar had 4 goals. They link up in a very special way. I want to see that pop off again.
Absolutely. I mean, Pyros was certainly, how do you say it? Not the most accurate at times, so it was good when Polar was able to clean up a bunch of the shots yesterday. And K-Frost just plays a really great role as captain, as really the team player to keep everybody on track, to get things going. We mentioned so many times he wears his heart on his sleeve, his heart on the field. That's just how K-Frost is. So I love absolutely how the chemistry of that team works. But also we want to see how these teams got here, because they had a playoff bracket to get through ultimately to grand finals. And it's not always a cakewalk with the teams that we had in this tournament.
No, never, especially when we have all these teams already getting here through an open qualifier. So all of these 8 teams earned their spot to even be here at the LAN. That includes the teams knocked out at the quarterfinals of New Haven, Alvernia, Iona, and Delaware. Some of them taking a game, some of them not. But you want to talk about strengths of schedule, like Nichols, they had to defeat Harrisburg already earlier in the group stage. Then they go up against Stockton, arguably top 3 team at this tournament. Nichols have proven that they are here to dominate the East Regional. And it's crazy, Chicksa. They are one step away from completing that streak.
Yeah, Nichols, we mentioned originally playing in that Group A bracket, beating out the likes of Harrisburg to be first in their seed, and they played phenomenally well against a difficult roster. So the fact that even they had to take down Stockton to get here definitely puts me in favor for Nichols in this one, just because of how strong they've had to be throughout this tournament. But you know what? You also can't go against the likes of T. Carell. He gets a rematch opportunity here, and I know that's going to fire him up that much more.
I mean, you say you can't go against him yet. You just signed him with Nichols College. So where you ended up here, Chicksa, no, I'm about as on the line as you could be with this as well, which makes this such a great grand finals. Again, folks, working for that $1,000 in first place, working for that bid for CECC, but also to prove everybody wrong. Like these teams didn't just come here to show off their college, but also to be up on that stage, get excited, get loud, and have a good time. There they are, both teams. You got Nichols on the left. Pyro's giving me that stink guy. He's looking right in the camera. He said, hey, guess what? I'm ready.
Yeah, it's K-Frost, Pyro, Polar, and then on the other end of thing, it looks to be next Mincy and T. Carell, I believe. But it's hard because T. Carell normally has glasses on, and I can't tell if the last person has glasses on or not from here. But nonetheless, they're certainly hyped, you could tell, to be here, to kind of get their head in the game. It's LAN environment again. We mentioned T. Carell hitting a phenomenal stellar opening shot yesterday. That LAN environment, maybe more tension in grand finals, but in the interview yesterday from Polar, he said that he should easily be sweeping any team in this tournament. So I know the confidence is there for him as well.
Confidence is important as well. I think it eases the tension. It gives you trust in your own team. And that trust, it's going to have to pave its way through this match here. Folks, we are ready. The CECC. It is the East Regional. It is the Grand Finals. It is Nichols College versus Harrisburg University. And only one can take the win.
Oh my goodness. I could not be more excited. I just don't know. You just don't know what will really happen. Game 1, will it be a feeler out match? It could be, but both these teams have faced each other literally yesterday, so they know what they're up against. I really believe the first goal will tell the tale of who wants to start off with some momentum and who's feeling themselves. What a save on the goal line here for Next to deny Nichols an early start.
You're asking who wants to get off to that hot start. You can see the desire from Nichols College, but sometimes a desire isn't enough. You've got to execute, and who better than T. Carell to punch the first one through?
Yeah, certainly all eyes on T. Carell to see if he can make that much more of a difference in this series. Starting off again with the first goal in the series means he's certainly on target and ready to play. K-Frost, though, a nice opportunity right off kickoff, quickly taken away. Next, taking his time, Pyros, an early 50, doesn't give much time to follow. Next here, the bounce, gets it through. Can there be a shot and Mincy can slot it in? No, it's off the backboard. Follow up T. Carell's shot just too high, and Harrisburg can't find a second in early fashion.
They were looking for it, and they're still searching. Demolition on the exit there from T. Carell. I like how this team is playing from the get-go. Good save on the goal line. I think for Harrisburg University, one of the keys to victory is staying level-headed. We saw in game number 1 when these teams played, they conceded 5 in a row. And then in game 2, they conceded 4 when only scoring 1. But how about conceding this one? You almost have to. Polar from the skies.
That's exactly. He comes from an off angle too, from the other corner of Harrisburg, and still rotates his car using that air roll perfectly to slot it on in. Could you see their excitement though on camera? They lit up the field as soon as they got it. I could not believe how excited they are. It's certainly a lot to really channel in all that adrenaline on land and then still put it out on the field. 1-1. This one for Next as he's trying to 50 on through, but 2 minutes down, and we've certainly found ourselves an interesting game.
Oh, and you can tell just why they're lighting up there on that stage. I mean, they know their capabilities, but they just want to prove to themselves that they can show it off on the field. So once they get that first breakthrough, it's a magnificent moment for the team. However, more moments like that need to occur. Redirect almost there for Nichols College. It gives a look to Mincy, and that might backfire on them. Almost a shot taken. Next, holding this nicely at the midfield. I will tell you, I'm looking more at Nex than any other player in this series. I don't believe we saw enough from Nex in their previous match against Nichols College. This player can pop off more than any player on this field. I will say that with certainty, with his true mechanical ability. The way he was levitating around the ball at the midfield is no surprise.
This one by T. Carell, almost passing it to Nex, but Nex continuing pressure off the backboard. Mincy not there to find the follow-up where needed. T. Carell, granted, still brings more pressure. A pass out, or essentially a clear, and Pyros a nice follow-up to get it back into the other corner. K Frost, a couple of misses early on in this series, definitely not helping out Nichols. If he can get some important touches like we see here, then it might just be enough for them to score on those transitions. Granted, Next gets beat out by K Frost on that sidewall. Mincy taking his time. K Frost goes through, but the shot from Polar on target. It's barred down, and Nichols now with the late lead.
If one thing has been consistent throughout this performance, it has been Polar sniping angles. It's unsavable. I don't care how much of a fast aerial you have committed into your mechanic style. As a defender on the goal line, you're just not getting to that save. That is the value that Polar brings to the stage in this game, including that dunk, including that bump. He's doing everything.
Huge play by the Ice Bros, just icing it out here. I love it. I am with it. You get the bump, you get the demo, you get all that pressure. They are playing aggressive. It's what I like to see, and now they have a 3-1 lead. We wonder why they were so dominant yesterday, and now they're running away with game 1 late here.
How about this? I mean, I mentioned it earlier. Key to victory for Harrisburg University was stay level-headed. Do not allow the game to get away with you. Like we saw this happen against Nichols College. Unfortunately, exactly what I warned you of is happening. Once Nichols College start to break through, it just gets worse and worse for Harrisburg. They lose control of the game. The momentum shifts drastically in the favor of their opponent, and it only gets worse. As this series progresses, we've got to see that composure just resurface again and again for Harrisburg.
Harrisburg desperately searching for some way to get their momentum back. Certainly look at T. Carell. Gets a bump, gets a touch, but still the shot too high, and everybody back for Nichols to find a way to block. Even K Frost now off that sidewall finds the town. T. Carell looking for second effort, but they can't get through the wall that Nichols has built. Nice outlet pass in midfield. Pyros even has boost to work with, so he'll take his time, get a pass over here to K Frost. It'll get blocked off, but all that time wasted, and still possession favors Nichols on more and more shooting opportunities.
This is what I'm talking about again. I mean, they're diving at these saves, the double commits, they're running out of boost. It's just getting worse and worse here for Harrisburg and Nichols College. Oh, they're just in their flow state. Flip reset there from Polar earns them a second touch, and it's still in scoring position. Not after that clear, though. Last little look here for Harrisburg University before they concede the first goal. The first win, excuse me, the Nichols College. A long best of 7 here kicks up in the grand finals of the East Regional, but it's a solid win for Nichols.
I love the fist bumps they do afterwards, but I mean, huge game for Polar and K-Frost, as you can tell, 2 goals apiece. But look at the shot count too. They were able to keep putting pressure equally as a team. 11 total shots. The other end of the field in Harrisburg, still 10, but they managed to get saves, and I think the shots just weren't as deadly on the side of Harrisburg. A lot of them not accurate, and T. Carell, of course, can't do it all. He certainly saved half of those shots coming from Nichols, but the other ones went right on in.
I think that paints a very clear picture, which is that defense has to be coordinated the whole way through. It has to be layered. They're making that first stop, right? That first save is there. The transition defense has been better for Harrisburg than what we've seen in prior events. But that second save, that third save, it's got to be there. And instead, especially late in the game of game 1, we saw double commits, we saw under-resourced players, and that pressure, it just gets to Harrisburg in the end. So what can they do on land to be more coordinated, make sure there's one defender maybe at a time, and make sure that communication is crisp? It's got to be perfect against a team like Nichols College, who's fired up here at the start of Grand Finals.
Yeah, T. Carell in particular, I'm a little concerned if he needed to make 5 saves that game. There's no wonder that he couldn't get upfield that often because he was so forced in the backfield. You mentioned Next has a ton of mechanical opportunity too. I think he's going to need to step up and put on some offensive pressure so it isn't just T. Carell that constantly will get challenged. Mincy, a good demo here. This one by Next will barely be poked away by Pyros. Polar, how does he find so much power in midfield on that shot? Pyros the 50, Polar waiting back patiently. This one easily into the corner. Won't have boost, only another touch. Mincy trying to keep on the pressure for Harrisburg early. T. Carell keeps it on the corner of Nichols, but a clear out here will relieve some of that pressure, at least for now.
Love the way the Harrisburg is playing right now. It is no breaks whatsoever, all gas. And it starts with Nex. He's been creating the beginnings of these possessions a lot. He's even trying to cherry pick some shots and some goals, and it's helping Harrisburg as well in terms of ball possession. They didn't sport a lot in their match earlier against Nichols College earlier in this tournament. This time around, they've got so much more to work for, and that first goal in this game is going to be earned again on the back of TC.
Yeah, T. Carell just pressuring and pressuring. He gets a first really good shot that the defense can't handle, and the ball ends up trickling right back to him where he gets a follow-up opportunity. And of course, you know, he can place it on target. Huge play for T. Carell. He always seems to start things, but this is a mistake by Nex, and one that cannot happen in a tight series against Nichols.
It's that little slip up there off the ceiling. It just bounces too far away. And I mean, it's sort of the trust that you expect from this Harrisburg University squad. They've been playing together for months now in tons of different collegiate scenes and performing really well together. They expect Next to get that touch. So when mistakes happen, things just get teased loose, and they get a little more loose here. This is not the first kickoff goal that will go the way of Nichols College's series.
They're falling apart like dominoes on the side of Harrisburg. One mistake and all of a sudden they don't give up 1 goal, but they give up 2, a second one off kickoff. That's not what you want to see, especially we mentioned how much mental is important while playing a series like this on land, and you could just tell the vibe, the change. They're no longer as excited. You could literally see it on camera for Nichols, but Harrisburg, they've tried to lock in, but of course it's definitely made them tense, and those mistakes pop on out. But that's a passing play that T. Carell maybe could have corralled a little bit better of a shot out of.
I almost don't mind the play, right? There's 2 defenders there on the line, one on the backboard, one on the ground. So it's going to be really hard to get past them both. It could have been a good backboard pass, but it just didn't link up for them. Still, that counterattack, the give and go, it's a great image of what Harrisburg University can do. Finding each other upfield, getting those passes to link up so perfectly. They need more chances like that. They need more opportunities where they can take Nichols College off guard. That turnaround was almost it. It's still a pass off the backboard here. Polar does get a redirect away, and that's going to take a little time. It's going to allow Nichols College to reset on defense.
Pyros, a good poke up here. K-Frost, quick challenge, gets the beat. Can Polar find the finish? The bouncing shot off target. Opportunity missed for Nichols in a tight 1-goal game, but we'll see if it matters as the time continues to trickle down. Polar, good challenge in midfield. The presence certainly has been there for Nichols on those midfield challenges. It allows them to keep on the pressure upfield on that orange half. Backboard finish will not be found, and Pyros, being very patient, doesn't allow his card to go on in. He'll take his time. They'll know, Nichols knows they'll have another opportunity if they can stop T. Corral and the follow-up here, which they do.
Harrisburg University, I mean, they can't buy a goal at this point. Polar just landed on the ball after making the first save, gets a double save for it. Why not? Still, though, I think the style that we're seeing out of Harrisburg should pave the way for more chances. They're playing very aggressively. Half the time, on the defensive side for Nichols, it's Harrisburg stealing their own boost. First, they're trying to cherry pick. They're trying to move their way upfield as quickly as possible, and it's going to afford them more chances just like this. They've earned another possession out of a long clear. Next, able to read it off the ceiling. This time, the dump pass to Mincy will not connect. They've got 40 seconds to make a play like that actually happen. Otherwise, they're going to be down in this series by 2. Flip reset by T. Corral. It's off the backboard. Come on, it's open season. Take the shot. It's off the post. The follow's not there either. Mincy, that close.
Oh no, next Mincy T. Corral just off the mark on all of these opportunities. Each one hasn't found its way on in just basically because it's been off target. It's not because Nichols needs to save them. They've been constantly just off the mark. There has been saves, of course, like this one, but those shots aren't that deadly. They aren't that threatening for Nichols. It's an easy save, and now they get upfield. They add a couple demos. This one just needs to touch the ground. Nichols take a game 2. They continue a very dominant series moving on forward, but will the shots eventually fall for Harrisburg?
That's the question here. You want to look at this series like a book so far? Well, chapter 2 was the ultimate test of Nichols College defense. Okay, Harrisburg University finally pushing pedal to the metal, playing about as aggressively as they can, especially on the counterattack game. So Nichols College, if they slip up just a little bit on defense, don't have that transition in place, can't make that first save and then get the layers to go, they're gonna be problems. But instead, where did we see those mistakes? We saw it from Harrisburg. We remember that misread off the ceiling from Nex. And just those little mistakes, Chicksa, can cost you the win.
I mean, that was the one goal that the lead was on. And you know what? We'll add on to the suspense. Harrisburg is calling the single timeout they have in this best of 7 series. So they're going to talk to what looks like to be a coach, I'm going to assume, or at least somebody that can offer some support with them, and they're going to go through and figure out how can they be against Nichols. But if you look at Pyros on the other end of the field for Nichols, it seems like he's talking to his team too. So Nichols has just as much time in this case to kind of chat it up, figure things out, and say, you know, we're doing a good job, let's clean these things up. But at this point for Nichols, you don't want to nitpick. You don't want to say anything negative, because the fact is you've won 2 games. Let's keep the positive vibes going.
Yeah, I agree to an extent. I mean, I believe that is Nikolai there, coach side on Harrisburg, calling the timeout, trying to get the team ready. At the same token, when you say don't nitpick for Nichols, I wouldn't even change a whole lot from Harrisburg. I'm going to be completely honest. I love their play style. In game number 2, they shifted the game really into their control. I thought it was Nichols College having to make way more stops on defense. And so Harrisburg University, for them to shift the momentum in their favor is massive. Remember what happened and why they got scored on? It was because of defensive mistakes. If they clean those up, they still have a great chance in this series as we're right into game number 3.
Ooh, next cooking here. Gets the flip reset, but K-Frost quickly takes it away from him. Now looks like Mincy trying to do some work of his own, but K-Frost, a huge touchdown to Polar. This one down, and T. Carell finds the read. Pyros a little bit more pressure. Polar comes on through, keeps it in midfield. Back up is next. K-Frost will challenge him quickly, and that's twice K-Frost has quickly challenged the likes of Next to prevent him from getting anything cooking. And look at that transition upfield for Nichols as well. I thought the initial first beat was good, the demo to boot, and the pass TC.
That's perfect. There's nothing more to say about it. They work off of that demolition that you saw in the midfield, which maybe Harrisburg wasn't expecting, because you'd more so expect Nichols College to be focused on the counterattack moving upfield. Instead, that demolition happened downfield, so it's right behind them, and they're able to use that avenue to make a passing play work. Harrisburg University, though their game style likes to try and dictate the pace, are already having to work from behind.
Polar shot on, saved by Mincy, who now tries to get past Polar and K-Frost. He does do that. Polar able to pick up some boost though. Nicholas challenged the play, and a nice offside demo by K-Frost. Granted, that touch isn't great. Next able to keep it on the Nichols side for how long as K-Frost continues upfield, and a great follow-up for Polar. You in a sense think it's a double commit, but no, he understands when to call for it and go for it, and that's the little things on the communication side for Nichols that have certainly worked out in their favor.
They are a very coordinated team. I think their communication fired on all cylinders just as much as these cars are. These battle cars almost colliding there as Nex evades the demolition. Pass out in front of the goal again. Forces T. Corral to just barely make that stop. Trying to have that winner's mentality in that vitality decal. Moving around the corner here now is Nex, who's been sporting a few flip resets already this game. We talk about the mechanical ceiling of this player. We needed to show its face here in this game for Harrisburg to get their control back in this game. It's passed now from K-Frost. Intercepted well by T. Corell, but still problems for Harrisburg trying to move upfield.
T. Corell out of boost, and that's certainly been a problem. We've mentioned how many steals Nichols has had at times to prevent allowing either team really possession with boost steals. Demos and boosts have been one of the most vital components of this series, just due to the amount that we see from both teams constantly get used and constantly try to use up. Pyros able to get onto that Harrisburg half. Nichols holding on to that 1-goal lead, but otherwise it's been very quiet on their offensive side of things.
It's been quiet, but they're still able to make real-time decisions for a great defensive performance. That was Polar being bumped onto his own backboard to make the save, but this time, turn it around, dominating the midfield is Nichols College.
That miss, and then next, I really think Nex shouldn't have played patient in that situation. He should have just went for that ball and tried to put it in his corner. Instead, tries to be a little bit more conservative of a play, but always the follow-up for Nichols are so strong that someone else is there. K-Frost in this instance to take that shot and take an even further lead. Now T. Corell off the corner. Gets a flip reset, tries to beat out one. You see him trying to use his mechanics. Now Nex's turn. Pyros up, will get bumped, and Nex can't get the shot on target because even the follow-up by Polar is there. You can see it in Nex's face. He's trying so hard, but still can't seem to find the one opportunity to let it fall on in because K-Frost and the rest of the team of Nichols just keeps on going.
Steve is breaking down. If you can't score on that opportunity right there, Nex had this perfect aerial follow-up with the goalie bump, laid it off the crossbar. It's right in front of the net. And then T-Curl slowly approaching. I think he had been too far extended, potentially. Had to move too slowly around. And then, right, they're trying to overextend. They're trying to recoup from their losses and get scored on. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And we talked about this at the beginning. Once Nichols College score, they seem to just break away with more and more goals because Harrisburg, they make more and more risks to try and score. And it does not work for them. Nichols College, they are looking dominant. It's going to be a goal. It's got to be something for Harrisburg to turn and back into their favor as they get closer and closer. Still, nothing on the board for them.
Oh, that shot by Nex again, just barely off target. And quickly, back upfield is Nichols College. Now, on the defensive side of things, again, always prep somebody on the backboard, somebody challenging the ball. I really think we need to call out K-Frost and the amount of challenges he has had on both Nex and T-Corell to really stop those mechanical plays from happening. You've really only seen Nex have maybe 1 or 2 opportunities, T-Corell have 1 or 2 opportunities that actually go farther than midfield due to the challenges out of the Nichols half. They are cutting every shot opportunity short just because they are constantly on the ball keeper.
And that's what's important. I think it's what's been able to dictate that constant pressure, not allow these very mechanical players, right, to just like pop off, close that gap as quickly as they can. And I'll tell you what, they can try and close the gap on the 50s, and Nichols do that well, but closing the scoring gap from Harrisburg has not worked out so well. It's a goose egg for them. It's 3 for Nichols College. And you know what, chicks, it's really not off of like grandiose mechanical plays. It really is just outplay after outplay for Nichols.
Yeah, Polar, again, another MVP performance out of him. I think he's been playing pretty lights out when it comes to things. I have seen very little mistakes on the Nichols half, particularly from Polar. K-Frost has been a clean up crew when it comes to finishing off plays and just being there when needed. And Pyros, he's doing his thing. He's vibing with the rest of the team. Just because you're not on the top of the scoreboard doesn't mean you're not having an impact on that side of things. But one final opportunity now for Harrisburg to get a game in this series, or else they're going to be swept in grand finals. And that's not a thought I would ever have thought would come up.
Yeah, it's tough to go out on a sweep, but look at how that Harrisburg University team was looking, right? T-Craw, I saw him leaning right over to Nex and smiling and saying something along the lines of like, yo, we got this. Like at the very least, this team is on the stage, competing at an East Regional for CECC in the finals. They've already got $500. At this point, you just give it all you got. You give it everything you have the best time that you can, and show Nichols College what you're still worth and how and why you got to this point in the tournament anyway.
Yeah, great challenge by Polar on that play. You saw Harrisburg try to set up again. It was a great opportunity, a good look, but quickly taken away. Harrisburg bringing on early pressure, trying to catch Nichols off guard. Pyros, good touch out into the corner, and there's that follow-up to send it even further up midfield. T. Carell, picking it up. K-Frost tries to challenge. T. Carell goes underneath, and there goes Pyros for the second touch to get the finish through. Next, though, one-on-one with K-Frost. He wins that 50 and gets it all the way upfield to Polar, where the rest of the team gets the boost steal, gets a little bit of space, and now already Nichols has the possession and in full-fledged of it.
Yeah, the possession, the boost game, it's massive for Nichols College to not allow Harrisburg to break out at the beginning of this game, because that's how the tsunami forms. That's how the momentum shift begins, is Harrisburg scoring early. Yes, they did that in game 1 and game 2, but it's certainly what they need to end this scoring drought. Scored 0 goals in the last game. We're going on 6.5 minutes of nothing for this team. The quicker they can find their oasis for Harrisburg, the better.
Look at the challenges constantly coming through from Nichols. They keep getting extra touches, and this will allow even more offense. K-Frost will keep this in the corner of Harrisburg. A bump by Pyros, but T. Carell gets it out. Low boost, wins the 50 in this case, and Nex finds the booty bump shot to get one for Harrisburg.
There you go. Quick read off the ceiling. This one's difficult to get in front of, but Next, what a dodge to get right around it and land it in the net. Harrisburg University taking care of business on transition for the first goal.
Ooh, really nice to see. And I'm going to note that's really the first 50 loss that we've seen Nichols lose. It's mainly been them getting better challenges and better 50s, but T. Corral just powers through in this instance, and the follow-up is there. I think if Next didn't have it, T. Corral was also there to have it himself. But now Mincy winning this 50, and Nichols on the back foot. Off the backboard is K. Frost trying to get through. Next will win this 50, but great follow-up by T. Corral. Next trying to get a nice shot, but what a save is the follow-up there. Polar, the second effort to deny the shots coming on through.
And I have a feeling that's not the last shot on this possession. Harrisburg University, they are hungry for this second goal. They want that 2-0 lead, something they haven't had yet this series. They have had 1-0 twice, and they're not going to get 2-0. Not today, not in this game, so long as Nichols College work this smoothly, this efficiently.
Look at K. Frost beating 2 out on the sidewall. The first, I'm unsure, but the second past T. Corral and the bump to follow. Again, is it a mechanical monster play? Does it look extra pretty? No. Does it do the job, though? Yes. Very important play. Simple as it looks, hard to execute to that position. And the follow-up, we always see Nickel following up each other so well. Huge momentum boost for them. Now T. Corral trying to shock them back, but again, the challenge comes. Pyro, Polar, both trying to work past Next. Next, though, maintains possession, sends to T. Corral, but he gets bumped out of the atmosphere towards the other corner.
Oh dear, and you know who's coming next. Who's it been all series long? It's Polar. While the other players of Harrisburg are spending time on Mars, it's Polar to plummet on down and bring a meteor strike to the net.
I called them the Ice Bros earlier, but K-Frost and Polar have been able to link up on so many opportunities. That's a gorgeous pinch by K-Frost. It's not easy to get that sort of angle into the shot, and Next it's off target. That's the little things by Harrisburg. They almost have so many opportunities, but this one goes by the wayside, and that could have been the tying one they needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a moment right there where you finally get a breath, a sigh of relief. You can move on. You got an equalizer, but they still got to work for it now. I mean, this is what makes you as an athlete right here. Grand finals, back against the wall, have to score one in the final minute. Harrisburg University, what do you got to prove? You got the ice, just about nothing. It's Polar instead, and he's too comfortable in this type of situation.
K-Frost just faking that double tap read. T. Corral goes through way too quickly, needs to play more patient, but he's trying so desperately to match the pace that Nichols has been bringing, and that's just a simple mistake there. Now a comfort goal for Nichols. They have a 2-goal lead with 40 seconds remaining. Polar still looking for more with the rest of the team. They have not let up on these opportunities. T. Corral, one here, this one bouncing up. Next trying to find the double. It is in front of the net, but Mincy a little bit too late for the follow-up, and still the shot doesn't go where it needs to be. A great clear out for Nichols, and they hold on. All they need is 20 seconds of defense in this game. This series is over.
This tournament is over. Nichols College, 2-goal lead. That's comfy enough for me with 5 seconds. There you have it, your champions. Pyros, Polar, K-Frost of Nichols College. They win the CECC East Finals of the Regional, and they will go to Nationals of CECC.
Before, when our talent announcement came out this weekend, they were hyped, they were having a good time, and we were saying we're hoping that they come out and they show what we know from them. They were a roster at the beginning of this fall season, one that people talked about, would say that would have a good season, that were certainly there to be some of the best of the collegiate scene, and now they finally show today just how good and consistent they can be. T. Carell and Harrisburg, they're no easy cakewalk. This is another roster that has so much potential down the road. But Nichols showing how well they did today. I am thoroughly impressed with their sweep victory in grand finals.
I'm impressed by backing up what you talk up too, right, Chixie? You mentioned Pyrus was like, we should be sweeping everybody here. It's like, okay, all right. I mean, it's good to have confidence, but, you know, the boastfulness, the cockiness is coming off a little too strong. No, it's not. Not when you back it up. So Nichols College, I agree. I'm impressed by what they presented today. But I will say this as well, Chicks. So we could have easily seen a very different series here. We had some very close calls in these games. Some 2-1 affairs where Harrisburg University, I think game 2, again, was one of the best games they had played. It was a simple mistake on defense that led to them being outscored by 1 in the end. If small mistakes, Chicks, small mistakes get cleaned up like that, we have overtimes. We have different situations transpiring, but on land, you just got to be ice cold. And Nichols College, that was the team for today.
The Ice Pros. Anyways, I don't know. You got to give someone an MVP. Who would you give? I absolutely think it's probably Polar, in my opinion. Yes, he finished out the plays. Yes, you know, K. Frost set them up. He probably was a little bit more the facilitator, but you have to be cold to finish those shots like Polar did. You saw the other end of the field in Harrisburg. They had so many opportunities, but the fact is they didn't finish like Polar did on the field.
Yeah, and listen, we talked about needing to hit those shots, and we talked, you know, about some people that were doing it and some people that weren't during this tournament, even of Nichols College, but the player that was through and through was Polar. And, you know, to do that, coming to North America, gelling so well with this team, and proving to everybody that whatever shot it takes, whatever you need. I mean, I remember earlier in the series when he sniped the top bar from the furthest of angles. It was incredible. He started it out that way and did not stop. I'm right there with you, Chick. So Polar has my MVP as well.
Oh, I'm really excited for what the future holds for Nichols College in particular. Of course, they now have a bid to our Grand Champion Final CECC, you know, whole big event. So really, again, congratulations to them. But that is it for both Pyro J and I on the Rocket League section of things. I know we have Valorant up next, but of course we have the winner's ceremony. So let's go celebrate Nichols College a little bit more, and we'll see you guys on the flip side.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Thank you so much, Pyro J and Chixa. That was some amazing Rocket League that we just saw. Now, without further ado, let's announce our Rocket League champions that just qualified for the CEC Grand Final in May. Nichols College Green, their first year, 6 months as a team. Congratulations, and presenting them with their trophy is Staff Sergeant Corcoran from the U.S. Army ROTC. Well done. All right. Well, congratulations, Nichols College. You just qualified for the CECC in May. How do you feel right now?
Very good. Like, yeah, much the same.
Yeah, pretty decent. Awesome.
All right. Well done. Well, take us a little bit through that last match. I know it was a little bit of a stomp, 4-0. Let's make some noise real quick for Nichols College, who's qualifying. Woo! Take us through that last match a little bit, just the team comms. What was the chemistry like, or the overall emotions on the team?
So throughout the whole series, you know, we get really hype comms, so that never changed. But like overall, we stick to our game plan, and we just dominate them. Like the 4-0, we, you know, I think it was in the back of our minds the whole time. But
are you heavy comms or loose playing, or how's it like?
Just heavy comms.
Heavy comms, but overall fun atmosphere, or how?
Oh yeah.
All right, so you're going to qualify. You can relax the rest of the season. Nichols College is going to the CECC Grand Finals. Is there a team you're looking forward to, maybe on the grand scale nation, or a team that you play with often that is a close companion or a training partner?
Oh, that's a good question.
Who are you looking to go against?
I think we go against Ole Miss. We lost them in CRL. I'm sure they'll be in there, and I'm sure they'll do numbers in here. So if they make it, we'll be there. Be ready for them.
Ole Miss is who Nichols College is gunning for. This is amazing stuff. All right, well, congratulations once again. Thank you so much for coming out to the East Regional. Make some noise one more time for Nichols College Green, your CECC 23 East Regional champions. Congratulations, Nichols College. Well done. All right, enough. You've been on my stage. That's your 10 seconds of fame. All right. Just kidding. All right, well, coming up next, don't forget, everyone, Fisher College is actually going to be hosting a 1v1 Valorant tournament here, right here in the arena. So if you play Valorant, it's free to enter, $100 prize pool, and you can sign up with Fisher College right here on the end row at the Helix PCs. Thank you. When we come back, we'll have some more college esports. Don't go anywhere. Woo!
It is the East Regional. It is the grand
start.
You're asking who wants to get off to that hot start. You can see the desire from Nichols College. They conceded 5 in a row. And then in game 2, they conceded 4 when only scoring 1.
Frost on that sidewall. Mincy taking his time. K-Frost goes through, but the shot from Polar.
Save. That is the value that Polar brings to the stage in this game, including that dunk, including that bump. He's doing
what I like to see, and now they have a 3-1 lead. We wonder why they were so dominant.
Little look here for Harrisburg University before they concede the first goal. Make sure that communication is crisp. Nichols College earlier in this tournament. This time around, they've got so much more to work for. And that
4T Corral, he always seems to start things, but this is a mistake.
Tons of different collegiate scenes and performing really well together. They expect next to get that touch. So when mistakes happen,
save, and now they get upfield. They add a couple demos. This one just needs to touch the has quickly challenged the likes of Next to prevent him from getting anything cooking. And look at that!
That's a performance. That was Polar being bumped onto his own backboard to make the save, but this time
his face, he's trying so hard, but still can't seem to find the one opportunity to let it fall on.
And that's what's important. I think it's what's been able to dictate that constant pressure, not allow these very mechanical. Something along the lines of like, yo, we got this. Like at the very least.
Terrell gets it out. Low boost wins the 50 in this case, and Next finds the boost, trying to get a nice shot, but what a save is the follow-up there. Polar, the second effort to
lead, something they haven't had yet this series. They have had 1-0 twice, and they're not gonna get 2-0.
Gets bumped out of the atmosphere towards the other corner.
Oh dear, and you know who's coming. Wall have to score 1 in the final minute. Harrisburg University, what do you got to prove? You got the ice. Just about 5 seconds. There you have it, your champions. Pyros, Polar, K-Frost of Nichols College. It is the East Regional. It is the grand
start.
You're asking who wants to get off to that hot start. You can see the desire from Nichols College. They conceded 5 in a row. And then in game 2, they conceded 4 when only scoring 1.
Frost on that sidewall. Mincy taking his time. K-Frost goes through, but the shot from Polar.
Save. That is the value that Polar brings to the stage in this game, including that dunk, including that bump. He's doing
what I like to see. And now they have a 3-1 lead. We wonder why they were so dominant.
Little look here for Harrisburg University before they concede the first goal. Make sure that communication is crisp. Nichols College earlier in this tournament. This time around, they've got so much more to work for. And that
4T Corral, he always seems to start things, but this is a mistake.
Tons of different collegiate scenes and performing really well together. They expect Next to get that touch. So when mistakes happen,
save, and now they get upfield. They add a couple demos. This one just needs to touch the has quickly challenged the likes of Next to prevent him from getting anything cooking. And look at that!
That's a performance. That was Polar being bumped onto his own backboard to make the save, but this time
his face, he's trying so hard, but still can't seem to find the one opportunity to let it fall on.
And that's what's important. I think it's what's been able to dictate that constant pressure, not allow these very mechanical. Something along the lines of like, yo, we got this. Like at the very least.
Terrell gets it out. Low boost wins the 50 in this case, and Next finds the boost, trying to get a nice shot, but what a save is the follow-up there. Polar, the second effort to
lead, something they haven't had yet this series. They have had 1-0 twice, and they're not gonna get 2-0.
Gets bumped out of the atmosphere towards the other corner.
Oh dear, and you know who's coming. Wall have to score one in the final minute. Harrisburg University, what do you got to prove? You got the ice. Just about 5 seconds. There you have it, your champions. Pyros, Polar, K-Frost of Nichols College. It is the East Regional. It is the grand
start.
You're asking who wants to get off to that hot start. You can see the desire from Nichols College. They conceded 5 in a row. And then in game 2, they conceded 4 when only scoring 1.
Frost on that side wall. Mincy taking his time. K-Frost goes through, but the shot from Polar.
Save, that is the value that Polar brings to the stage in this game, including that dunk, including that bump. He's
what I like to see, and now they have a 3-1 lead. We wonder why they were so dominant.
Little look here for Harrisburg University before they concede the first goal. Make sure that communication is critical. Nichols College earlier in this tournament. This time around, they've got so much more to work for. And that
for T. Terrell, he always seems to start things, but this is a mistake.
Tons of different collegiate scenes and performing really well together. They expect next to get that touch. So when mistakes happen,
save, and now they get upfield. They add a couple demos. This one just needs to touch the grass. Quickly challenge the likes of Next to prevent him from getting anything cooking. And look at that
performance. That was Polar being bumped onto his own backboard to make the save, but this time
it's his face. He's trying so hard, but still can't seem to find the one opportunity to let it fall on.
And that's what's important. I think it's what's been able to dictate that constant pressure, not allow these very mechanical. Something along the lines of like, yo, we got this. Like at the very least.
Terrell gets it out. Slow boost wins the 50 in this case, and Next finds the boost, trying to get a nice shot, but what a save is the follow-up there. Polar, the second effort to
lead, something they haven't had yet this series. They have had 1-0 twice, and they're not gonna get 2-0.
Gets bumped out of the atmosphere towards the other corner.
Oh dear, and you know who's coming. Wall have to score 1 in the final minute. Harrisburg University, what do you got to prove? You got the ice. Just about 5 seconds. There you have it, your champions. Pyros, Polar, K-Frost of Nichols College. It is the East Regional. It is the grand
start.
You're asking who wants to get off to that hot start. You can see the desire from Nichols College. They conceded 5 in a row. And then in game 2, they conceded 4 when only scoring 1.
Everybody to the interview series here for the CECC East Regional. My name is Klutchke, and joining me right now from Stockton University, home of the Ospreys, right now, that one guy, captain for the talent team, aka the varsity team of the Super Smash Brothers team up there in Stockton. Thank you so much for joining me, and let's go ahead and recap before we start things off. You guys were in Group A for the East Regional. You were started off well, beating the Howard Bison Red team 2-0. Would then move on to go against what most people would call the powerhouse. Would go on to beat, go on against Fisher. Would lose to them 0-2, but in the very next match, the decider match, it would go right back up against Howard and beat them in the decider match 2-1, which would go the distance to go ahead and then make the top 8. Top 8 then would go into a best of ones only, which you would beat Stony Brook to make it into the top 4, and then run into Fisher again, would then lose 0-1. So that again, to be fair, Fisher is a brick wall, which I believe a lot of people would agree with, but really still landing up in the top 8, still landing, and again, Fisher winning the CECC Texas last year, so that's in itself one of the walls you're going to have to run into, but still landing up in the top 8, even landing up as a top 4 seed in this regional. How good does it feel for you and your team to be in that top 4 seed?
We were really happy about that. Like, I was telling my team, like, as long as we make Boston, I'm happy, and we got top 4. So hopefully that means at Boston we won't play Fisher for the upteenth time. At least round 1 at least. But yeah, I was really happy with the fact we're top 4.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think everybody knows that Fisher's the brick wall to run through, if anything. And if you guys do win that, it's that might be that you guys might be jumping for joy. There might need to be some roof repairs at the Helix Esports Arena. Speaking of which, at the Helix Esports Arena, land's going to be there right there in Foxborough, Massachusetts. So really, for you guys, as a land in a different state, how excited are you guys to be going and traveling to a different state for this land?
This isn't going to be our first land that we've done at a different state. We went to, I forget what it was through, but I went to Connecticut. It was through ECAC. I don't remember the exact thing, but we went there. we also played Fisher there, believe it or not. So Fisher, we've played Fisher a lot, so we know what to expect. But yeah, we're very excited though. Like Boston, like Boston's a great spot, like, and we're really happy to just be going.
Yeah, and let me talk about that. You were talking about the ECAC earlier on, so let's go ahead and talk about that real quick for your guys' season so far in the ECAC Contenders Division for Super Smash Brothers. Currently, you guys are undefeated and haven't run into Fisher yet, but still, ECAC Contenders Division 4-0, one of the only 6 teams undefeated left in this 91 team, pretty much season or competition, if you will. But really, for something for you guys, is that something to look as kind of momentum heading into the regional?
Yeah, like we're like really confident with ourselves. Like we know what we're capable of. We know what we need to improve on a lot, and that's what ECAC has taught us. And we're going to locals also as well. Like we're just grinding out the game. We're fixing what we're doing wrong as a team, and we're just like building off each other because of that.
Yeah, and let me ask you to expand on that, because you say like kind of building off of each other. Like for the Super Smash Brothers 4v4 competitions, really, I mean, there's got to be some kind of, there's obviously some strategy to where, as the captain itself, you know, the strategy to where you're going to put players, where you're going to, you know, put the best characters in the best positions, whether or not who's going to anchor, who's going to start. So really, what goes in your, as a captain, what really goes through your mind as kind of a strategic way to kind of place your players in the right positions for the match?
So usually I have just the starter like visioned out and just the anchor visioned out, and everything else is just like a counter pick. Like I know like who's good at being a starter, who's good at being anchor, and then from there on out I'm like, all right, who's confident in this matchup, and usually people volunteer. If not, like I can say you play this character, you tend to have a better time against them than like the other characters we play, because we play some scrappy characters. Like I'm a Mewtwo player, like a very underrated character in my opinion, but obviously he just doesn't do well into some matchups. And I have my teammates kind of cover those matchups. So like
Oh yeah, I mean, you're a Mewtwo player, hey, and you say underrated, but I feel like in a different game, by the way, Pokemon Unite players will counteract with you for that. But anyways, again, from the Ospreys of Stockton, that one guy joining us here, captain of the talent team from Super Smash Brothers. Let's go back to CECC now, where you're going to be one of the 8 teams again, top 4 seed going into the East Regional, and you're really fighting for only that one spot to get into the CECC finals. Yes, you'll have other chances to do that, but to get it this early on, if you guys were to get that one spot to the CECC finals come 2024 this early on, what would that be like for you guys? And what do you guys, what would be in your guys' mind to get that spot early on?
just be hungry for it, I guess. Like you just gotta want more than the other person. Like I'm always telling them like don't worry about like being like the best. You just gotta be better than the person in front of you. Like that's what I tell my team, and that's the mindset I want to bring once we go to CEC. Like we're just focusing on the first step ahead before we worry about getting to the finish line.
And so, I mean, going to the CECC regional is one thing, but if you guys were to win the spot, if you guys were to win the entire regional and make it into the CECC finals come 2024, what would that mean for you and your team?
It would be huge for us because the Smash team has kind of been quiet. Like we're now just starting to like burst up on the scene at Stockton. Like I was the game manager since like I was a freshman here, and like this is my senior year, so I've kind of just grew this community here at Stockton, and like it's cool to see it just culminate in like my final year here, like and culminate in CCC, and that would be amazing if we do get that last spot. But if we don't, I'm still happy with the growth we've had, and like I know like if it's not this year, if it's not through me, Stockton will at some point be there. Like it just might not be through me, and I'm fine with that.
Let me ask you that, to expand on that real quick, because I mean, it's your final year, you know, it's this season, it's your final season, final year here as a senior. Really, I mean, do you have any plans maybe trying to stay with this university, or do you want to stay with this university moving forward? And if you do in that esports aspect, what do you want to see for itself in the future?
I would want to like still influence it like in some way, but I do like think it's a good time to get some new ideas, a new head, like some fresh ideas, and there's some stuff that I can't do that someone else can do that could benefit the scene, and just fundamentally I'm just one person, and I do like the idea of continuously evolving the scene, just make it better and better.
And so yeah, I mean that's a great vision for itself, as we say. As again, we're joined by that one guy from Stockton University, captain of the talent team for Super Smash Brothers. Before we wrap things up right here, last question: if there are any shout outs you want to give, maybe to your team, anybody in the staff or teammates or whatever.
Oh yeah, shoutouts basically everyone on the team. Pokemon Master Nick, he was also there my freshman year. Andre or Acorn, he's been a good friend, and we have Oliver, also been a good friend. Also been like since he transferred here, and he's just been really good. He's been pushing me because he plays Game & Watch, and he's really been making sure like I know that matchup. And like he also plays like a lot of other characters too, and he's just a very good all around player. And we also have two new freshmen. We have Hugs and Mathurby, and they've been crazy. They blew our expectations out of the water. That's why they're on varsity. Like they're just good. Like
Wow, two freshmen on a varsity team. That's usually rare, but hey, if it works out for you guys, maybe it'll work out for you guys. Come CECC Regional. Again, thank you very much for joining me, and appreciate your time. Good luck coming up in the regional.
all right, thank you.
Ospreys of Stockton looking to make some noise. Here is a top 4 seed looking to see if they can get that top 1 spot headed to the CECC Regionals and the CECC 2024 Finals. Welcome, everybody, to the CECC East Regional Interview Series. Joining me right now from the University of Delaware and the Blue Hens, Hyper from the Overwatch 2 team, the captain joining us. And Hyper, thanks so much for joining us. Let me go ahead and go through our recap real quick. As in Group D, pretty easy, pretty simple what you guys had in that group. Beating College of St. Rose 3-0, and then beating Penn State 3-0 as well, which would advance you into the top 8 bracket. Take it to the top 8 bracket, would beat New York University Violet Legion 3-1, and then University of New Haven 3-0. Now, for the number 1 seed, you'd run into a team known as Fisher, would then lose to that team 3-0. But overall, a great weekend for you guys, and pretty much almost going perfect until that number 1 seeded game in the qualifier against the Falcons. So what was the reaction from the team knowing you guys had just secured the 2nd seed going into the LAN?
I think overall we were pretty excited with how we played that weekend. It was a very long weekend with a lot of games going on. So I think we're feeling pretty confident. We were really happy with how we placed. Obviously, being in those top 2 or 3 teams puts you in a really good spot going into the LAN. So when we finished 2nd, we were happy with it. But we're a hungry bunch of guys, so we're looking to go for 1st here at the LAN.
Yeah, and speaking of the LAN's going to be, I mean, you guys are in the arena yourselves, but now it's going to be in a LAN outside of the state of Delaware. Obviously, we're headed up to Foxborough, Massachusetts for the Helix Esports Arena for that East Regional LAN. So tell me, how do you guys feel about, how good do you guys feel going into a regional and a LAN that's kind of outside? It's still in the Northeast, mind you, but in a LAN that's outside of your home territory, should we say?
We're not sure. I think we'll play well realistically. There's a lot of time to get in there and warm up before each game, and we'll have Saturday with the group stages to kind of warm up and get comfortable. I guess traveling there Friday evening is going to be different, but other than that, I think we'll do pretty well. We should be able to cope well with sleeping in a hotel that's quite nice, and then waking up and just doing our job like what we do anywhere else. So I think we're gonna do okay with the LAN. I'm excited to play.
Yeah, top 2 there for your seating as well. So you guys are feeling pretty good in the seating that you guys are in right now. Talk to me about the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming, and I'll recap that here as well, because you guys landed up with a great record, 7-3 overall. Basically, I would like to say 1 or 2 wins short of maybe making that top 32 bracket, if you will. But overall, a great record, great map record differential as well. When you look at it, look back on it, and even the final round Swiss stage when you guys had to take on UNLV, a pretty decent team at that. You guys won that pretty convincingly. So are you guys happy with your performance at all, or are there things you guys still want to adjust before we get to this East Regional LAN?
We've been changing a lot around since that tournament, and really since the beginning of the year. We basically restructured our entire DPS line coming into the season, and we were doing all right with it. We've made some more changes since then, but with Collegiate Homecoming, it was so early in our school year. I think week 1 was literally the first week of back to school. So I don't know. We just kind of started off in a very tough situation where we were trying to make changes for the future. So yeah, I think we were happy with 7-3. The goal was to qualify. But I think as we've seen, like going into the CECC qualifier and now into the LAN, we've definitely continued to improve and get in that form where we're very comfortable. And I think we're at a spot now with a team that we're very happy with. So yeah, I think we were happy with ABC. But looking to go into the spring, I think 8-2 and qualifying is a reasonable guess of where we'll be. And so yeah, I think we're doing a lot better than at the start of the year right now. So I think we're going to be pretty good going into the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, and you were talking about how that start was kind of early, which I do agree with. Early September, all the way up until now, just a couple of days ago, really over this weekend. As we're recording this on October 24th, just ended October 22nd. So yeah, you're a long tournament and a very early start for you guys at that. But now, let me talk about this. The Swiss stage ended about 3 days right before, on October 7th, right before the new patch gets released. So now we're in season 7. Now everything gets adjusted. You guys have had a little more time to kind of get accumulated with each other as well. Kind of, you said you're working on a new DPS lineup, but there's a lot to be adjusted here. There's a lot of patch notes when it comes to a new season as well. Lately in the collegiate scene, I've been seeing Arisa, Sojourn, May, Bastion, Baptiste, Lucio, everything that you could possibly think about in a shred composition, really. But now, again, 2 weeks since the start of, 2 weeks since the start of that season 7, what have you guys done as the captain? Can you describe to me what you guys have done since that thing, since the start of the season as we head into the weekend?
Yeah, I think with the current meta, a lot of what we've been focusing on is our communication. Like I said, we have people moving in and out of the team, but hopefully now we're at a consistent lineup. So the communication is starting to improve. And like you said, with this current meta, I think ability usage and those trades of certain cooldowns is really important. So a lot of the communication is what we've been focusing on this week, and making sure everybody understands that, like, if the enemy is doing this, this is what we're doing. You should be calling this every time, and really just getting that structure down. Because with these compositions that are being played right now, it seems like that organization and that just like collective understanding and a plan and communication of what you want to do, those are like the most important things right now. So that's what we've been focusing on the most for the last week. We have a couple practices before we actually go this weekend, and we'll probably use those just to go back to basics, focus on what we know, probably lock in some map picks is what we're looking to do tonight in practice. Just like figure out, we've been playing this meta for about a week and a half. We understand it. We know what we like about it. We know what we dislike about it. Now let's figure out some maps that we like, practice those, and then go into the weekend and try and play around our strengths as much as possible.
Yeah, and obviously I want to go into this, into what the meta was, because, back in the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming, maybe you guys, the map pool will be different when we get to the LAN, obviously, but when you guys were playing in that Overwatch Collegiate, I noticed a lot of times over the weekend that teams were looking to pick more or less Midtown because King's Row wasn't in it, or really the common maps weren't in it as well. Is that something you guys found out as well, that maybe with this meta, Midtown is something more of along the lines which you guys want to run in?
Maybe it's tough. I think we're definitely towards more of like a brawl style comp right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC East Regional right here in Foxborough at Helix Esports. We have another great surprise as we have an MSI giveaway here. It's another rock, paper, scissors challenge. So I'll have the competitors introduce themselves, and then they'll compete in a best-of-5 rock, paper, scissors for one of the 2 prizes here. All right, here we go. Starting on the left.
My name is Pedro. I go by Dept. I play Super Smash Bros. And I'm alumnus of Farmingdale State College. Go Rams!
All right, Farmingdale State College. How about over here?
My name is Eric. My tag is Hicks. I play Smash Brothers Ultimate, and I'm currently not in a school right now. And I'm from Mass.
All right, from Massachusetts. So we got someone from Long Island and Massachusetts here competing for the coveted MSI plushie. I love this thing. I want it myself. Okay, so we'll do best of 3, best of 5. I'll say rock, paper, scissors says shoot. I'll conduct this a little bit, all right? So let's get ready here for the first one. All right, hands on the table now. All right. Rock, paper, scissors says shoot, and you'll go on shoot, okay? Let's do one practice one. Rock, paper, scissors says shoot, and you go on shoot. It's okay. One more practice one. Rock, paper, scissors says shoot. Like that. Perfect, okay? So we'll do best of 5. All right, here we go. This will be the first match. This one counts. All right? For the MSI plush. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's restart. You ready? You ready? Rock, paper, scissors says shoot. All right, 1-0 over here. All right. Rock, paper, scissors, say shoot. All right, there we go. 1-1, right? Rock, paper, scissors, say shoot. All right, 2-1 over here to Farmingdale. Let's go. 2-1 here. Not done yet, though. Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, say shoot. Ooh, 3-1 to the winner, my man. Congratulations. Good game. So choose your prize, one of the two. Here's the plush, and the other one goes here, the lucky keychain. Woo! Thank you so much for MSI for presenting that rock, paper, scissors right here at the CECC East Regional. Thank you guys so much for competing. Hope you enjoy the rest of the event. We got Overwatch coming up next when we return. Woo! You're welcome, man.
To the CECC East Regional Interview Series, joining me right now from the University of Delaware and the Blue Hens, Hyper from the Overwatch 2 team, the captain joining us. And Hyper, thanks so much for joining us. Let me go ahead and go
Correction.
Our recap real quick.
Valorant
Group D,
coming up
pretty
next.
easy, pretty simple what you guys had in that group. Beating College of St. Rose 3-0, and then beating Penn State 3-0 as well, which would advance you into the top 8 bracket. Take it to the top 8 bracket, would beat New York University Violet Legion 3-1, and then University of New Haven 3-0. Now, for the number 1 seed, you'd run into a team known as Fisher, would then lose to that team 3-0. But overall, a great weekend for you guys, and pretty much almost going perfect until that number 1 seeded game in the qualifier against the Falcons. So what was the reaction from the team knowing you guys had just secured the 2nd seed going into the LAN?
I think overall we were pretty excited with how we played that weekend. It was a very long weekend with a lot of games going on. So I think we're feeling pretty confident. We were really happy with how we placed. Obviously, being in those top 2 or 3 teams puts you in a really good spot going into the LAN. So when we finished 2nd, we were happy with it. But we're a hungry bunch of guys, so we're looking to go for 1st here at the LAN.
Yeah, and speaking of the LAN's going to be, I mean, you guys are in the arena yourselves, but now it's going to be in a LAN outside of the state of Delaware. Obviously, we're headed up to Foxborough, Massachusetts for the Helix Esports Arena for that East Regional LAN. So tell me, how do you guys feel about, how good do you guys feel going into a regional and a LAN that's kind of outside? It's still in the Northeast, mind you, but in a LAN that's outside of your home territory, should we say?
We're not sure. I think we'll play well realistically. There's a lot of time to get in there and warm up before each game, and we'll have Saturday with the group stages to kind of warm up and get comfortable. I guess traveling there Friday evening is going to be different, but other than that, I think we'll do pretty well. We should be able to cope well with sleeping in a hotel that's quite nice, and then waking up and just doing our job like what we do anywhere else. So I think we're gonna do okay with the LAN. I'm excited to play.
Yeah, top 2 there for your seating as well. So you guys are feeling pretty good in the seating that you guys are in right now. Talk to me about the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming, and I'll recap that here as well, because you guys landed up with a great record, 7-3 overall. Basically, I would like to say 1 or 2 wins short of maybe making that top 32 bracket, if you will. But overall, a great record, great map record differential as well. When you look at it, look back on it, and even the final round Swiss stage when you guys had to take on UNLV, a pretty decent team at that. You guys won that pretty convincingly. So are you guys happy with your performance at all, or are there things you guys still want to adjust before we get to this East Regional LAN?
We've been changing a lot around since that tournament, and really since the beginning of the year. We basically restructured our entire DPS line coming into the season, and we were doing all right with it. We've made some more changes since then, but with Collegiate Homecoming, it was so early in our school year. I think week 1 was literally the first week of back to school. So I don't know. We just kind of started off in a very tough situation where we were trying to make changes for the future. So yeah, I think we were happy with 7-3. The goal was to qualify. But I think as we've seen, like going into the CECC qualifier and now into the LAN, we've definitely continued to improve and get in that form where we're very comfortable. And I think we're at a spot now with a team that we're very happy with. So yeah, I think we were happy with ABC. But looking to go into the spring, I think 8-2 and qualifying is a reasonable guess of where we'll be. And so yeah, I think we're doing a lot better than at the start of the year right now. So I think we're going to be pretty good going into the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, and you were talking about how that start was kind of early, which I do agree with. Early September, all the way up until now, just a couple of days ago, really over this weekend. As we're recording this on October 24th, just ended October 22nd. So yeah, you're a long tournament and a very early start for you guys at that. But now, let me talk about this. The Swiss stage ended about 3 days right before, on October 7th, right before the new patch gets released. So now we're in season 7. Now everything gets adjusted. You guys have had a little more time to kind of get accumulated with each other as well. Kind of, you said you're working on a new DPS lineup, but there's a lot to be adjusted here. There's a lot of patch notes when it comes to a new season as well. Lately in the collegiate scene, I've been seeing Arisa, Sojourn, May, Bastion, Baptiste, Lucio, everything that you could possibly think about in a shred composition, really. But now, again, 2 weeks since the start of, exactly, really, 2 weeks since the start of that season 7, what have you guys done as the captain? Can you describe to me what you guys have done since that thing, since the start of the season as we head into the weekend?
Yeah, I think with the current meta, a lot of what we've been focusing on is our communication. Like I said, we have people moving in and out of the team, but hopefully now we're at a consistent lineup. So the communication is starting to improve. And like you said, with this current meta, I think ability usage and those trades of certain cooldowns is really important. So a lot of the communication is what we've been focusing on this week, and making sure everybody understands that, like, if the enemy is doing this, this is what we're doing. You should be calling this every time, and really just getting that structure down. Because with these compositions that are being played right now, it seems like that organization and that just like collective understanding and a plan and communication of what you want to do, those are like the most important things right now. So that's what we've been focusing on the most for the last week. We have a couple practices before we actually go this weekend, and we'll probably use those just to, go back to basics, focus on what we know, probably lock in some map picks is what we're looking to do tonight in practice. Just like figure out, we've been playing this meta for about a week and a half. We understand it. We know what we like about it. We know what we dislike about it. Now let's figure out some maps that we like, practice those, and then go into the weekend and try and play around our strengths as much as possible.
Yeah, and obviously I want to go into this into what the meta was, because back in the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming, maybe you guys, the map pool will be different when we get to the LAN, obviously, but when you guys were playing in that Overwatch Collegiate, I noticed a lot of times over the weekend that teams were looking to pick more or less Midtown because Kings Row wasn't in it, or really the common maps weren't in it as well. Is that something you guys found out as well, that maybe with this meta, Midtown is something more of along the lines which you guys want to run in?
Maybe it's tough. I think we're definitely towards more of like a brawl style comp right now. So yeah, I think closer range maps like Midtown, or if Kings Row is available, stuff like that is very nice. But yeah, I think that's where most teams will be headed, instead of those long range like poke maps. I don't see those being picked very much.
Yeah, I feel like Nambani or Reichenwald as well is kind of a buzzsaw to run into with this meta. So yeah, I completely agree with that. Again, talking with Hyper from the University of Delaware team. Want to touch upon one more thing before we move on here that you were saying earlier about you guys are working on communication with the rest of the team. As a captain yourself, and again, really working on a short schedule here with only a month to go. How do you guys work on communication, and how well has that worked out for you so far heading into the LAN?
So far, it's been going pretty well, since a lot of our core has stayed the same since last year, with me on main support and Ideal on tank. I feel like those are kind of the two roles that set the tempo for a team a lot, and especially in communication, can kind of, give structure to the team. So a lot of like in between fights is me ult tracking, and then the both of us are mostly Ideal fight planning, and so we just kind of build around that. So yeah, I think for the most part, the core of me and Ideal has stayed the same from last year, and we've got a good thing going. And then we're just trying to look to work in all of these new players as much as we can, and kind of just make sure everybody understands what we expect from them and what we need from them in each and every fight.
Yeah, communication key in a game like Overwatch. All right, let's move on from in-game to now basically in the tournament. 8 teams fighting, including you guys, going to be fighting for not only to win as the CECC East Regional Champions, but to eventually fight on to a spawn for the CECC Finals coming in the 2024. So for you guys as a number 2 seed into this tournament, what do you have to do in your mind, and really in the team's mind, what do you guys have to do to try and win that one spot?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports U CECC Eastern Regional, presented by U.S. Army and Army ROTC. We have some more exciting time to head over to the FPS titles, some awesome gaming coming up lastly here as we are looking to still crown Overwatch and Valorant. But without further ado, let's head on over for some action-packed esports with Sam Talks and Crafe for the latest here at the CECC Eastern Regional. Over to you.
Barley, amazing as always. Thank you so much for that introduction. All roads have led here, though, for the CECC East Regional Valorant Series as we now step into the grand finals. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me, the ever-amazing Crife. Crife, the two teams that we see here, this is going to be Fisher White going up against Hugh Storm, Harrisburg University. Now, we know Fisher, the pedigree of this program, the pedigree of the players as well. Harrisburg, though, an inaugural team coming into the Valorant scene, stepping into the great world that is Valorant. And now we're going to see these two titans stand up against each other to see who is going to have their bid towards the CECC Grand Finals later on in the year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have seen these teams come up head-to-head in many different games. Now we're seeing it in Valorant today in these grands. I am definitely excited for these wins. We had seen yesterday, you and I going Utica and Alvernia, seeing Alvernia get that 2 win. And now Fisher College coming together with Harrisburg University. This is going to be quite the matchup.
And not only is it going to be a matchup, this is a rematch. These two teams met each other in the Group A stages, right? Fisher White did manage to take on Harrisburg, 1-0 them. Now we're going into the grand finals. Things could be a little bit different for Harrisburg. This is the opportunity for them to be able to step up, right? Be able to have more opportunities to learn from Fisher, to learn how they play. And that's always the thing about 1-0 series, right, Crive? You don't really get the chance to correct the mistakes. And if it's a map that doesn't really favor you, things can be really difficult to reorient yourself. So now that Harrisburg has this opportunity to take on Fisher in this best of 3 series, a lot more opportunities that could go their way.
Yeah, of course. Well, without further ado, let's take a look at the bracket, actually, now that we have come in and gotten some previous context coming through. Again, as we mentioned, Alvernia and Utica getting that 0-2 towards Alvernia, and then Fisher managing to come up against Alvernia, knocking them straight out. Pace again getting knocked out, leaving Harrisburg and Fisher today. As we're seeing in the grand finals, we have quite the bracket here that we have seen so far, right? You also had Harrisburg just managing to win against ST Mob. That was one of the few BO3s where it went over to map 3 in comparison to Fisher and Alvernia that also went to map 3. So again, these are some teams that have been long-standing, have had those changes during these times. First semester, last semester, you've had your staff changes, your roster changes, and it's really proven well for some of these universities.
Absolutely. And I think the interesting thing looking at that bracket too is Alvernia taking a map off of Fisher just proves that, you know, even gods can bleed, and being able to maybe have that in the pocket going into this grand finals here for Harrisburg University, having that realization in their minds, take it on. But this is what's always also a lot of fun, seeing new rosters form, seeing new teams come in and show what they're made of in the great game of Valorant. And I think too, we should go ahead and take a look at the players that are going to be coming up, see who we have that are going to be playing.
Alrighty, so we're starting off with Fisher College first. We've got Shondex, CJ, VYX, Dorian Menace. We've had some of these players still be a little bit of a staple through Fisher College's history in Valorant, and now they're coming through again to the Grants. So looking pretty good so far. Let's take a look over at the opposition, Harrisburg University as well. Again, coming over through now. Harrisburg, again, making some changes, but being relatively usual here. Shen, Jeffy, Hijinks, Reno, and Elk coming through today as the Storm that they are. So we've got that roster all squared away. Let's go ahead and take a think about this. Have you had any experience taking a look at these rosters themselves, Sam?
You know, Harrisburg's roster is interesting with it being the newest one. Fisher, you can see that there's a lot of, once again, that knowledge, that tier 2 experience that comes through from them. We've seen them all, especially with some players in that roster, how much experience they're able to bring to this. And of course, you think back at what Fisher's been able to accomplish, even if this is their Fisher White team. You look over at the entire program itself and seeing the large program that it is, how many rosters this Valorant team has. we've seen them out there, obviously here in CECC itself, right? Being able to take second place last time around in the grand finals, the ultimate grand finals. But I think Crive, for what we have out of these rosters, this is gonna be a matchup that I'm hoping will go the distance.
Yeah, of course. And you know what? Looks like our pick bands are also ready, so we're able to get a little bit of a suss out and see what's going on over there. So, Breeze first map, we've got our Harrisburg pick and Fisher on the attack. Haven, again, a Fisher pick this time, Harrisburg on the defense. And our decider map, Lotus coming down over there, Harrisburg on the attack this time. So, we have some typical maps. You've got your Haven, but you've got your Lotus and your Breeze that are just coming through back into the rotation, namely Breeze, after these changes in the Valorant patches. So, it's going to be really exciting to take a look at how collegiate scene is adapting to these.
And I've been taking a peek at how Harrisburg has been playing, trying to get an understanding of what this roster likes to do. Breeze makes a lot of sense because there's something that every single time that they do, they go the double controller route. And what is one of those maps that work really well with double controller? Breeze. Breeze is one of those maps, has an excellent, if you have an excellent understanding of what agents to play, and typically we see the Breeze Harbor combo that's going to come out of Harrisburg, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we're going to get here. Breeze is one of those, even with these changes, still benefits from having that Viper to be able to cut off those longer sight lines. And then you add in the extra addition of Harbor, right? His Cascade Orb, being able to secure yourself going onto that site, being able to protect the person who's going to be planting that spike. And then, of course, once the Viper walls go down, Harbor walls go up. It's just continuing to cut those sight lines off, give your team the opportunity to move in, and give your team that chance to actually fight their way through. And that's one of the reasons why I think Harrisburg looking towards Breeze.
Yeah, and the same thing with Lotus, right? That double controller on Lotus is just as important, and that could change. People could be doing double roles for Initiator per se and Duelist, but only time will tell, and so will our agent select. So let's go in and phase that through now. I'm definitely excited to see how they go out with this. Oh, looks like we're waiting for a little bit more agents select. All good, all good. But again, as we were going through, this double controller thing is also a thing on Lotus, right, Sam? So just considering how we're taking space, right? It's an A, B, and a C site, sort of like Haven, but a lot of these maps aren't a 3-site map, right? Like we have seen Breeze is just the 2-site, and then you're going straight through to the 3 sites for 2 of the maps today. So again, it's not textbook from what we've seen.
No, it's not. And that's, I think, what's going to make these grand finals really interesting here, Crive. The sort of unusual nature of being able to start off on Breeze. And Breeze is kind of one of those maps, right? It was taken out of the rotation. Riot did some changes to it. Now it's come back. Still, some of those changes are a little bit of question marks with some of the ways that you're going to be playing throughout it. This is going to be an interesting case study too, especially when we look, if we go to the decider map of Lotus and how well that double controller or the double initiator that we typically see come from that map is going to play out. I usually lean myself towards double initiator for most instances. I don't think Breeze though is going to be the play there for that. And I think for the double controller meta that we've also been seeing crop up, how well it's going to work out, especially when we look later on in this series and maybe even in our second map as well, and how that's going to be tooled around with and how that's going to be played around with.
And it's all about how you're taking sites, right? Whether you're attacking, whether you're defending, how you're going to be able to cut off those sites, get that space that you need to, because, you know, maps like Breeze, where you have A and B sites that are absolutely massive, you have to be considering, okay, how are we going to cut this down to our avail? How are we going to be able to take this space, whether we're retaking, whether we're attacking to get onto site, and how are we going to make our lives easier, especially if someone's gamble stacked, right? These are all these situations that have to be coming through the minds of Fisher and Harrisburg today. So, again, very exciting to be seeing how these compositions might happen, but I am expecting that we might not see double controller for one of these 2 really important maps for scaling space.
Yeah, I don't think so either, right? The double controllers are amazing, right? It allows you to cut off space, but how do you take that space, right? That's where you're going to be looking at what your duelist composition is going to be looking like. That's where you're going to be looking at what your initiators are going to be. A really interesting thing that I've been seeing meta-wise, at least in my own competitive games, right? You're seeing sometimes Gecko coming on Breeze because you can use Wingman in conjunction with Harbor to plant down the spike. There's also multiple opportunities for how Sentinels are going to be looking like as well. I still think that for Breeze, particularly when you're taking a look at Duelists, right? Jet's still going to be the name of the game. Once again, nerfed a little bit she's not as powerful as she once was, but still, you give her that operator, you give her that chance. Breeze, those long sight lines favor her so much, and so many different angles, so many different ways that you can take those plays, that especially when you're thinking about defense, that are going to be so vital. But then you look towards the attack, right? Jet's still able to dash onto site. Jet's still able to take so much space when we're talking about these gigantic wide open sites, that having something like Jet to take advantage of the double controller, the double smokes, to be able to push their way in is going to be so very important. But Crife, we have finally made it. We are finally going to see on Breeze what the choice is for this agent select, and already throwing things into chaos versus what we've seen. They're throwing away the double controller playbook that we've seen from them and going towards a more standard composition. In fact, we're looking at both teams right now, other than the duelist, pretty much mirrored.
I mean, we have seen Neon and Yoru come through in both the series that Esports U has covered from yesterday and coming into today now. We have actually been seeing more Yoru and more Neon, weirdly enough. So now seeing this Neon is a pick that I am both shocked and not shocked to be seeing. We had seen it come through during the game that we'd seen with Utica and Alvernia yesterday, and now here we are again, this time Harrisburg and Fisher. So, you know what? Glory to them, and let's see how they manage to play it out as well. You know what? Also just taking a look at how they're doing the double-doubles, it's looking like they're not opting for a double controller here on the Harrisburg side, right? They're going for that Sentinel, those initiators, the KO, the Sova, getting those flashes onto site, which is just as important, right? Those smokes sometimes aren't going to be something that will suffice based on how your team is typically aggressing onto site. Sometimes instead of those smokes, it'll be a flash in place that you'll really want to be taking a look at instead.
Well, I love this, though, from Harrisburg. Adapting themselves, pushing away from that double controller meta, and especially for a map like Breeze where you want to do something different, but this double initiator is so important. And I mean, thinking about it, how it's going to be played out, you being able to, first of all, gather information with Sova. Sova, I feel like, is one of those initiators you need to have when it comes to Breeze. It is so important, gathering that information, and not only that, being able to push back. It's so important too when you're aggressing onto A site, figuring out who's hiding in that back spaces. Once again, big sites. So the more information that you can gather towards that back site is going to be vital, is going to be key. Then we look towards that KO. Again, gathering information, but the most important thing here, talking about those flashbangs, but already Mo, smart like FNS, showing that they also too have the aim of FNS. Fisher College managing to draw that first blood onto Harrisburg University. The attack now going in. On the other side here, though, waiting for shots, gonna go out on a menace, but still, CJ avenging their fallen comrade. One headshot goes through, but they have range. Not gonna work in the favor of them. Elk trying to go wherever they could. Psyche just trying to do their best, as it's gonna be a back and forth ringer now, the 2v2. Fisher College, however, little bit more bloody and bruised on the backside. Mo now pushing in, but they don't even see them coming. Ooh. Jeffy now pinched in a world of hurt and a world of pain. This is already proving to be a rousing first round here, but CJ closing it out with that 3K. Fisher College getting their first pistol round 1.
And the plant hadn't even come down at that point in time. They were just managing to take those fights, right? Harrisburg and Fisher really just taking ones on all corners of site, right? You're typically seeing when the defense is being posted on all 4 corners to be able to cover that space. And all of that was being covered. But this time in the fights, the utility was there, and those initial objectives were really just, let's get it down, let's get the threats down first before we can get that plant down.
And I think for Fisher College, doing that is a fantastic idea. You're being aggressed upon, so really, if you're going to take advantage of the aggressiveness that Harrisburg University is throwing out on you, that's one of the ways to go about doing it, right? Just go ahead, clear them out, and then go for the spike plant at the very end when you're in that post-round timer, just to get those extra credits on the board. Now, where we had Harrisburg being a little aggressive, they're letting Fisher take so much of this space. They're just trying to gather information on where they're going. Fisher leaning towards this mid push, maybe going in through A. They haven't set the walls up yet. They're trying to make Harrisburg wonder where they're going to be going. That early that early signal, especially with say the poison orb going up, could give Harrisburg that early rotation. But now we're seeing mid being pulled away from the B side attack is going to be happening, but it looks like Harrisburg might take the bait here in the over rotation.
Yeah, I mean, taking the bait is one way to put it for sure. Look at these splits as well, coming through onto site, and the entry's happening now. Getting everything down possible. Recon Bolt coming through as well. And everyone's scaling onto site, going straight for the plant. Absolutely no fights needed to be taken right now, but now they're setting themselves up for a pretty risky retake against Harrisburg as they're coming straight through.
Harrisburg is just, they're waiting, they're deciding. There are a lot of conversations going on right now, I'm sure, on how they want to push in, especially with looking at what you have controller-wise. All angles are so open to them right now, and it feels like Harrisburg doesn't really know what they want to do here, but they're running out of time. Something has to give, something has to happen, and Shondex knowing exactly where Jeffy was going to be going. This is Fisher now a little impatient, wasn't ready for that. Harrisburg just looking for those exit frags before falling to the spike, making sure that they pick up some of those deaths there. A quick pickup, gun upgrade. Harrisburg gonna walk their way on. Really only just getting that one, but an interesting strategic decision, I think, from Harrisburg here. Cripe.
Really interesting indeed to be able to scale up without space, especially going up in the spawns. Again, we've seen flipping the script be a thing more prominent on Haven and those extra maps, right? But flipping the script this time on a map like Breeze to be able to hit those things multi-dimensionally, right? That's what's happening on the defense, where they're able to hit through not just mid, but through CT points as well. Going through Arch, and then Fisher coming straight through and going, not today, especially after that wall drop straight down. And that's really making sure that they're maintaining that space.
It really is. And Fisher is just really showing us that they can also play the patient game so well and throw Harrisburg off their game. Menace is pushing themselves up, going to be spotted out by the owl drone stuck inside of the corner. No tailwind to get them out of there, but no one really trying to challenge them either. So able to gather, once again, so much of this space inside of mid before Fisher decides where exactly they want to go. But really at this stage, it's all just about causing chaos in Harrisburg. Now we're seeing the push through in mid, and Menace proving that they are the menace of Harrisburg. The double kill to come through. Fisher College feeling like they are firmly in control of these grand finals, firmly in control of the map of Breeze. Spike is going to be planted on A site.
And what an exemplary play for Menace, really playing that duelist rollout incredibly well to allow Fisher to get on the plant, get onto site, really take that space. And they're playing a little bit passive now, right? They're not really taking that space as we've seen. The Viper wall coming up, the toxic screen, helping them to just keep that space down and not overwhelm themselves with too much on site, with having to go backside and keep all of that down. So they are able to just take things bit by bit while also just keeping an eye out for extra frags. But here we go.
Pulling away again. Harrisburg just can't do it. On the back of it, though, Menace walks forward again. The headshot into Jeffy, now 3 for this one player alone. And it's going to survive throughout this round with 5 HP, but filled with a bloodlust Cripe. They're looking, they're searching, they're hunting. They want to get these final 2 players down. May suffer for their transgressions, but still a 3K in the 3rd round alone.
And that was quite the 3K, right? Just as I said earlier in the round, it helped to first of all get that plant down, but also then close things off, right? Come back for a second, really coming through. And they had that redemption as well from the previous rounds, as we're seeing here. They got bonked down, they come straight back to be able to allow for that plant retake. And here we are coming through to the next round, looking like the buys are somewhat evened out, but Harrisburg has to opt for the Guardians, has to go for a little bit of a force here and go all or nothing. And now they're able to just hit it on A. They've got that lurk from the side, but with a pretty global impact as well, but also trying to be a little bit passive. And we might be seeing some sort of fight take up on mid, but we're also seeing an entry on A. Things are starting to happen really aggressively. Menace coming out as well with the double smokes. Cloudburst coming through, and we might just see an extra fight here. Recon Bolt able to find one as Menace coming down with the first one, and the plant's coming through. Almost like we could see a pattern here.
The pattern is that Menace don't miss these. That's what the pattern is. Right in the backside once more. Shondex takes the swing. The rest of Fisher College, this is unreal. Cripe, a flawless round for them. They're placing a statement right now. This is one heck of a statement to come from it. And I think Menace is the one who has the bullhorn to shout it through their lungs. We're going, we're going, we're going.
Quite a statement indeed as well. You know, the first 4 to 5 rounds, I always say this, it has to be that adaptation, right? And we have to be learning in Harrisburg, especially because they don't have a round quite in the belt yet, and they've come into a save now, as we're seeing. And Fisher is just really going for the same general protocols every time they get onto site, right? You have Menace just being a Menace, as we've said now, getting those extra picks, taking the site spaces they need, but not overwhelming themselves with more space than they can really be taking. They're really knowing their limits here, and that's super impressive for this team.
I think, too, we're seeing a little bit of fear coming out. The knife is going to put Rano in a horrendous position, forcing them to rotate off of the pyramids. Might be able to catch someone on the back foot of this wall with that Singer, but someone's going to have to come in their direction. Fisher College is not going to be giving them that just yet. Menace on the other side. You're going to whip out the classic, but Menace turns out a Vandal a little bit more powerful than that. 4 bullets left in the tank now, hitting the reload. Hijinks wanting to work their way in through mid, but it's just clinical, surgical, and how Fisher is dismantling Harrisburg University piece by piece. And another 3K for Menace to close out this round. Another flawless as well to go along with it.
And that was quite the flawless too. Again, they're going for that extra space where they're pushing up CT. They went, you know what, we're going to be a little extra greedy here and really make it work. But now Harrisburg has to come to the drawing board. They've taken this time out a little bit earlier than usual, but something that's going to be really crucial for them to get back up on the board, adapt to what they've seen for the first 4 to 5 rounds, and really make that difference.
They're going to have to find something, right? The way that Fisher College is doing this, they were kind of poking and prodding at Harrisburg in the first couple of rounds. You saw that they were taking things slow. They were taking things patiently. They were trying to understand the ways that Harrisburg likes to play. Did they like to play aggressive, or did they like to play back on the site? And once Fisher realized that Harrisburg doesn't push out too far, that was the moment where we started to see them, especially in round 4, that they go into the back site, that they go, not into the back site, but they go aggressive. They push in fast, and start to overwhelm Harrisburg. And that's worked out really well in these past 2 rounds. But you also got to think about it. Harrisburg hasn't been able to make full buys. They're still kind of making some awkward ones right here, but we're going to see the Hijinks operator come out. The interesting thing about giving Neon an operator too is that when you're playing a Jet, you're going to be able to take that shot, tailwind out of there. Neon doesn't quite have those same luxuries, so you're really going to be looking towards Hijinks landing those operator shots.
Yeah, exactly what we're seeing here. Now, with that operator posted, right, it's not typically that Jet that you're expecting. We said at the start how Jet was imperative. You'd mentioned it notably during the Agent Select, but now Neon is really that only pick as a duelist to be able to hold that operator down, right? We had even seen Skies on operators that we've seen from the previous game yesterday. But this time, we're going textbook, we're going in, and we're going in hot, as Menace, being a Menace, is always managing to clear off the side with null command coming straight through for any event that Harrisburg is sitting on site. But they're not. The toxic screen is able to completely push them back. No mercy, no sight lines at all, which makes their job a lot more difficult, especially with the Owl drone managing to find one already.
And even though you're going to concuss Menace in that backline, no one's going to be able to take advantage of it. And this is the issue I think Harrisburg is running into, Krive. They're giving up the site so easily. They're not trying to go for any of those picks. Now trying to aggress in once more. Elk is going to find 1, but traded out immediately by 3 before Hijinks rotates in onto side. All right, Hijinks. I said that they needed to be landing some of these shots with that operator. That's exactly what they're going to be doing with time running out, though. No way CJ catches them on the back foot. CJ not going to have enough time to pick up that operator, but still, you've gotten rid of the operator. Not to mention what Hijinks was able to accomplish. 2 kills off the back of that, but this is compounding in more ways than 1 for Fisher in that instance.
Right, of course, and these fights that we're just seeing right now being so hard in, Fisher really keeping that space as well. And that's even happening on CT, right? The operator's coming straight back down. It was their guiding force, especially coming through in a pretty low economy. And again, we're back to that low economy. It was sort of their saving grace wherever they could, especially post timeout. It didn't seem to work for these people.
It didn't seem to, but maybe we'll be finding something here this time around. Jeffy, I like this. A little bit more aggression, but Menace is doing what Menace does best. And that's taking down the entire opposition whenever it comes towards them. Fisher College is just so clean with the way that they enter onto site. It's precise. They know exactly what they want to do. And even if Menace isn't there to create the space, the rest of the team is phenomenal at being able to grab that. Now alone, by themselves, with just a classic in hand. Okay, Hijinks.
You
Okay.
know what? Hijinks with the classic coming on. We'll see that those occasional rounds where the classic is really coming through against the rifle. We've seen the marshal against the operator. We've seen the sheriff against the operator, right? It's all in the aim, right? I want to know what the aim light playlist is over there, huh?
I need whatever it is, Crive. I need to get it for myself because this is crispy. These are crispy shots that we're getting right now from pretty much like almost everybody. Hijinks though again with that operator, and we're also seeing a full suite of ultimates online for Harrisburg. So I'd like to see something being used here, maybe to stall out the approach of Fisher, because we got to remember too, this is Harrisburg's map pick, Breeze. So they came onto this map, they felt confident with something on here, but Fisher is just rewriting the playbook and how Breeze is going to be played. You see Hijinks take that early shot with the op. Mo, 10 HP. It does hit, but it doesn't quite get the kill. I'm going to back away. We do see the Viper's Pit on B denying that entry, or at least going to try and stall it out. And we're seeing from Menace wanting to go into the backline, may be able to cause some chaos there, entering in inside of that. The Viper's Pit already claims his first victim, Psyche, going to try and fight it out in there, but falls.
Things happening really structured as well, right? One thing may happen on A, but that'll trigger something to happen on B as well, and it's happening for both Harrisburg and Fisher here, so they're really adapting pretty well no matter how far they all are from site, and it's really proven well for the teamwork that's happening right now. Here we go, we've started to make an entry onto site, and Menace getting that trade-off, and the Hunter's Fury just managing to get Menace a little bit of a nick there, but that's not going to stop Fisher from having to enter in until Hijinks with the operator posting through. But look at this fight attempt. CJ just managing to finish off what would have been an unlucky hit from Mo coming in to eliminate Hijinks. Plant is down now. Look at these fights coming through. Toxic screens just blocking them off where possible.
Block him off where possible. CJ is still going to push forward, blinded out, and that was a good swing from Jeffy to help out their teammate. It was kind of hoping and praying something was going to be happening there. Mo set up with the operator, looking towards making sure to defend that spot. The 0-point knife going to catch him there. Mo gets one shot off with the operator, gets one kill with it. Again, though, we're seeing from Harrisburg playing together, playing as a team, making sure that they don't take these swings alone, don't isolate the 1v1s, and it worked out so perfectly for them here. Off the back of a lot of ultimates that needed to be popped, I think we used 2 there. Yes, we did. So we had the Hunter's Fury, we had the Viper's Pit. So that helped them out massively, being able to secure their way in towards this, especially when you look at that Viper's Pit. Catching the lurk off on Psyche was so important.
Most definitely, and the fact that Hijinks had that operator posted in cave, it wasn't quite going to be that saving grace, of course, but it was going to be useful. They did take those 2s, as you mentioned, being able to not isolate those 1v1s, come in as a group, and really catch Fisher off guard. You know, these are new protocols that they learned possibly in the timeout, and just being able to group themselves up now, and we're seeing that exactly happen here. Hijinks not wanting to take a single fight.
No, just get out of dodge before the action really starts to go down. I did like the combo with the flashbang to maybe try and catch someone off guard. Oh, Hijinks! Gotta get out of there.
Oh.
Perfect movement though. Stay safe from the Hunter Fury. Thinking to themselves, someone has to be pushed up. It was Mo. You're looking back around though. The trade is gonna be happening there. As the Poison Gorb goes up, Mo is gonna get out. They're smart like FNS, playing that perfectly. And waiting for the rest of the team to re-aggress back on the site. Missing out on their duelist though. Creation of that space going to be a little bit more difficult. And Hijinks, calm, cool, collected, has the operator in hand. Seeing everything go out. One of the recon darts going to force Hijinks away. And now up comes the null command to try and null out Hijinks. We're seeing ultimates being expended from Fisher College. We're seeing them being expended. We're seeing them being used. We're seeing them deny Hijinks the usage of that operator. The 4v4 is now just beginning, right?
Calm, cool, and collected indeed, but that turns quickly out into an ultimate hit for Hijinks, trying to get any pick possible. Devi coming through with that initial, and Shondex bringing Hijinks right down with the ultimate. Absolutely no mercy here, but Elk getting those extra trades. It's trades left, right, and center as only 1 remains for Harrisburg to get that defusal. And the extra recon bolt's not going to be that exciting for Elk to be able to get a final, but they're grabbing that final pick off of Shondex, and possibly with enough time, as long as Psyche doesn't swing it, but manages to get that extra round for Fisher in a really tight round.
That was I still got to give it to Elk there. That was a tough defuse that you had to go for. And the 2v1 not really working out in their favor, and especially with time running out. I think if they had a little bit more, would have been able to potentially have turned that around. But CECC playing it perfectly, playing the timing game, it was basically forcing Elk to have to hit the half, which stuck them there for a little bit longer, and there wasn't really any way that they could set up. Beautifully well done from Fisher. Harrisburg, though, I'm starting to see that they're fighting back, and they're really starting to get more than it feels like here, especially out in the open, though. Hijinks stuck. And where they could go, the corner, the box, trapped them to their own death. On the other side, though, Rano throwing out bullets with the Classic, getting some hits there, but Fisher College, lightning fast, and how they wanted to take that round. And taking that round, they did. Now looking 9-1 for the scoreline, Crive.
And that was an absolutely insane take. With the second they had that information on Harrisburg, they went straight for it. There was no incredible ability usage coming straight onto site and doing that textbook plant, right? They just, as soon as that information came through that there was a location from someone on Harrisburg, they went straight up, right? We saw the picks happen across the map. And now it looks like Fisher's going for a bit of cooking here as we've got some points being put up on B for hopefully a plant and take. But Reno's waiting for them. Harrisburg has one posted here, and this could change things.
Maybe, potentially. Minutes to go in. Throwing down the cloud burst, taking a little bit of damage from the snake bite. Rano, some damage of their own from that molly. Trying to figure out what the decision is going to be, how they want to take this. But Menace is going to take these fights. Menace is going to be biting hard. Thankfully, it looks like Jeffy was able to do some work of their own in that two-piece. Fisher College completely in control of B.
And again, prioritizing these fights, right? We're doing a bit of a fake here so that Harrisburg can assume that they need to start rotating over, but it was nope. Fisher was ready to really get them killed off. And that was another great move from them, as is proven. And here we go, Mo Smart going straight through on McDonald's Arch to get one over.
Now looking towards their final player, Mo, knowing exactly where it is. Mo takes these fights. Mo wins these fights. And Fisher College now pushed into the double digits. 10-1. And regardless whatever's going to be happening here, right? An incredibly strong first half.
Yep, and you know what? I had to pay tribute over there to the callouts because we've seen some pretty interesting callouts come from Collegiate. As a coach myself coming into this scene, and just generally from what I hear from these players, making those pretty interesting calls, and that's actually one on Breeze here. And Mo Smart actually managing to take that point down. Everyone watching their individual angles when needed, right? Mo was posted on site and did get those two finals, but everyone from Fisher was relatively dialed in into where they had to be watching so that it wasn't a redundant peak.
No. It's all... Fisher has the idea of what they want to do here. Min is showing us exactly what needs to be done. The operator, powerful. The operator, scary. And in Minus' hands, a terror, one to behold. Now, all that's left is Jeffy throwing out that Hunter's Fury because why not?
Take flight.
Now an Eldrin coming straight after, right? That Hunter's Fury hadn't initially done anything. We went, you know what? Let's just go straight up. Fighting that through, they went and did the same thing as we saw almost 2 rounds ago now. They had that information, they went straight up as a group, taking it through, and everyone's looking to be in pretty decent spirits. They're really dialed in. Wow, being able to come into a LAN here as well. I mean, we're over at home, right, Sam? But being able to just know everyone's there together, super important as well.
I mean, it is, right? And then you're also contending with being on the main stage as well, Crive. This is extra added pressure that you may not be used to. You're not playing with that usual setup, but still that land energy, once it starts coursing through you, you take advantage of it, and then you push it back. Really enhances what your abilities, really enhances your skills. But still, this is the first half for Fisher College. 11-1, 2 away. And if they win out in this pistol round, Crive, this is not going to be looking good for Harrisburg.
Of course, it's going to be looking a bit dire in terms of situation. They might need to be calling out the timeout here, but it's going to be a weak situation with just so few pistols.
Play with the way that CECC is trying to pull themselves, push themselves in. They wanted to go in for the backstab. Ooh. Throughout all of that smoke, but this is what we wanted to see from Harrisburg. This is what we needed to have happened. The sheer confidence oozing off of them, especially in this site execute, was done perfectly. Overwhelm the site and don't give Fisher that opportunity to take this pistol round. A full 5 players against Fisher's 2.
And take a look at how they're holding things as well on elbow. They've got one post on elbow, not to in awareness right now for Fisher, but that could actually be useful for them. Harrisburg able to come around through elbow again and grab Menace that they know is there from main, from what's been seen. And look at that again, the multi-dimensional hit to close things off, right? To be able to come through from both site and both in general from elbow.
Really good plays from Shin. Also, you see this taking them that long-range engagement and another final kill from them to close out the round. That was perfectly. I loved seeing that from Harrisburg. The idea of how they wanted to approach on the B side, especially when you think about Breeze. Typically, most players, most teams like to do that early A side aggression and try to go for that. But it seems like Harrisburg just has the idea that now that they're in this anti-eco round, spread out a little bit more, poke, and figure out what the game plan is from Fisher. And Shin's already set themselves up, waiting for it. Oh my word, it's still gonna be a lot of damage to them. 10 HP, they're gonna survive. Saw 3 on that A site, and an early pick from Elk. That's gonna secure B.
Ooh, that's really going to secure it indeed, being able to get that first blood, dictating the rest of the round, and Harrisburg's just got a little bit of low HP over the bomb planter, which is going to leave them in a little bit of a weak position, but that's still an entire man alive. That's still an extra belt of utility ready to go, and oh, looks like they're going for the Fisher strat, going straight up to flip the script where possible, but a lot more people than you'd expect.
Ooh, Jeffy. Right through the wall, too. A little bit of added insult to injury on Menace. This Marshall is going to take over. It's going to make sure to protect Harrisburg University, an entirely different beast, it feels like, on attack. Fisher College looking, prodding, wondering where they want to go. For the last 2 players, Hijinks looking. Sees the elbow, the double peek. They fall down. A little bit of a celebratory crouching there, crying.
Oh man, indeed. But look at this. They're still trying to take those fights wherever possible. Bomb came off, so that's another round to Harrisburg, but nevertheless, they really took elbow down, right? They had those pinches coming through, and it looks like Harrisburg has a hunch now on how to tackle these fights.
Harrisburg has the hunch, but look at what Fisher is doing. They're going Vandals. They're going Vandals, heavy shields. They want to take this round. They don't want this to be done in any other fashion. Harrisburg, though, trying to meet them in that same fashion. So this is their bye round for Fisher. Harrisburg losing out in the, not really losing out in that anti-eco round, but they lost so many players here. I'm curious to see if this is going to work out for Harrisburg on how they're going to be taking this fight with the Vandals that they have in their hand.
Indeed so, especially when you have to make the most of it. And both economies are looking grim, and oh, looks like Fisher's making the most of it indeed, with Psyche and Shondex at the forefront, grabbing these extras. And there goes that final trade, 1 remaining for Harrisburg. Look at this one, Sam. CJ finishing it off for Fisher.
All Fisher needed was some guns in their hands, some big rifles. And that was all they needed to push away Harrisburg in a very convincing fashion. Also push themselves on to match point for this first map of the grand finals here at CECC East 2023. Really, what's there to say about that round, though? It was just perfect. The way that they executed, the way that they were able to defend B. Fisher understanding that this B side attack from Harrisburg is where they like to lean. Harrisburg's got to have that adaptation, though, and we're starting to see that now. They're poking their way in through that mid approach.
Again, this is something where they're trying to hit it multi-dimensionally, right? You still sort of have one lurking around elbow and people just playing it back, getting some information, waiting it out, and here's our first information. We have to see here now how Harrisburg manages to take off of it, but they're not dedicating that fight at all. We'd seen Fisher just get that information and straight fight it. And look at that, Psyche actually grabbing it now. Grabbing that pick against Elk, scaling up in that space, and Mo going for hijinks. Going for another one, Shondex and Mo, that dynamic duo up on mid as the bomb comes down.
Jeffy, you're in a 1v5, my friend. That's a good way to start things off, though. A pick onto Shondex. Now you gotta win out in the 1v4. Grab the spike, plant the spike, hopefully. Give yourself that little bit of extra credits. But guess who's coming up? Menace. Not even going to give Jeffy any opportunity, any chances there, as we're looking at a 13-3 victory here for Fisher College. Oh my gosh.
I'm
Look at
loving the
those shit.
vibes
Oh,
over
big
here.
money.
Oh,
Big
there we
money.
go.
Got the bunny ears too to go along with it. Look at that. Crife. I like it.
Loving the costume. I'm loving it all together. And the big smiles here as everyone's in good spirits. This is great. And again, what a game for them too. That was something to really think about in the books, right? It was coming up really, really close. And Harrisburg went, you know what? Let's rotate it over. Let's think about it again.
Yeah, let's Harrisburg, they wanted to try something different, and I really liked it. We also really saw some signs of life from them on that attacking round. It was just at that point, right? You go into the second half, and Fisher College is 11 to your 1. And so it was going to be a mountain to climb regardless. And that mountain is Mount Everest. You're running out of air, you're running out of oxygen. Things are looking incredibly dire, but that fight, that punchback that they had, it looked like they knew what they wanted to do on attack. And if they started on attack, may have been a completely different story. But like I said, once we got into those, once you put rifles in the hands of Fisher, it was a completely different story. You had 3 players on B that completely repelled the entire assault of the aggressive nature from Harrisburg. And Fisher, from that point on, it was just, you're going into that next round with a light buy. It was only so much that you could do. Harrisburg, they showed up, they showed really well, but Fisher College was just feeling like they were operating on that next level.
And Fisher really going for a majority of elimination wins, right? Just thinking about that and the map picks that we've seen so far as well, based on who's picked what side, trying to take the maps off of each other, and seeing something like Breeze again. And we mentioned at the start how important it was to just generally consider how you'd be taking these maps post-patch, post bringing back in from the map pool. You know what? Let's grab some stats on Jeffy in the meantime, because we did see quite the plays coming up shortly. We did see quite the plays throughout this game. And again, we have seen as well, the duelists aren't typically the top fraggers anymore, and they don't have to be. Taking a look here as Killjoy being able to scale that utility, right? The informal duelist here. We've seen it on Chamber. We're seeing it now on Killjoy. Jeffy was actually sober here on Breeze, but the ACS was high. The assists were coming through, but the eliminations as well being absolutely imperative, being overall a great sport on Sova.
And when you think about the way that you play Sova on Breeze, you're the information gatherer. You're the one that, with that recon dart, is able to push off annoying players that hold those angles and set your team up to be able to scale through. And not only on that, but Jeffy was able to frag out more so than, like what you said, when you think about what the duelists are able to do. And Hijinks, when you gave them that operator, sure, they were able to get some picks here and there. I just feel like the Neon pick it's one that is, I think, good in theory, right? You're able to put up the fast lane. That's another smoke that you can use kind of to get yourself onto the site. But her movement and space taking capabilities really come off the back of, first of all, landing really good relay bolts, but then sprinting. And when you're sprinting, you don't have your gun out. And sure, you can maybe make that same argument that Jet doesn't have her gun out when she's tailwinding in, but you're going so fast that it makes it really difficult. And then you add on top of that her cloud burst, extra smokes to be able to cover herself in, that I think a little bit more vital than the fast lane. Jet just comes out so dominant. And when you have a player like Menace on there too, unreal what they were able to accomplish on that last map of Breeze. But we are still in this series. Harrisburg still has the opportunity to fight their way back in the next map and tie things up. We're going to go to a small break, so don't go anywhere. These grand finals are already proving to be very interesting, with Fisher College taking a decisive victory over Harrisburg University on the map of Breeze, 13-3. Now it's Harrisburg's opportunity on our next map going into Haven to try and turn things back around. Otherwise, it's going to be it for them here. Fisher College is going to punch their ticket, Crife, to the CECC grand finals happening in 2024.
And we saw quite the matchup as well, just taking a look at the scoreline as well. Harrisburg did try to make it a comeback after that timeout that they had made, but Fisher College going in with the aggression, going in with the strategies, and just being so organized. It was really a refreshing thing to see.
And you can even think about it too in the ways that they like to play. They oscillate between information gathering, looking for those early picks, and then deciding that when the economy is broken, then that's when they want to full speed ahead, just push onto site fast, overwhelm whoever's playing on there. And I think another big issue that we were seeing out of Harrisburg University was they just gave up the site too easily, right? They just pulled away too quickly. And sure, when you look at the first pistol round of the second half, the way that you look at it, what happened to Fisher College, they may have gotten overwhelmed, but then when they got the rifles in their hands, they stood their ground. They did not go anywhere. And when you think about Valorant, sometimes getting those early picks, even if you do fall, could be so important for your team when they're going in for that retake. You want to try and look for any frags that you possibly can, rather than just giving up the site, because then the retake that comes out that Harrisburg had to do, Fisher just never let it happen.
Fisher really didn't let it happen at all. They had tried to, take that space initially in ones, but then they had tried to go in twos, and it had worked briefly, especially on the A, but they didn't have a lot of time to make the most of that once they had learned how they had to do it, because the halves have swapped over. But now they've had an entire map to manage to adapt to Fisher College and go, you know what, this is probably what we need to expect here as Harrisburg. This is what we should be coming into, especially now coming into Haven in 3 sites. They have a little bit more to work with.
And hopefully having those 3 sites in their pocket will give them that opportunity that they need. Here, though, Crife, our players, still, like you said, in good spirits, excited to be there up on the stage, and the camera's back out. We're getting the smiles, we're getting the happiness, and of course, we're going to be getting the excellent gameplay. Still, though, we got to mention it once more that for Harrisburg, this is their final opportunity to take things back. If Haven is not executed for themselves, it's just all going to be falling apart. When the way that Fisher played, right, you got those strong mentals. You just did a game that was 13-3. Remember, it is a 13-3 that was on the map choice of Harrisburg.
And now we're coming straight in towards the agent select, and we're leaning towards your typical things you'll be seeing on Haven, right? The breach getting a hold of the killjoy being that staple as well. You got your turrets posted on garage and being able to really nano swarm off onto sites. And hopefully based on these compositions, namely what Fisher was doing with the attack, trying to entry through and really cut space off one by one, not having to take sites in a full manner, really was working for them. And hopefully with these compositions, they are able to make the most of it, being able to entry out onto site as Menace being a menace, as always, can be able to dash in, cloud burst through in full force, and the respective flashes and the mollies coming through as needed. And it's the same side for Harrisburg as well, being on that double controller situation. It's not quite going to be a situation where you are going to need a double initiator per se and do that extra aggression. They want to be taking more space and maybe just adapting to Fisher College.
Yep, that's something that I mentioned earlier in the broadcast. Harrisburg typically likes to play that double controller lineup, and we're seeing it here in the form of that Viper and Harbor. So long sight line's going to be cut off again. Haven, the sites aren't quite as massive as what we saw out of Breeze, unless you're looking towards that C site, where I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a lot of hits coming from Harrisburg. But other than that, a pretty typical lineup that we have coming out of both the teams here. And something that I do also want to mention is that, well, maybe be able to go beyond Crife for the U.S. Army and Army ROTC. Go beyond your field of study and get a world-class education in leadership. As an Army officer, you'll learn to be a decision maker and a mentor in any environment at any scale. It's a challenging path, but the choice is simple. Decide to lead. To learn more about Army ROTC and the scholarship opportunities available, visit goarmy.com/ROTC.
And again, if I was a citizen of the United States, I'd definitely try and take up that offer. I said it yesterday, and I'm still going strong with that.
I think you would be great, Crive. I think you would be fantastic. Phenomenal, as a matter of fact.
Hey man, me
I
my
think you'd
Valorant
be an
experience.
asset.
I'll give it a shot, you know. I got my first person shooter experience under my belt. I'll bring some good skill.
I think, yeah, and you know what? You'll bring great strategy. If there's anything I've learned out of you these past couple of days, Crive, you know exactly what you're talking about, and the strategies are crisp as ever. Just like what we're seeing out of Fisher, the crisp strategies push themselves forward inside of the smoke. Menace has the shorty. They want to be that tip of the spear, maybe be able to get someone on the back foot again, but they're not pushing right now. They're playing it slow. They're playing it carefully. They're just waiting for the smokes to go out.
Waiting for the smokes indeed, and that's the best thing they can do, right? Being able to just play back a little bit and really not aggress as much as they need to, so that Menace doesn't come straight down like we just saw. And the fights are happening left, right, and center now as they've started that aggression despite the smokes being down.
What are you doing to them, Sean Dex? 2 kills just like that. But still, Fisher not in the best positions. Sean Dex finds one more before speeding right into the bullet. Shin is going to put them away, and Harrisburg University winning out in this very first round. A beautiful look from them here going into this map of Haven.
But it's really applaudable the fact that there was an attempt for Fisher to be able to take those initial fights on the front half of Sight. We weren't necessarily seeing Menace go straight onto the back of A with a cloud burst and dash, but instead taking those shorter fights, being able to allow the short players to come up in an efficient way possible. But again, Hijinks really got that read coming on the high-low ground, and the Jets had the same principles, right? I think it was actually pretty funny to see that they were on head level despite being so high up as an unusual way.
It's always fun when you see those kind of things happen in Valor. Psyche! The long-range duel with the Ghost, and you're gonna win it just like that? Putting things down to the name. Harrisburg University still gonna take another swing, now only with 7 HP, but still survives to fight another time. Gonna try and take the poke once more. Elk, however, not taking any more chances, gonna let that rest and let that cook. Still, we're seeing even numbers for Harrisburg and Fisher. Of course, though, Harrisburg still has those guns in their favor. The B-site attack here from Fisher.
Things have quieted down as we wait for the smokes to come through again. Pretty typical standards for Fisher to come through, but Mo with that shorty trying to come through in a dark cloud as well. That's not too textbook here, but Jeffy is saying not today, and squaring that off with a snake bite to follow after for keeping that space.
What is this? CJ! You're so aggressive. They wanted to fight it out. These shorties! I don't know what it does to a person, but it fills them with bloodlust. Psyche, if they can do this, if they can work this out from right behind the lurk! Psych! Saving the day for Fisher and evening out these rounds 1-1.
And look at that. Again, we got to get a replay of that one. The fact that they managed to enter onto site, the shorty attempts from Mo coming through in the dark cloud, and they're getting absolutely bonked by Jeffy in that adaptation. But CJ going, you know what, let's bring it straight around, and Psyche bringing it straight around as well, straight after coming through, and that did absolute wonders to get a secondary round, as we just saw there. And the buys are looking a little bit grim, but a force is being attempted for Fisher College now, finally.
Yeah, they're gonna have the big guns, and we know that when you give Fisher the big guns, things are going to get very, very intense very, very quickly. And Harrisburg, like he said, a grim buy. But if Fisher can do it, Harrisburg has to be doing that same thing. Oh, Jeffy! Gonna be doing just that. Wasn't quite ready for the Menace up on the high ground, though. Looking from up above, and their perch is going to get the kill there. But these sheriffs are putting in the work. A little bit, anyways. CJ finds 2 kills of their own now inside of Garage. Complete takeover. Abandoning B, going for that C.
And this is something to really think about, the fact that the 2 Jets coming up, still taking the high ground like we saw for the entry for Menace. They're not taking that typical dash and cloud burst action like we have been talking about, or the Euro TPs that we've been seeing recently with CECC. They've decided to come on the higher ground. It's something that needs to be adapted towards, especially if you've got extra smokes coming through in a double controller composition like we have seen for Harrisburg. And it might be something that they need to start doing as soon as possible. And here we go with the retake coming through on the aftershock, blocking it straight off. And Elk getting picked straight off by Menace as well, just sitting backside prepared for anything to happen.
Prepared for anything to happen. All of the scenarios played out in their head, it feels like, for Menace. The aftershock goes through, then they take the swing as the cloudburst comes out. Execution, once again, from Fisher is just nothing short of perfection. Still, though, some of these headshots from Harrisburg University put the fear of them into any lesser team. Had it been no one else other than Fisher. But now for Harrisburg, we get guns, We get rifles. Most importantly, we're going to see hijinks with this defensive operator.
And look at that, straight off the rip as we've got another entry coming through from Menace and Elk, getting an extra bit of utility down to really scale off and leave that fight. So we're able to take it out of there, get out of sight, but also getting some utility down where possible. And immediately shot down by Fisher though, they're catching on, they're trying to keep that space where possible.
And they're doing it. Right, they're capturing so much of the space, even with all of the walls coming up. They don't really care. And again, we're seeing this from Harrisburg University, just giving up so much space. Blinded out! But even through, Reno just doesn't need sight to fight Menace. They don't need it to get the kills here. Now stuck inside of the corner.
Ooh.
He's gonna be able to pick up another one onto Mo. Looking for that third before finally being put away, finally being put down. This is what I wanted to see from Harrisburg. Take that sight. Don't give it up so easily. Look for those picks.
And now they have that retake objective, but this time they've evened out the playing field even more. Look at that, getting that straight pick down. Shondex falling to allow for that extra time, and it looks like they're going to try and hit it multi-dimensionally as we're about to see an extra utility wall coming up. But look at this fault line coming through.
Wow.
Rolling Thunder following straight after. The second information has been given on positions from Harrisburg. They come through with the ultimates, and they fight against the breach utility. That was incredible.
Yeah. What was incredible was how that breach utility was used, but once again, even more incredible, Harrisburg coming out the victor through that Rolling Thunder, through that concuss.
Yeah.
Hijinks did not get caught inside of it. That's the big thing, right? And so when they took that swing with the operator, boom, shot goes out, kill gets gotten. Rano, though, this was the important play. This was what found so much success here. Them holding that sight and getting those picks off the back of it. Rotating away. Not playing off, but playing on. And that opened the door for Harrisburg in that site retake, and even more so, getting that Rolling Thunder is humongous.
An exemplary example of being able to adapt across all maps. As the first one comes in from Hijinks, and both teams are able to adapt from what we just saw in Breeze, and now coming into Haven, being able to know this is what to expect, this is how we take it through, especially with our aggression maintaining on sites, as we're seeing again. Harrisburg not giving up A, getting that information and extra utility down as we're seeing it here.
Oh, they want to go into the Viper's Pit. They want to go into the Den of Snakes. Psych, you can tell they're poking at it. And already, without their controller, though, it's going to be so hard to go onto these sites. Psych is going to do it. Psych's going to do it. Jeffy did see them, but the shots didn't ring to where they wanted it to go. And so backing away, not looking to take that fight, slow down the roll with the snake bite. You saw, too, Fisher was leaning towards A. Jeffy might be able to do this. Jeffy! Perfectly played.
And the nanoswarm came right down to Jeffy knew. Jeffy shot it down. If that nanoswarm got detonated, that would have been an entirely different story as well.
And now you see just on the backside, Rano, another pickup for them. Site may be taken here for Fisher College, but now it's going to be the 3v2. Shin is scaling up so fast. I want to try and get a kill, get a pick, but right in the back of your sight, hijinks with this operator, having so many hijinks of their own. It was still a little bit scary for Harrisburg. Fisher was recovering nicely just up until the very end. And Harrisburg, I'm loving what we're seeing from them, though. We've been talking about adaptation time and time again, and Harrisburg is playing this so perfectly. Now, they're going on these flanks, they're going on these lurks, they're taking pages, they're taking from the playbook of Fisher, and really hijinks in this operator. I think getting so much more value than what they got out of it on that Neon when it came to Breeze.
And Jeffy being able to hold it so well, right? Being really on your adaptation mode, ready for anything, was a great thing that we saw for him, especially during the Viper's Pit, to get scaled. Being super careful that Psyche doesn't scale them off, especially when that nanoswarm came down, breaking it off, because in the event that nanoswarm didn't get broken, it was able to get detonated, and then Psyche would have been watching in that angle exactly where Jeffy had recalled to. So that it would have been an exact playoff, and it was going to make things unlikely. As we're seeing here now, Fault Line coming straight through in this new round, and action's at 100!
Whew. Minnie's getting tired. Haven't heard from them in quite some time, but that's one way to shout it from the top of your lungs. As you're gonna put things away, put things down, and put things back into the favor of Fisher College. Working with that operator, seeing a gun upgrade. Here comes the Harbor Ultimate to try and flush Fisher off this site. Mo looking towards this hell. avoiding all of the concuss. No one to be caught out. Harrisburg taking a little bit too long to take advantage of that utility. Coming in, Rano, Menace, and CJ. The duo, the combo, even just off the back of a stinger. Now putting us into a tied series once more, 3-3.
And this is so much closer than we'd seen with Breeze, right? This is truly exemplary. As I mentioned earlier, that adaptation is coming in full swing for Harrisburg this time. They went, this is what's happening with Fisher. We're going to come straight in. We're going to tie it up again. But Fisher's still keeping that fight, right? As we've seen with the attacker and the sidelines being blocked off here, that's not going to stop anyone to get those trades on Fisher's side and keep that space where possible. As Menace now operating in this round. Looks like space is the name of the game here, especially in a full army of sheriffs and cascades.
We're doing it again. We're doing it again. We're seeing the mid push through. Hijinks finding water, using their knives. Gone they go though. Now Menace, the rest of Fisher College, attacking B. Full frontal assault, taking care of anyone who comes into their sight lines. And there you have it. Fisher College, another round in the pocket. So quick, so fast, so deadly.
Plant comes straight down after that now. And that was quite the quick round, to honestly say that. Really, just within seconds, we hadn't quite seen the way the execution happened like that before. That initial cascade coming straight through. Fisher really like, not today, we're going to be super careful about this, not give our guns up, and that's exactly what happened here. Uh-oh, we're seeing CJ with the operator now, with a bomb in hand too. This is quite the responsibility here. Let's hope the Menace gets that operator back shortly, but ultimates online on hand, double lockdown for both sides. As the cascade comes straight through again from Harrisburg, so they've already got that information on Fisher's side. And if it comes straight through as well, look at these fights.
Perfect read, deciding that they're going to go down into sewer. You saw everyone was set up there. Dog to gather some more of that juicy information as Syke sets the lockdown up to secure this A site push. The Owl drone again to gather that information, make sure no one's being left behind. Harrisburg, not taking any chances though, are going to respect that lockdown. And this is going to be interesting. One player staying inside of it to be that maybe bait that Fisher wants to take, but Fisher is not going to take it. Sean Dex throwing that Hunter's Fury, angry as always, but still Harrisburg got to go for that retake.
Retake indeed, with the Rolling Thunder coming straight through to say not today on that retake either. But these fights being attempted, CJ is only able to get one off as Harrisburg starts to enter on side with the guiding light coming through, guiding them straight down now as Mo's picking them off in twos, getting straight traded off. It's a 2v2 now with not a lot of time left on the bomb, and the tap starts through.
And the way that this post plan is set up, CJ now getting two of their own right there at the very end, 3 in total. Fisher College a little bit wobbly. This Haven map started, especially after that third round, but now looking to take control once more. We're seeing it here in the replay. Mo firing, spraying and praying. Didn't quite get the kill they wanted there, but the double headshot more than makes up for it. And that, Fisher, I think the layering as well, Crafe, of how they use their ultimates, right? Lockdown to go in, then the Rolling Thunder. It's just all about drawing out as much time as they possibly can.
And that's one way to definitely put it, being able to play that time off where possible. It's still a really wise strategy on the Fisher side on that post plant, right? You've turned straight into defenders despite being attackers. When you're put in that situation, anytime that bomb comes down, it's an exemplary part of what to do during every round. That spike is the foundation towards what you need to be looking for. And now we're coming through this time, bomb leaning towards mid to C, and it looks like the posts for Harrisburg are relatively evened out across the site. This could actually be helpful for them if they didn't have sheriffs in hand, but only time will tell.
We know that these players can sometimes hit some of those sick, nasty headshots. Unfortunately for Rano, wasn't just quite there. Hijinks hiding inside of the smoke. Mo walks through, one goes in there, but right into the waiting arms of Menace. Gets shot down. Jeffy, thankfully for the trade, but you're seeing that Fisher hits that execute so cleanly, but even through that, losing 2 members, Harrisburg losing only 2 members of their own. A pretty good site defense, all things considered.
And now this fault line coming through to stop space as much as possible, and the guiding light guiding the rest of Harrisburg to come through on that forefront now. And CJ in a bit of a rough position. What is this angling? What are these flicks coming through to close off that round? In hand with Shondex. What a great side hold too. Just being able to go through, get that information, picks coming down, make the most of that buy as well to keep up their economy being strong. And in turn, bringing Harrisburg's economy right down as well. Despite having such a fight, once they had guns in hand, they did quite a bit of damage. That was a pretty good eco for them.
And that's what I was saying. Right, you think that Harrisburg, even with the weapons that they have, this should be a complete stomp for Fisher. But no, they're holding on to that site. They're playing it a little bit smarter. You had hijinks, right, inside of a smoke with a shorty. Mo thinking that it was safe. They're gonna...
Decimated's definitely one way to put it. Here we go. Menace this time not opting for that high ground, but instead just going straight to backside and finding one immediately hand in hand with CJ, as now Harrisburg only has 3 players left to come through and take site space. Hijinks watching up with the operator. This might be the chance to hold that operator and save it instead and play for exits here. Here we go, making that rotation off, as we said with the saving. And now we're coming through sightlines just being managed, right? Fisher doesn't know what's happening in terms of a retake, right? I mean, hopefully they're going to be able to catch on. They still have to be making that space as much as possible, keeping that in the event that a very fast retake happens. Oh, and Jeffy going straight on Menace, getting covered off to the floor. So again, this is a pretty productive save so far. Jeffy coming through.
Yeah, and as time runs out, you did at least get 1 pick, and you're going to save your weapons going into this next round. Fisher College, again, though, it all just comes down to whether or not how they want to play it and whether or not they want to go fast in on this. Now we're seeing the Harrisburg University popping that time out, something that I like to see as well. Just try to take the momentum away from Fisher. Yeah, I mean, you try to take away some of that momentum for Fisher, then you also start talking about what you've been seeing out of Fisher, right? What the patterns are looking like so far.
Patterns indeed, and you know what, they have called it a little bit later comparison to what they did for Breeze, right? Just for that first map, they called it very, very early, as they were in a little bit of a 0 to 5 pinch there. Had to consider what the adaptation rules were going to be here, but now it's relatively later on. We're just about 2 rounds off from swapping halves, so this might not be enough time for Harrisburg to actually come back. Fisher's able to just slam them back as well. So let's see how this timeout really goes for them, Sam. How are you feeling about this round call?
I kind of agree with you. It's a little bit later than what we saw from out of Breeze, and whether or not that's going to be a good thing is still left to be seen, especially with how late this is in the first half, on whether or not they can make some of these changes. But I would still take these opportunities wherever you can get them. You still have 2 more rounds to go. You still have some weapons. Hijinks has the operator again. And so if at the very least you can grab these 2, you're going to be looking at a 7-5 first half. As compared to especially what we saw out of Haven, right? 11-1. It's already looking way better than what we've gotten.
Really is looking way better indeed. Especially bringing it relatively close. As long as they can hold their space as they should be now. And looking economy-wise too, they might just have a chance. As Hijinks goes again, not today with the operator in hand. That productive save really making its way through to this new round.
A chance indeed. It was kind of like one of those shot pull, and Hijinks. That operator always looking clean in their hands. And a headshot too to boot on with that Crave. That's just like, when you get the headshot with the operator, it's like the greatest feeling in the world. Now for Fisher.
Yeah, right in the dome.
It's looking towards B. Hijinks set themselves up with the operator again. Flushed away. The aftershock comes through. The flashbang to slow them down a bit. But even with their location being revealed on that recon bolt, they're not going to go too far back on this back site. And while Mo was lurking, Shin is going to pick it up too. Fisher College, this timeout for Harrisburg, working beautifully.
Working true wonders, as well as utility coming through to really help them retake, right? They've got that information that Fisher just tried to take a side, and look at this Jeffy scaling it off as well as much as possible on that mid pick. Again, look at that. One being picked off all the way on CT. They really are scrambling now as Fisher tries to get onto site, but it looks like it's working with Shondex and CJ coming through straight for that plant. Time is of the essence here.
Time is of the essence, and Shondex is wasting no time getting some headshots. Jeffy looking for that sneaky little lurk. Could play off this well with Rano. But look how far pushed up CJ is. Thinking that they were going to catch someone through CT. But Jeffy said, nah. It's going to be the sewers lurk, the sewers approach. Rano for the defuse. Harrisburg, that was a round they needed. And the timeout coming up in big in more ways than one. pick up the operator? Yeah, they picked up the operator. Okay.
That's good. Good news. And that Rolling Thunder as well that we had just seen from Fisher College, that attempt was really not well taken, right? CJ had pushed that through, and that was utility that almost got wasted, if you will, because there is one round left to go before we are swapping halves, and that would have been imperative towards a retake as well in that post plan once you're playing a defender role with that spike being down.
Yeah, you saw it right there. The Rolling Thunder go out, but it just wasn't able to catch anyone inside of it, and it was a good idea, right? You really wanted to make sure that you're able to close it out there. But Fisher College now running through. Menace blasting. Spike is going to be planted. This is record speed, I think, what we've seen out of Fisher. But hijinks again. Psych thought that they may be able to pick someone coming up through A. It's just hijinks saying no.
Look at this record plant indeed, as you said. And now these retake attempts coming through as well. And the guiding light's trying to be that guiding light for them. Jeffy and hijinks managing to get on the side. And look at this! Menace with the judge!
What?
Coming through for 2!
Went 2 for 2, but there it is! Hijinks! What a round for them. Even without an operator, they started off with an operator, pick up the Phantom, and then work their magic. And still gonna try and scramble to pick it up. You know, just want to have it here before we go into the first half. Want to hold the weapon that did them so much good. But hey, Crife, this is a much better first half than what we got out of Breeze from Harrisburg. This is 7-5, and that means that this is still doable for them because, you know, we got to remind everyone, this is Harrisburg's last chance. Fisher looking at that series point here in the grand finals. So Harrisburg backs against the wall. They're punching, and they're punching hard.
They really are punching hard. We have seen on Breeze, as you mentioned, that was really far back, but now they have such a good round differential. It's just a 2-round point, and it's leaving them in a really good spirit to be able to come through on this pistol round and make that difference. If they get this round, they could actually bring it back quite easily.
They could, and we're seeing this again from Harrisburg. What we saw out of Breeze, they want to try and take this space fast. They want to try and deny Fisher any opportunities of a chance of regroup. But they did it kind of in a way that I don't think Fisher has quite seen what they're going to be expecting just yet. They're pulling away. They're, I guess, in this information gathering stage right now, Crive. The execute looked like it was going to be fast, but now it's slowed down massively.
It has slowed down massively, but the utility on the forefront here for the Killjoy of Fisher College really going to help it. And the Cascade doing the same thing for Harrisburg to come through, and the Tassie Tiger as well, allowing them to scale that space up garage perfectly. And look at this on C-Site.
Ooh, Mo, though, put down the dark cover, gets one inside of it, then swings back out to pick up another one. It looked like it was going to be perfect here for Harrisburg, but they weren't also expecting Psych to peek their eyes out through garage and get a kill there. Up in the air, Menace brought back down to the ground. This is just gonna have to be put themselves on B and go for the spike being planted. Jeffy, knife out, swings right through, but Sean Dex was ready. Sean Dex was waiting, and Sean Dex gets the kill. Spike to be planted at the very least by Elkit looks here.
Look at this now. There's not a lot of utility here, apart from this extra wall coming up, tidal wave, ready in action, and Mo's been found. Aftershock is down, and it's looking a bit grim for Elk with this double hit through that wall. Almost worked against him.
It looked like it was going so good for Harrisburg at the very beginning. I liked the push in through garage, but them spreading out onto site, it felt like they stayed a little bit too long in garage. That Psych was able to walk away with a kill, even though it was traded out. That was just good enough. They suffered too much damage trying to make their way in. And then you look, especially with what Mo was able to do with their site defense, quick smoke on there that covered the approach for them to walk to before they were finally brought down to get 2 picks. It was undeniable the value that was able to bring. And so now Fisher College, this is what we were talking about. Them being able to secure this pistol round is just going to make things so much easier. And in fact, from Harrisburg, we're seeing a force.
And again, in turn, that's making it harder for Harrisburg. And this econ, that force could actually be the driving force for allowing them to get through to sites. As long as they can even out what's just happened with this deficit. And Shondex trying to scale that up. Even more picks coming down. They're not able to quite scale that yet. and it might prompt a rotation or rehit at this point in time. They have to reevaluate.
Shondex being a bulwark of defense on A. One right through the smoke and another inside of sewers. Harrisburg University scared out of their wits from what just happened there. Scared them so much they're going to try and go for the rotate, but already in garage you're going to have to use the harbor utility, but before it even comes up, CECC is still going to get one. The corner is going to try and protect them for a little bit longer. Couple of shots to maybe be able to secure their exit as Elk gets the kill onto them there. But guess who set themselves up? Mo, waiting on the high ground, gets the execute. Whew.
And it started on A with the fights coming initially down, and it went all the way over to C. Right? This happened. We went all around the world. Almost call us Pitbull now. We're making a world tour. And that really worked out for Fisher College in the end to just come back and make a turnaround, loop it over.
Shondex, right? Shondex, when you look at those early two initial picks, that forced Harrisburg to try and go for that rotate. And like you said, it was just, oof. Harrisburg needs to find their footing, but even with them forcing that out now, going into this bonus round for Fisher, they're going to be operating with sheriffs here. Now, Fisher has pushed themselves up inside of sewers, and they're waiting to see whatever the approach is going to be from Harrisburg. And for Harrisburg right now, decisions have to be made. There's a lot of discussions going on where they even want to go.
And luckily, utility hasn't really been wasted on the side of Fisher, so they can easily do these retakes. And the same thing with Harrisburg, but look at these fights happening mid. The chances are dropping down, but uh-oh, looks like Hijinks is ready and willing with this high ground. Shondex doesn't know, but CECC knows, and the spike bomb comes down.
Oh, Shondex is going to try and gather some information. The only information that they need, though, is the agent right in front of them. Shondex is not missing with this bulldog.
What a round. Sam, we saw quite the aggression on B there.
We saw the aggression on B, right? Ultimates being expended. We saw Shondex, though, aggressing right back in beautiful form. And for Harrisburg, they thought they may have been able to flush it out, but the Harbor ultimate just wasn't close enough. That Shondex just got to hang out there, have a little tea party, wait for it all to go away.
Yeah.
Once it all did go away, they were activated, right? That was like their moment to start landing headshot after headshot, and then just even go through on that A-Link to get the kill there. Hijinks forced out using that Hunter's Fury. Shondex just has the reads right now. They're dialed in.
Teamwork makes the dream work too, right? CECC being able to help out with Shondex sitting backside, but CECC this time, no help there in that case without picking them right off. And B seems the word again for Harrisburg. Ooh.
B seems to be the word again, but Fisher College is going to have the last word. Shondex, 2 last words to be more precise. Again, this agent, this player, is just proving that Haven is their battlegrounds, where they want to make their stand and bring Fisher into those CECC Grand Finals.
Look at this push down short. Jeffy waiting and ready. 36 seconds remain. Looks like A is the word here. Not really going to have space to get onto B site, get onto C site for rotation here. So, again, A is the game. And CJ ready and willing on Heaven. Mo coming straight around. Fisher College is ready. They've adapted. And the auditory cues, just a single step, a single kill. Helps out over there with the trades now. Fisher College has plenty to work with here. And that's the opposite for Elk. 1 HP bomb is down. And only a little bit of cover, which Fisher has adapted to. They know that he's down there.
Oh. The double swing too. The flash,
Perfection.
the double swing. Exactly. Perfection is the only word that can be used to describe how Fisher is even just playing right now. They're not taking any chances. They're not isolating 1v1s, especially how Elk was playing. They did eventually go down, but 3 kills before that happened there even. And so now we're looking at a timeout for Harrisburg again. The last time we saw a timeout for them, though, it worked out massively. And I'm wondering if they're wanting to try and recreate the success here. And this is also, once again, 2 rounds away from what's going to be match in now. And you're getting a little bit nervous for Harrisburg, especially when you look at the scoreline 11-5.
And this is where I love to take note that they're able to hopefully just shake it out, right? Also thinking about the mental perspective here, just going, this is some pretty high stakes, right? We're in the grands of CECC. This is the map point, as you mentioned before. We got to start bringing it back, and this is their time to really just go back into adaptation mode, right? So far, we have been seeing that space get taken by Fisher on all angles. The defense on the post plant, getting those incredibly crucial reads and playing off each other in a way that's not just to get picks, but also for information. I'm going to go do this, you're going to go do this, and we're going to watch things together.
Do you think the bunny ears, Kryph, is giving extra energy, extra skill?
Man, I love the points there on the bunny ears, 100%. Absolutely. It's something I would do personally. I would just go in with a bang to CCC, let alone any land here. So, you know what? Mad props over there.
I'm sorry to take away your excellent points, by the way. I had to mention the bunny ears real quick. I think that is like they store like energy or power in there. And walk
yeah,
away
100%.
with the...
It's like the ever-ready bunny, right? You know,
Exactly,
we got the batteries powering through.
All right, Harrisburg, you got light buys on your side. We see it even more so with Hijinks working with a Spectre. The dog goes in. Menace has set themselves up with that operator, making sure that if Sewers is gonna be attacked. Menace, what are you doing? Menace! You saw the okay. It was like the hamster wheel was turning. They wanted to attack with that shorty, but the second they saw someone long, they tried to get out of there so quick. If only Harrisburg had been able to take advantage of that, they may have been able to pick off Menace, but rather still wanted to play safe, still hold their ground. And Sean Dex holding it even more so, taking out Hijinks with that first blood.
And look at that fallback as well from Shondex, right? They got that pick and got out immediately. So Harrisburg had no mercy to just play off of it, get that trade. And this is where the Cascade and Guiding Light double. Hopefully are able to help them get that extra pick and trade.
Oh, it's beautiful. CJ and Shondex, these two players, we haven't talked about them enough, I don't think, right? We usually typically see them at the very end. Shondex picks up another one. Make that 4 here for a flawless round to bring Fisher into match series point.
Wow, and look at that dynamic duo that's happening. We've seen it across all the teams so far in CECC, and it's really just being made so powerful. Shondex and CJ top of the leaderboard, top of those extra frags, and it's making such a substantial impact, right, to be able to keep that space on site and allow for the rest of Fisher to go for those retakes wherever needed. And these flanks as well that we have been seeing have been really, really important as well. And Menace, you know what? We had those scary points, but dedicating to that fight or not dedicating is something that ultimately is going to be a good or a bad thing, depending on how you see it.
Well, Hijinks dedicating themselves inside of that concuss. Oh, no. Oh, no. Rana, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you going to take that peek? They know that the turret's there. Menace is waiting. They are not moving. They're locked down. May as well have put glue on the feet of this jet.
Menace is not a menace?
Not yet,
Who are you
anyways.
and what have you done with Menace right now? Everything's too quiet.
I know. They're just standing there. I'm scared. Maybe this is actually
what
like
are we, the mannequin
mind
challenge?
games?
What's happening here?
Oh!
Oh!
Menace, that's a jump scare and a half right there. Really channeling the inner Halloween cry.
Oh man, to both of us indeed. We've got 2 days to Halloween as well, man. We're on theme today. And look at this, the theme coming straight through as well. All of this utility to really help enter on the site. And Jeffy making the most of it. Shondex saying not today either. And now the score's leveled up. The players have leveled up. And now they've managed to just come down into a 2v2. Look at this, bomb has to come down.
Harrisburg University still showing signs of life, still showing that they have the fight to take it to Fisher. The Seekers gathering that information. Mo TPing backwards. Did not want to get caught off the rip. Harrisburg playing a little bit more reserved, a lot less aggressiveness, but you see it here. You look at that mini-map. Psych is always going to be the one to stab you in the back if you give them the opportunity. Shin has set themselves up. They had to have seen the barrel, but Mo protecting their teammate inside of the defense. the ping of the spike being the bait. And Fisher College, well, Crife, they're going to CECC finals.
Let Mo cook. You know, that backwards teleport clearly was just that giving tail that they were able to get that victory. And look at that. Look at the smiles coming through and the ever-ready bunny is doing their job. That was an absolutely impressive play that we saw from Fisher College, right? They'd come through with that incredible stand of resilience throughout this series so far with such a clean 2-0, to quite being saying it.
I do want to at least give Harrisburg some points for what we did see out of them eventually, right? Haven was still a little scary, 13-3, or sorry, Breeze rather. But Haven, we saw much more signs of life. We saw much more opportunities for them to really start shining, and it was so close on that previous round, on that final round. It looked like they'd been able to do it, but again, I think just a little bit more awareness of how Fisher College was playing, realizing that, yeah, someone's probably going to come up on your lurk, and you really need to make sure that you're watching all possible angles, because if you give it to Fisher, well, Fisher's going to take it, Fisher's going to run with it, and Fisher's going to run you down.
And I am so excited, you know what, especially to see this amazing trophy that we've seen so far through the CCC event. We've seen some trophies already get released for the other games, SSBU so far today, Rocket League, Overwatch, and many others so far. At least I've seen my college get represented today, NYU Violet Legion, but it has been such an event so far. I actually want to see some of the stats from these games, because this second one was a really close call, Sam.
Yeah, honestly, too, when we look at especially some of the stat lines of the first game where Menace was having an incredible showing, well, then it flipped back around from the duelist to the initiators, right? The Wombo Combo, Shondex, CJ, showing us just what initiators have capable for them. And I think even more so when you look at the top fragger, Shondex specifically, and what they were able to accomplish. So many times, A site, you just put Shondex on A, and they put their hands up and completely stonewalled Harrisburg over and over again. It felt almost like single-handedly from them.
Yeah, exactly. Shondex in the way that was done, and the dynamic duo, as we said, Shondex, CJ coming together, and that happened not just on A side, but on C side as well, on B side as well. Once the information came through, not just on Breeze as well for Fisher College, but on Haven now that we had just seen, they really made the most of it. Once you had that information, you come straight through, and that's exactly what they did. And throughout the games as well, they managed to pace themselves so well, right? Only on the attack specifically, they managed to come through in inches, in quarters, to be able to take the front half of site first, then the back half, and maintain it when you're on that informal defense on the post plant. They were able to maintain that front half, not really dedicate to too many fights as needed. And then when we're on the defense on a map like Haven as well, they were able to get those picks down, really know, are we going to dedicate to this or not? Menace coming back as well, as we saw in those later rounds with the operator on short. They were able to go, you know what, this is too unsafe a fight. We have the operator down. We don't want to give them any guns right now. And that was one of the wise decisions. And we've seen just how well this has played out in this amazing victory.
Yeah, you got to think, even for a team like Fisher, you're still on match point. The nerves are starting to go a little haywire. You start getting the adrenaline pumping through you. You see the golden ticket right there. And so you gotta scale back a little bit, right? You gotta make sure that you're not being too obvious about how you play the game. But here it is, the post-game stats for Shondex. Both maps, the double Sova, double, 36 elims, average ACS of 558, but 5 first bloods for a Sova. I think even when we're talking about 2 maps, that's still really scary for an initiator.
Really scary indeed, and that's an incredibly high ACS, right? Just taking a look, ACS-wise, it's also contributing to the utility that we're seeing, right? So far, based on how much utility we're seeing, it's going to be imperative to know this is how we're taking things, right? Not going solely off of kills, right? We're not seeing a Reyna so far, right, with these games, so it's not going to be an ACS that we have to be concerned about, right? We've seen the Aldrone scale off as well, and the Recon Bolt. They've both been that staple for Fisher, for Harrisburg, for all of these teams so far. They've managed to use that forefront utility, the scalable utility of that, and the oppositions have done a great job as well at countering these Sova plays, right? Being able to know this utility is what we need to know, that they are trying to get onto site and get a plant.
Yeah, and then I think we can even dissect it further when we look at these two teams, the double controller versus the double initiator. And for Haven, I still leaning towards that double initiator, right? Especially when you look at it in the hands of Shondex and CJ. the way that they were able to layer their utility on top of each other, they didn't dump it all at once, right? And I think that's the most important thing when you talk about utility when it comes to site taking.
Yeah, of course, site taking utility, not just now, but also on the post plant as well. So, once again, a very big congratulations for this amazing win for Fisher. And Harrisburg put up quite a fight. They managed to adapt so well. And we have a trophy ceremony coming straight up. But that's all for now from me and my good friend Sam over there. So stay tuned for that ceremony as well. And we will catch you guys later. Thank you so much for tuning in to CECC so far. Paulie, take it away.
Thank you, Crafe and Sam. Well done. That's going to conclude our Valorant portion. So without further ado, let's announce the CECC East Regional Valorant winners. Fisher College, come on in. Let's go. Woo-hoo-hoo! Congratulations. And here, pick up your trophy. Hoist your wings. As well as qualification, of course, into the CECC Grand Final in May. All right, congratulations. Well done, well done. All right, make room now. Let's get me in the shot here. All right, hey. All right, so I'm here with Fisher. Take us a little bit through that game. You just had another hard-fought victory. You've now taken 2 out of the 3 games we've seen so far as a college. Walk us through the Valorant match, though, a little bit.
Yeah, going into the match, we thought it was going to be a little closer. Got a little bored up there on stage, but that's all right. I would take this win to, I do 100 Bucky kills in the range, and that's really what propelled us to the victory today.
All right, well done, man of his wisdom. Over here, Bunny Ears, let me talk to you. The most stylish of the Fisher squad here. What are you looking forward to most now that you've qualified and this team is going to be going to the CECC Grand Final in May?
Oh, it's really great. We qualified with 3 subs, so I'm not even going to be playing. But it's great to see that our subs are still good enough to dominate.
Stacked from top to bottom. Fisher, as always, tell us a little bit as what the training's going to go into or what you're looking forward most, knowing that you've qualified for the CECC, and is this all your first times here competing at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup?
I'm not sure about my subs, but Sean Dex and I, it's our first time. Yeah, definitely playing with subs, where a lot of us were on different roles, so it was definitely a little different, but I still had fun regardless. So I don't know. I'm just happy I could shoot my gun for once in a game. So
here we go. Well, Fisher, one more time, congratulations. Hoist your trophy. You guys have won Valorant, and you'll be qualifying for the Grand Final. Fisher College. Woo! You love to see it right here at the East Regional, of course, presented by U.S. Army and Army ROTC. All right, congratulations. Actually, no, you can take it with you. Yeah, take this with you. Enjoy the rest of the event. All right, well done. Well, coming up next, we have some more collegiate esports with Overwatch 2 when we return. The grand finals to conclude the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup East Regional right here in Foxborough.
To the CECC East Regional Interview Series. Clutchy here with you, and joining me right now from the New York University Violet Legion team, aka the main team that they've got, Herb, aka Patrick's son, joining us here. And Patrick, thank you very much for joining me. Let me go ahead and recap what you guys did in Group B. We'll start off in this. You guys beat Post Eagle 3-0, and then would move on to lose to Alvernia 3-0 as well. But you guys weren't done with your weekend just yet. You would have the decider match, in which a convincing sweep, mind you, against Bentley 3-0, which would advance you guys into the top bracket. In the top 8 bracket, we get 2, and then a loss to Delaware 3-1. But you would lose to a team that eventually gets seeded second, so not too shabby to pull a map off of them at all. And so, first of all, you guys dropped down into the decider match, which probably wasn't on the plan for you guys. But knowing you guys did beat Bentley in a sweep to get to that top 8, what was the reaction from you and your team, knowing you guys had just booked the spot into the East Regional?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I actually wasn't there for the entire qualifier part, so we were actually playing with subs the entire time. So, I mean, we were still pretty happy to make it to the top 8 regardless of like the circumstances. And the meta is kind of like favoring us, so I think that we have some pretty good potential to actually make a pretty deep run into the tournament. So, we're pretty excited to be here.
We'll talk about that meta in just a little while here, but I want to first go to the regional for that's headed to Foxborough, Massachusetts. Now, again, it's still a Northeast, rather, but you guys were not going to have to travel very far, but it's still out of state for you guys. It'll be a land that really will see you guys in competing in as a top 8 team for a spot into Finals 2024. What is the experience so far with your team traveling out of state here for a land? Have you guys have any experience going out of state for a land like this so far?
Yeah, I mean, we've been to the Helix Esports Arena like once before, and we went there, and it was like a 4-hour bus ride each way. So it's definitely pretty annoying to travel there, but it's always really fun to, get to compete in person and, be like face to face with our opponents, because we don't have like an esports lab or anything at NYU. So it's really just like the ability to compete in person really just comes down to making it to land most of the time for all of us. So yeah, it's pretty nice to actually make it over to the esports arena.
Yeah, let me talk about what you just pointed out there, that you guys don't really have an esports arena or an esports lab to work out of. What challenges in your mind does that present to you guys that might go away if you guys were to have that esports arena?
To be honest, I feel like it's always better to practice with your teammates in person, like given the opportunity. I know it's pretty hard to actually like get done. I know like esports labs cost a lot, but I think it would actually help us a lot to be able to compete in person and do like coaching sessions, VOD reviews in person, because right now like VOD reviews are kind of just over like a Discord stream, and it's like really scuffed. So I feel like we don't really get the most out of like coaching and whatnot and practice.
Yeah, and so it would be a wonderful thing to have that esports arena and esports lab for you guys as well. But it didn't really seem like you guys needed that much when you guys were competing in the collegiate homecoming season, because you guys had a pretty impressive record, 7-3 overall, and I'm sure you guys were participating in it, or you were participating in it as well. But you almost took down a Fisher Chips team that in a 3-2 game that really could have denied them a chance at that top 32 stage. So, are you guys proud with your performance? Happy with your performance? Or are there things you guys want to adjust before we hit the land?
I mean, we're mostly proud with our performance. I think we played really well in most of our matches. We had like a pretty unlucky like match against Fisher Chips. I feel like we had like a maybe like 1 or 2 lost fights could have changed the whole outcome. So it was really just unfortunate. But I think we're pretty confident coming into this. I feel like we have a good streak going, and I think we can continue it at this tournament.
Yeah, and let me go back to what you were saying earlier after actually my first question here, where you saying the meta favors you. Well, let's take a look at that, because all of the Swiss stage, right, happened rather, I should say, before Season 7 happened, or actually 3 days before Season 7 did drop. So now it's a little bit different of a position for you guys. And with every one of the patch notes lately, I've been seeing something of an Orisa, Bastion, May, Sojourn, Baptiste, Lucio, something of that shred combination that you'll get out of that combo. And there's been a lot of patch notes, a lot of happening in the patch notes since then. So really talk about what you guys have done with the compositions, or are there any strategy changes heading into the land coming up this weekend?
I mean, yeah, we did a lot of scrims, and a lot of our matches were played on like a very like brawl Zarya comp, and I think now with all the meta switches, that comp is actually like pretty bad, or like it's not pretty bad, but it's like pretty difficult to run. You have to play almost perfectly to get that to work against like the new shred like comp that's kind of meta right now. So we did have to make a couple swaps, but I think that we kind of swapped from like heroes that we were very comfortable to heroes that we are slightly less comfortable with, but are still pretty solid at. So I don't think that it'll affect our play that much, and I think we should still be like we should be cruising. I think still.
And so, I mean, I want your opinion on this. I mean, you talk about Zarya Paul combination. Now, I know in the Overwatch Collegiate scene, you guys had. I mean, there were a lot of different things that were happening in terms of map strategy. I know maybe you're not the captain, but you still have your own input as to what maps you guys want to see with that Brawl combination that you guys are talking about. Maybe running into what the meta very well could be. I mean, what maps are you guys looking at to if you guys had to pick the map? Obviously, as of the collegiate homecoming, Kings Row wasn't an option when we got there, so teams have been kind of opting for more Midtown, maybe even Numbani at that point. Or what is your take on the maps so far? If Kings Row was out, I mean, what maps would you take in this Brawl style? What maps do you guys favor so far?
I think we've been doing pretty well on Eichenwald. I don't really remember the map pool for Control or like King of the Hills, so I think usually we like to play Oasis. I think we're pretty good at Oasis. Stuff like that with like smaller corridors where we can just run on people. Yeah, I think mainly just things that don't have really long sight lines where we can just like speed onto someone and I don't know. That's basically our whole
Yeah.
strategy.
So okay. So I'm assuming that push is not your some of the favorite maps, especially like Colosseo. It's like maybe not a Colosseo map for you guys then, huh?
Yeah, definitely not. I don't think we've ever picked Colosseo.
Yeah, I imagine not with that Brawls combination, but again, we'll get to see you guys in the regional. We'll see what you guys come up with again. Herb from the New York University Violet Legion joining us here, and so let me talk about the CECC now, where you guys are going to be headed up playing against 7 other teams for only one trophy, and in Overwatch 2, and that is the CECC Regional Trophy. And eventually, that is your ticket into the Finals 2024. But before we talk about Finals 24, what do you, in your mind and in your team's mind, have to do to win that East Regional?
I would say that it's like pretty obvious right now that Fisher College is probably the favorite to win it all. But I feel like we've played Fisher like what like 5 6 times. Like we play Fisher every tournament, every group stage, no matter what. And it feels like if we can put up a good results against Fisher, I feel like we might be able to, you know, make it to like second place, or like even if we don't make it to second place, like I feel like if we keep our mistakes to a minimum and we play our best, then we actually do have a chance against Fisher this season. And you know what they say, it's like what, like 6 times the charm. Like I think we got it right. Like
I'm pretty sure they're saying third time's the charm, but I think you can increase the number the way
yeah,
we go.
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, absolutely. I think 6, 7, 8. What's a 9 time
Exactly.
really? A 9 time could be the charm as well. Yeah, you can increase that number all you want. But I mean, anyways, you talked about a team in Fisher that you guys really want to go up against, and you have your eye on. Any other teams, any of the other 6 teams that you guys really want to have your eye on heading into the LAN?
To be honest, we've actually never played against any of these universities outside of this tournament, so I actually am not too familiar with most of these universities. I know a couple of my teammates know somebody on the U Delaware team, someone named like Gracie 8D. I'm not too sure what the history is between that, but I guess we have our eye on them, I guess, like
And you yourself, I mean, I know you said that you weren't playing in the qualifier weekend. You had a sub there in for you as well. Do you feel that this team with you in gets a little bit more of a chance, a little bit more confidence to come in here and kind of make some noise into this tournament?
oh yeah, definitely. We had people off rolling that week because I had like something I literally could not miss. Like so I could not make it at all, and we couldn't really get subs either. So we kind of just had people off roll. We had like our flex support player playing Genji or something. I actually don't know what happened, or he was playing like Sojourn or something. So I think we're actually a lot more confident once we get to play what we actually want to, which is like, you know, just Genji comps, I guess. That's kind of my job on the team. I just play Genji. That's basically it. But
Hey, well, I mean, Genji's always hard to take down when you have the right team. So we'll get to see what you do out there when we get there for the East Regional. So mostly for the Regional as well. Again, everybody's looking to get not only that chance to play and win the trophy for CECC East, but that would mean an early spot into the CECC Finals Nationals come 2024. So for you and for your team, you personally first, I mean, what would that mean for you to get able to get a spot and to play in the finals come up in 24?
Yeah, I mean that would be probably the most exciting thing I've done like ever in terms of like playing esports. Like I never really expected to make it to like a national tournament, like a national LAN, to be honest. Like I always kind of like play for fun and like to compete, and I don't know, I that would be like a really unique experience for me, and also I feel like my whole team. I don't feel like anybody on my team has ever been to something so big as like a national finals, you know? Yeah. So that's definitely like our end goal. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that would be a great thing to have your team out there from the New York University here again. Joining us, Herb from the Overwatch 2 team, Flex DPS, mainly, and said Genji earlier as well. But before we wrap things up here, any shout outs you want to give maybe to your team or any teammates, coaches, staff, anybody there at New York University?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to shout out my teammates, and it's been really fun competing alongside them. Like I feel like our team chemistry has gotten a lot better this season because our results have been a lot better, and we've had a lot more laughs together as a team. We spent more time together, and also I want to shout out my coach Jinwoo because he doesn't really get the stage time that we do, but he's been in the back cooking up comps for us and kind of doing VOD reviews, even though they're like scuffed, and we don't really have any way to do it except him streaming his Discord. But and then finally, I just want to shout out my duo Noxons playing for the UW team. If you guys don't make it to the NACE playoffs, you're cut from the OD team.
Wow, infighting already. Wow, all right, I like it. All right, well, anyways, good luck to you and your team. Can't wait to see what the results are from you guys out in the East Regional. Good luck up there in Foxborough, and see you later, and hopefully we get to do this one more time.
Yeah, thanks so much, man. I'll see you.
Herb from New York University joining us. Violet Legion team looking to see if they can make some noise, get the trophy, and eventually make it to the CECC Finals come 24. East Regionals coming up very soon. Welcome, everybody, to the interview series here for the CECC East Regional. Joining me right now from the University of New Haven, Andrew Couture, the student team manager from the University of New Haven Chargers. Thank you very much for joining me, Andrew. Your teams right now, you're going to have 3 teams up for the CECC Regional. 2 of them already qualified, predetermined with Overwatch 2 as well as Rocket League. And now you're going to have a 3rd team coming up with Valorant as they get pulled right in. So 3 teams headed up to the Helix Esports Arena. What is it going to be like playing in that home state area, I guess you could say, for you guys up there in Connecticut? Helix Esports Arena in Foxborough. You guys feel like you're going to get a home field advantage sort of in that arena?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of our students are from the Northeast. So we're super excited. A lot of people are from that area, so they're very excited. I think we have some family coming out too. So we're super excited for this opportunity. We don't get out much, so this is gonna be it's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, and you talk about, I mean, you guys don't get out as much. I mean, do you know how much experience your team has at LANs? Maybe is this going to be one of the first time? Because I know I've been talking with pre-deposition folks. We record these beforehand, so we know. I know that I've been talking with a lot of teams before this, that some of them this will be their first ever LAN in the CECC East Regional. Is that kind of the same situation for some of your players?
Yeah, so for some of our players, I mean, we do have some freshmen that just came in that have never really had that LAN experience, and then we do have some seniors that are a little seasoned, have been on the stage before, so they're excited to get back out there, and then our freshmen are just ready to get out and see what this is going to be all about for us.
Yeah, and as a student team manager here for your team, I'll ask you about your position here, because you told me right before we started this that you are interning as well as attending the university as well. What's it been like for your experience as an intern in this program so far as the student team manager? What's your experience been like with this team?
Yeah, so I started back in the fall of last year. And it's been amazing just being able to see behind the scenes everything that goes into an actual esports collegiate esports team, with logistics and everything, being able to
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup East Regional right here in Foxborough at Helix Esports, right across from Gillette Stadium. We have one final game, one final showdown here on the docket. We saw Fisher Esports take Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and Valorant. We saw the Rocket League go down, and now we have Overwatch 2. And for Rocket League, we have, of course, the new team. Give me a heads up. What was the new team, Kyler? Nichols, that's right, Nichols College Green. And they showed up, brand new team, wound up qualifying as well. But now, we have Overwatch 2 between Fisher yet again and New York University. So, without further ado, we have one final championship to compete for. Right here, the Overwatch 2 event. Here we go. Set the Linz as well as Twin Salty take it away and bring us home at the East Regional. Over to you.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Paulie, for bringing us right back into the chaos of the CECC East, where we are getting ready to wrap things up this afternoon here on the East Coast. It is only 4:30, so maybe I should reel in the evening talk a little bit, but I'm still Septilence, joined by Twin Salty, and Jesse, we are jumping into our grand finals, Fisher College versus NYU, beating out New Haven 3-2 in that semifinal.
3-2.
So unfortunately, we will not get to see New Haven this weekend.
Yeah, still one hell of a showing, though. For
Absolutely.
New Haven. Taking NYU to the distance, and still a lot to be proud of if you are them. But NYU, they do sneak in the Violet Legion now take on Fisher, who has been unstoppable this weekend. I believe they have not lost a map the entire weekend. So you got to be the first one to do it. It's a very tall order if you're NYU, but you never know what's possible.
Anything can happen if you let it, and if somebody is going to take them down, NYU is one of the top contenders. Now, do I think Delaware may have been a little more likely? Yes, but we're done talking about Delaware this weekend, so we're focusing on NYU. If they play their peak, hopefully they're going to be able to bring it to the table. If we're able to take a look at the roster NYU is bringing to the table, we can discuss a little bit more about exactly what it is we're going to be seeing, because a player that I genuinely cannot talk about enough from this team is Kip. I have been a Kip fanboy all weekend. This kid has been a maniac, a carry for NYU. In fights that seemed fully lost, Kip has been the one to turn it around.
Yeah, Kip especially, a lot of the times, yes, their support, they're keeping their team up, but they are finding those pop-off plays.
Yep.
P881 as well.
Yes.
Absolutely insane on the hit scan. That is going to be the big thing here for NYU. Try and put as many resources into those two as possible, especially P881. If they can find those opening picks pretty often, force Fisher to be uncomfortable, then they may be able to start to build something, but as we're talking about him, Fisher, this is a stacked team. You have contenders experience across the board. They did extremely well in the Blizzard Collegiate Series. They just got second, I believe, to Northwood. So it was a very rough. It's a very hard matchup if you were NYU, but Fisher looking to take over. And you see, we've talked about him a lot, but Neb on the far right, the epitome of charisma.
Oh, I mean, through and through. My boy Neb, him and I go way back, and he is a phenomenal, talented, confident player that I'm always excited to see. But the rest of this Fisher roster, I mean, Fisher logistically may have some of the longest rap sheets in collegiate esports in total. They've got pro experience, they've got contenders experience, they've got collegiate experience, they've got open tournament experience, and it goes across all 5 of them. Something I was highlighting earlier is that the terrifying nature of this team does not come from, there is no P881 here. It's not one player we're looking for to make these plays. It's the fact that all 5 of them can do it, sometimes seemingly with their eyes closed. It makes Fisher College a force to be reckoned with nationwide, and I anticipate they're probably not going to be pulling any punches here. They almost lost a single map in semifinals, and they just turned on the boosters against Delaware. They lost the first stage of Nepal and then just bodied from there on out. So I assume Fisher is going to try to wrap things up. It's 4:34. Maybe they've got dinner reservations at 5. They're going to try to make this a quick one, Jesse. I really do believe that. But NYU, if they play at the peak performance that we've been able to see before, I do believe there's a lot of capability in, at the very least, a map 4.
Yeah, I think there's the potential here for NYU to at least try and drag this out because they've looked great this weekend. Yes, they've had their bits and pieces here to where they looked a little off. Alvernia pushed them a little bit at times, but NYU still look extremely comfortable in this tournament.
Yes.
So they just got to find that comfort zone yet again, and it will be Lijiang Tower to start us off. Fisher looked incredibly good on that map. in the first matchup of today against Delaware. I believe what they lost maybe 1 or 2 fights during that entire
Yeah, if
first
even.
map. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a very rough beginning here. I wonder more once we get to the map ban phase, and not even the map ban for this kind of structure, just the map pick phase. Yeah, what they will try and run. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe Ike come out because he looked pretty decent on that throughout this
Ike was
weekend.
pretty good.
I want to see what NYU try because they showed a lot of, the Orisa comps, and, we saw a lot of Soj, which the Orisa can at least do a lot against a lot of things. And if, Avani wants to bring out the Doom, the Orisa's a pretty good counter for it.
Yeah, and something that I do want to note as well is while the semifinal of Delaware Fisher was streamed, New Haven and NYU were playing at that same time. So there may be compositions or team strategies that Fisher openly did on stream earlier that NYU is still none the wiser to, simply because they probably haven't had a lot of time to go back and watch that VOD. In particular, I'm thinking of a certain DPS support combo we saw on Li Jiang, but I don't know if I'm live in-house or not, so I'm going to choose to hold on to that information until they kind of pick it. I don't want to give any spoilers. Okay, I'm live in-house. You see? This is why we ask. This is why we ask questions. So I am not going to spoil any fundamental compositions from Fisher, but they are a little quirky with it. They're a little weird with it as they continue to be. And as you mentioned, Li Jiang Tower is a map that I think Fisher is very, very comfortable on. This is possibly the second most played map in Overwatch behind King's Row. So Li Jiang Tower is where these guys have been. And I mentioned the experience from Fisher runs so deep that I'm confident they have played this map thousands of times across the 5 of them.
Yeah, as we get ready to go in now to Li Jiang, as you said, like thousands, if not maybe tens of thousands of times they have played this map, whether it be in scrims, tourneys, or just playing normal ranked. But this is going to be a spot where both teams obviously familiar with practically any strat you could pull out of the book here on these maps. So I want to see where we head first. As you said, there is that certain duo that came out earlier that maybe we'll see it once the teams roll in, but this will be definitely a tall order here for the Violet Legion, but you never know. NYU, they have the experience. We talked about it yesterday. Eeyore's been around for ages, and she is definitely one of the core players on this team. I wonder if she's just giving a talk before, like, hey, we're the underdogs here. That means no pressure, right? That's the one thing. Anyway, there is no pressure at all on them going into this match. It is all on Fisher and NYU. They will start with pretty much their normal look that they had through the regional qualifiers just about a month ago.
Yeah, this is a composition that I'm a little afraid of. Eeyore in particular, I couldn't agree with you more, Jesse. She has been a driving force for this team. She has been unbelievably aggressive, and I think her enabling is what makes Kip so confident, and that's why I'm continuously wrapped around Kip in a circumstance like that. But if Eeyore goes for the overextension, Neb has been pretty aggressive with his extensions as well. It could be a 1-1 support trade, but as the fight opens up, NYU does take control room here, looks for that space early. No eliminations yet, and that's actually a way I think NYU is going to be able to win this, is avoiding getting eliminated early, getting picked off in the blink of an eye. Rocket goes critical and will go down to Herb, catching them off guard, stays standing. NYU with the first blood online, point cap should be theirs early on Li Jiang Control Center.
Yeah, it should be theirs unless something miraculous happens, and it will be theirs. You can see just the side angles from Forgotten, and they will claim one very early in this fight.
This is tough, but NYU did get the early percentage. I think if you're going into stall potential now, you're looking for 20, ideally 30%, but with how quickly NYU is falling, I don't think we're even hitting that 20 marker. Eeyore, last one standing. She will be sent back to the spawn room as well, and while it's not ideal to lose a fight in that manner, you did buy yourself 1/5 of the point, so progress has been made, and ideally NYU can capitalize on that into this next engagement. Jesse, what ultimates should we ideally be looking for or seeing charged in this next, most likely dry fight?
It'll be probably the windows coming up here from Neb and Kip. We've seen, obviously, very quick windows throughout this weekend, and Forgotten as well. Overclock's almost there.
Amazing.
Wow, there you go.
The isolation from Herb and Casey there just deletes Avani from the equation. And while Fisher is going to lose their tank, they are biding additional percentages. So NYU needs to win this fight very quickly. Headshot onto Neb is a great way to do it. Overclock from Forgotten will be just that. A silent ultimate there for Fisher College, and NYU a beat drop from Momentum even buys them no extra time.
Yeah, not much, honestly. Anyway, you are able to swap it back pretty fast, and they do see Rocket. On the side, I believe we do have a pause requested by Avani, so Fisher has some sort of... Oh, Neb's mic doesn't work. Well, that's an issue.
In parentheses,
when
Neb
is
check.
historically very vocal.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an issue there for Fisher. So we'll see. You can see right now, everybody, trying to figure out what is going on the Fisher College side. But NYU, this is what we wanted to see, right? Just stick to exactly what you want to do, and so far it's actually been working out pretty well.
Yeah, that is going to be a difficult circumstance for Fisher there, because I love the way you said it, Jesse. Neb is very vocal. Neb is a power player for the side of Fisher College, and if he doesn't have that proper communication or coordination with the team, it could be how those things like Herb's wall separating Avani from the fight were able to bleed through in moments like that. So I've got to say, NYU, they're playing a very intelligent strategy, playing a very intelligent team composition, where they're going for isolation of the tank, of a support, and it makes it very difficult for Fisher. And I'm comfortable talking about it because it's the type of play style that even if you know it's happening, it's still going to happen. You know what I mean? It's not one of those like, oh, we can be ready for it and we can make things easier. No, it's like if the wall hits, you're going to get hit right back to your spawn room. But Fisher, they go for the unpause. NYU, a full ult apocalypse at the ready. Kip's Amp Matrix helps P88 take down momentum, and Fisher struggling to gain just that. Neb and Avani sent back to spawn. New York University, a late shot onto Forgotten, who will not make it out. Casey's Fire Strike takes it out, and Fisher College losing the lead for the first time essentially all day, albeit one stage of Nepal during a semifinal.
And anyway, you have 4 ults to use, and they have this Mei in this very tight space to where if anybody tries to go too far forward by themselves, they will be caught up, and instead it'll be Fisher with the window early in the wall to be used defensively.
A great blizzard, but Rocket deep into the back line might be able to find no, the boop actually keeps it alive. A double Fire Strike elimination from KC. Instead, Gravitic Flux up, and Avani takes them all right back down. Immortality Field barely keeping the team alive, but Jesse, 3 ultimates expended by New York University. Also 3 from Fisher College, so it's unbelievably close that NYU may be able to keep this aggression moving into the rest of this. An early artillery strike from 88, even 1 Elin levels the playing field, but it's going to be the eliminations against them that tip the scales right back for Fisher College. A lot of ultimates expended, but NYU 1 fight away from taking control center.
Yeah, NYU doing a great job. As you said, a lot of ultimates used. Maybe wanting that artillery strike back.
I think that was panic.
A little bit of a last gap, like, hey, maybe we can bring this back, but Fisher, it's taken him a little while to settle into this, and Forgotten didn't play this morning. It was Love playing on the other DPS next to Rocket, so maybe it's just taking them a little bit of time to settle into this game.
Even Forgotten, I mean, a staple of Fisher, right? I mean, right up there with Neb, right up there with Avani, a very familiar face, but I agree, maybe it's just simply not warmed up yet. It's map number 1, haven't had a lot of play time today, but let's see if this overclock is a little more warmed up than the most previous. Unfortunately, no value until a late shot onto KC, a double onto 88-1, and while it was in the final second, it's still gonna work wonders. Fisher College kissing 80%, 20 seconds remain. NYU gonna have to go for a panic touch, let alone a fight win with 0 ultimates in the bank.
Yeah, they used everything they had during that last fight, and Fisher, just with how their all rotations been, they will be the ones gaining ultimates here for this potential final fight.
NYU got to win this one high and dry. Ultimate's not even close, albeit maybe a beat, but you'll be lucky to cancel something like a window, like a Gravitic Flux, and here come both of them. No beat in sight. Everybody gonna live, but Immortality Field has to be used early. P88-1 on the backline. Rocket sends it deep with the beat from Momentum and gave their Genji exactly that. Casey gets a pin onto Momentum, but the map has come to a close, and Fisher College sneak out a 100-87 victory on Control Center.
Yeah, a little bit closer than they would have expected.
Definitely
maybe going
closer than I expected.
NYU's definitely pushing buttons on Fisher right now. They are at least playing this Ryan comp very well. They know, hey, we can't get too aggressive at times, but when we do, everybody needs to go. Like, we saw the one wall that goes up. It catches off Avani, the pin goes through, and the wall just blocks off the Immortality Field. So even though it was thrown, it has no effect on Avani. So New York doing a great job with some of those set plays. It seems like Fisher, near the end there, just had a better ult rotation ready to go. So now entering the second round here, we'll be heading over to Night Market. And then Doomfist is back in play for Avani with a lot of environmental space here to knock people off.
A notable environmental ability here from Avani could be detrimental towards New York University. KC spent a lot of time on the Orisa yesterday, and she's a great counter to that Doomfist. Reinhardt, not so much, especially in a circumstance like this one where you're being approached from several angles, and all Ryan can do is stand there and be haha silly rectangle man. A TP deep into the back line, catches Neb off guard. Immortality Field down and out as well. A secondary elimination should guarantee a fight victory for New York University, and they're able to find 2, possibly a third if Avani can't get out of the way in time. Momentum, a deep send in will get them sent back to spawn express style. New York University first point advantage once again, second point in a row.
Anyway, you're taking a page out of Fisher's book
Yes!
there, realizing, hey, we don't need to cap this point right away. We can teleport in the back, get a kill, and then work our way back over to the point. So great job from NYU. Again, the London strategy. Try and teleport this run around, teleport the Bastion around to try and take advantage of Neb, who, other than Lucio speeding them around, doesn't have a lot of mobility other than just jumping in the air.
New York University, not many ultimates to work with, but a couple of abilities to throw into the engagement to spice things up. Forgotten gets eliminated, or excuse me, gets an elimination out the gate. Casey, an overzealous charge inward, will be counterpinned by Avani, allowing the rest of the team to smack Casey right back into that spawn room. 32% gained, which is 12% more than they had on their initial hold of Control Center. So ideally, the Orisa swap comes through. Perfect timing, and New York University can just shake up Avani a bit more. Removing Avani from the equation will make this infinitely easier.
Yeah, whether it just be a javelin when they're trying to use power block, something like that, just to disrupt what Avani is trying to do. You can tell they're trying to set up the TP. Fisher know that's exactly what the plan is, though, so they'll wait for them just to move through choke.
Here comes the Meteor Strike with an amplification shield, or barrier, excuse me, coming out from Herb. The photon barrier is up, and it is going to work a whole lot of nothing for the side of New York University. Fisher dodges it. They have the ability, they have the movement, and they have the momentum to stay out of there. It's funny because when you look at a roster like NYU, when you look at the team composition they're bringing to the table, you'd think this would be an incredibly mobile team. But right now, Fisher is outpacing them in every way when it comes to speed.
And you can tell NYU's like, we just need to change up what we're doing, and that's why Artillery Strike will just be using Spawn, trying to see if they can maybe like force a lamp, do anything, but no, it just misses. Everyone's able to get out of the way, and Herbert, yeah, that's a little unfortunate. As P881 will go back over to the Sods, and we saw a lot of them throughout this weekend.
Avani goes in deep, possibly too much so, but the Javelin is not going to be there to pin them into the wall. They get right back out. A late Javelin pin still gives Avani the opening they need. Ant Matrix, almost just a scare tactic more than anything else. Herb has to recall, but Rocket fades right back into the shots of P88, who's back on the Sojourn, a character we complimented earlier today before these grand finals. Immortality gone, Terra Surge up, Neb sent back to spawn, and Avani gonna join them there. 85% in counting for Fisher College, New York University, a point cap in their favor. They have to hold on to it, losing even one more fight, and Li Zhang's already over.
Yeah, you just gotta play smart here for NYU here on out, and you just gotta beg that Herb can get this Pulse Bomb online very soon.
And get an Elim with it.
Yeah, and get something with it. Either it be forcing an Immortality field out or finding somebody in the backline, because Fisher have the weapons available to them. But nice play there from NYU, just pushing past the amp, breaking that lamp early, so the Terra Surge can get the value.
It's risk equaling reward, right? When you push through the amp, there's of course that moment of they might just out-damage me. I don't have the HP to do this, but if you make it through, you often can find yourself on the winning position of that fight. Forgotten has gone down, but I feel Casey may be traded with that elimination in just a moment. A Pulse Bomb available for Herb. They have to decide if they want to go for it now or never. It's a stick, but the lamp is up just too long, and unfortunately, Herb does not get what I believe would have been a double kill onto Neb and Rocket. Nobody shoots the MO, everybody shoots Herb, and I think Fisher has Li Zhang Tower in the bag.
Unless anybody you can get back quickly, would have to be probably Eeyore.
And she's spawning last.
P81. Yeah, Eeyore and her were the last two to spawn. That's worst case scenario here for the Violet Legion. Is Rocket, oh my goodness, 6 health.
6 HP is going to be the difference maker. 88 gets one insult to injury, but Fisher College will walk away victorious with Li Zhang Tower. Now, bright side, neither of those were a 100-0. NYU did show signs of life, but just could not break through in pivotal moments where an elimination just barely snuck its way in, or where NYU just barely couldn't find one because Neb placed some very impressive immortality fields. This is where I was really being critical of Forgotten, and I was just completely proven wrong in this play. Took a minute to get warmed up, but Fisher College, they're feeling warm, they're feeling alert, and they're feeling ready, I think, to win.
Yeah, Fisher in a great spot now after that map one. Yes, they got pushed around maybe a little bit more than what Delaware did, which, you know, NYU, especially, you know, they've been playing a little bit more today. They're warmed up. They could have watched that VOD back. Probably not a thorough VOD review by any sense of the means, but at least a general sense of like, hey, this is maybe what they're running during this series. So now the pressure goes over to NYU. What map do you want to go to? Because it can be very rough here. You don't want to go into something that, yes, it is going to be in Fisher's favor, but you also want to make sure, hey, we're comfortable on this map. It suits the play style we want to run. I wouldn't be surprised if we did Eichenwald. I wouldn't be surprised even, well, I would say New Queen Street, but we saw how that went for Delaware earlier today. So
yeah,
it's all up to NYU to decide, but there was signs of life from NYU that I think a lot of people are at least happy to see. throughout that game. And like we talked about, P881 had some plays there time again to where, yes, they were able to get that opening pick, just sometimes didn't always end up to a fight win.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, I mean, NYU, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe I am, if somebody in chat wants to correct me on this, I believe that this is an almost entirely top 500 team from the side of NYU. Like, this is a very high caliber play team. This is a very talented team. So it's like, if anyone statistically is going to give Fisher a run for their money, probably going to be NYU. They're familiar playing in the mix of it, playing in the heat of combat, in the heat of battle, in a circumstance like this. And I'm anticipating that NYU, I can't get Suravasa out of my head. I feel like maybe we go to Flashpoint, maybe we try to make, control, but a little more chaotic, or the alternative, of course, would be do a map you played well on. Of course, Eichenwald comes to mind right away. We saw a pretty strong push from NYU on New Queen Street yesterday. So it's like, there are certain maps to choose from, but I would be pro Flashpoint because that's a map type we're all unfamiliar with.
Well, we are going back to Ike, which
I'll take it.
Was in the realm of possibilities. They played it earlier this weekend, so it's like, yes, Fisher, again, have an idea of what you may play because the VODs are out there from yesterday.
Right.
But this is a map that they're obviously comfortable with. They did not lose this map this weekend, at least on stream. We don't know how the New Haven series went for exact maps, but in the maps that we've seen, they have not lost on this map this weekend, so it makes sense here for NYU to try and go to Ike, and it will be a side swap. So Fisher electing to attack first to set that pace, which is not shocking for Fisher as well, because they're always the one that are trying to set that pace very early on.
It's the Fisher way.
It's the Fisher way.
It's the Fisher way. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
It's the Fisher way. They love to attack first. They love to set their own win condition because in reality, and while I say this, I'm not implying Fisher isn't trying, but when they set their own win condition, they know just how hard they have to. They know just how hard they have to push the envelope, just how far into the map they have to make it. And I think that's a part of the reason that Fisher is so talented. They're a team that has such a natural talent that they don't overextend their gas tank. They don't full send it on a map where they maybe feel like they don't have to, where they already have a lead. They're not going 300% because they know that energy can be critical later on in a circumstance like this. If, NYU takes us to a map 5 and they burnt out after map 2, that could be detrimental. But Fisher is the type to really gauge their energy expending very carefully, coordinate it constantly, and it's part of the reason I think this team can succeed in longevity.
Yeah, this team, they have the chance just because, like you said, they've went toe-to-toe against a lot of tough teams. The amount of, they're going to be more tired after a best of 5 or a best of 7 against Northwood rather than a best of 5 against Delaware earlier today, right? And it's just the case, is because, when you're playing a team that's very close to you in skill, it's going to take a lot more out of you. Yes, NYU's been pushing the envelope a little bit during this series, and it's not like, Fisher can just sit back and do whatever the hell they want. And that's not what they've been able to do, because NYU has punished that time and time again already this map. As we could already hear the Alari in the background, and that will be what Kip brought out. And Neb will actually have it as well. So maybe finally we'll see the Alari mirror. But NYU, this is the exact same setup they had yesterday on that initial defense with the double hit scan and then the BAP Alari. So there's so much poke to try and get through. That SIG shield for Avani will be probably going away fairly quickly. So that rotation between that and the grass is going to be important. And oh my goodness, Eeyore
Widow
is
nerf.
lucky
Widow nerf.
to be alive.
Widow nerf. He's out of the 50-meter radius. You can't get the one tap. Oh, that would have been disgusting, though. But a valiant shot, nonetheless, from Forgotten, who will go back and swap to that Sojourn. Forgotten, maybe one of the most consistent hit scan players I've ever had the opportunity to see. I mean, a very talented player through and through. It's how you end up on a roster like Fisher. You play with consistency the way players like Avani, like Forgotten, always tend to do. Herb has a pretty easy off angle here to get a lot of free damage, maybe even an elim onto momentum there. And it's funny how both Kip and Neb, with no communication, have swapped off of Baptiste onto Alari, and their duo in the support role took the Baptiste over. So both Kip and Neb, I think, want to go for more damage out the gate. Alari puts out crazy damage.
Yeah, it's crazy how much the healing can do from the pylon and the damage you can do.
Yep.
As long as you're consistently hitting those shots. And Forgotten just kind of chilled out. No, neither team is at full strength right now. Fisher is going to slowly push in, knowing that nobody's at full strength. We can maybe get a free tick here before they push in, and that's exactly what they do.
Barely 36.3. A tick on the board for Fisher. One elimination in favor of NYU could hold this in its tracks just like that. 88-1 puts Neb back to spawn, and as Casey's removed by momentum, things are starting to crumble underneath New York University. We saw this so often with Delaware against Fisher, where Delaware got the first elimination, and then Fisher still found a way to win a fight that felt maybe not unwinnable, but difficult to do so. New York University are going to lose that fight, and Fisher College now have 5 minutes on the clock. Second point, Eichenwald.
Fisher just try and bunker around that payload because NYU's trying to take different angles. They're coming in from the little side entrance. We saw Herb kind of playing around tower, but able to slowly pick through the defense and seeing, hey, who's alone? Who's in a vulnerable spot? And Rocket on this Genji is going to have it caused a lot of issues here for Herb and P88-1 because they're going to be in their face 24/7 and they already have the blade in hand.
The blade in hand. Now it's a nano-less blade, but Rocket has proven many a time over the nano is unnecessary. Rocket will get plenty with just that blade. We've got a captive sun locked on both sides as well. That is the ultimate I'm going to be looking at for an early engagement just like that from Neb. We see one from Kip trying to answer out, but Momentum will be the first one to fall. Fisher College no longer at full power. Forgotten removed by Herb, and 88 removes Neb from the equation as well. Downside, 3 ultimates from NYU. They win a fight, but at what cost?
And they almost get the stagger, but yet, like you said, 3 ults, it's a lot to use. The bright side is, yes, Fisher did have to use 2, but they still have
still in a deficit.
They still have the window for both sides, and Blade is still hanging about. So NYU, if I'm them, be super aggressive with this window from Eeyore to try and build up maybe the Dragon Strike Herb for the next fight.
Well, the extra problem, too, you've got 1 Immortality Field. They've got a Flux and a Blade. So it's like one of those ultimates is inevitably going to create space if they use it. There goes the Flux. It's a 1-1 trade, but Casey going down is a pivotal elimination against New York University as the tank missing makes it so difficult for the team to succeed in a myriad of ways. Avani, Neb, and Rocket get some eliminations. Herb finds one for the road and actually makes it harder for Fisher in this next engagement. I wouldn't be surprised to see Momentum swap Lucio just to keep the energy moving for Fisher, but instead they're going to stick to the BAP, try to keep that Immortality Field as that is possibly the most powerful non-ultimate ability in the game.
Herb has been looking for momentum time and time
Herb be
again.
fully loaded. Okay, sorry, I did
Herb
it.
is like, where is this Baptiste? Where can I get him? Even though, yes, they lose some of those fights, they are taking out a lot of the main healing and seeing momentum finally getting back in, but Eeyore is gone at the same time.
Eeyore got to be sad after that one. Casey falls as well, and Fisher College didn't even need momentum to keep their momentum up. It's just going to be the move through. P88 gets creationed off the map. Power Slide can't get you back up, and with 4 minutes on the clock, NYU should swap the Junkrat right now.
I don't think they will.
No, me neither.
I commend it. I commend the effort. Like, hey, why not? We'll see maybe some Junkrat.
Even 88
eventually.
back on Bastion, though, I think could be really viable. You're in such a smaller area of existence, you can really focus up the damage a bit more, destroy the Sigma Shield, and create some more necessary space that NYU is struggling in for the time being.
I think just no matter what, you got to get off the Hanzo at this point.
Yeah,
You're not going to be able to get
agree.
enough done in the close quarters. I think that's why they use Dragon so early. And they at least do catch Rocket with it.
They catch Rocket. We've got a double Captive Sun once more. It's like a Kitsune clash, but it's a Captive Clash instead. Neb removes Kip with their Captive Sun. Rocket onto a Bastion of their own. So Fisher College and I very much on the same page here in what agents or characters or heroes are going to work well in a moment like this. Momentum falls to Herb. A stray Hanzo shot will find the elimination, and Neb has a beautiful off angle covered by the architecture of the map to both deal damage and keep the team alive. Forgotten removed. Neb finds a 2K. The supportal combat Neb is notorious for will pick up that space for Fisher College once more. Momentum now on the Lucio. I'm accidentally predicting the future, but it's working well for Fisher College, and as Eeyore is gone, that stagger should be just enough for Fisher College to find the 3rd point cap of Eichenwald.
Unless something crazy happens. Casey almost has the Terror Surge,
Okay.
and it will be, yeah, Overclock going to be used, and it's shut down!
Well,
Forgotten, yeah, we get it. We talked.
We got it. Yeah, we get it.
There was a slow start earlier from Forgotten because they didn't play earlier,
Point
but they have
proven.
silenced all that away.
Point
Point
proven.
proven. If you're Forgotten, as they go crazy at the very end, and they will finish with plenty of time.
Yeah, a really dominant performance from Fisher College so far, and I think that is what a lot of us expected. I cannot emphasize enough the depth of play and the seasoned nature that the Fisher College roster brings to the table. To my knowledge, this is NYU's first year here in the CECC, so there is something special about that as well. And I liked what you said earlier about not lack of expectation, but the excitement of even making it to a grand final first time around. The first try, second place into grands, it shows that NYU in something, maybe an outside league that has a ticket to CECC or in the last chance qualifier early next year, that NYU could very likely be one of those teams to make it to CECC in the 2024.
Yeah, wherever that may be and whenever that may be, CECC 2024 is going to be an incredible time. Obviously, both teams fighting for it. Fisher in multiple titles have already locked in their place, just trying to see if they can add another one to the Infinity Gauntlet, basically. If you're Fisher, I believe the only one they didn't make it was Rocket
League. Yes, that would be correct.
Hey, shout out to Nichols, by the way. They were insane today in Rocket League, but Fisher trying to make it 3 for 4 on the weekend. NYU, they're just going to stick to basically what they've been running, except Herb will try it out this time on the Genji.
Herb taking a page out of Rocket's playbook, wants to bring that Genji out, and maybe not anymore Genji. Maybe we try something else. Herb just gets fully taken out by Neb because, again, I cannot stress how powerful Iyari is right now. She got nerfed, and she's still possibly one of the best supports in the game, so Fisher might be able to utilize that pretty well, especially when Neb has always been notorious for getting eliminations on characters that aren't supposed to be. Now that his support is built to do so, Neb is, I'm sure, in heaven in a moment like this. But momentum has been sent straight down to the spawn room. Fisher College going to be losing that Baptiste out the gate, and now Forgotten being taken down as well. Could NYU win this in a first attempt? That would be huge. Fisher had, I believe, a 5-minute time bank when they capped first point. If NYU could match that out the gate, that would be, honestly, somewhat expected. This is what NYU looked like on Eichenwald yesterday. They were dominant, and they never dropped the ball once these wheels started moving. The way Casey finds a 3K with the help of 88-1, NYU caps this with 5+ on the clock.
Yeah, other than a Herb getting sent back to spawn almost immediately at the very beginning.
It barely
of the
even
round,
counts. It was so
NYU,
fast.
Yeah, everything is going their way so far. And Forgotten, you can see they're hiding up on this high ground, but I know you just take the side angles. I don't think anybody from Fisher saw Herb and P881 go on that flank, and P881 was definitely seen that time. Maybe just getting a little overzealous on how much control they wanted on top of that bridge.
Fisher trying to play a high defense, and I think it makes a lot of sense here. They've got a lot of spammage. They can go for the choke. They can go for just closing out NYU every time they show their faces. Amplification matrix from Eeyore early. And this is what we requested earlier, right? We want to see NYU get aggressive. It's the same way Delaware started to take a couple of fights off of Fisher. It's the unparalleled aggression that works very well against Fisher College. Unfortunately, though, Forgotten will not miss that railgun, will take Herb out of the equation as well, and with the awkward placement of the amp matrix, it's difficult for NYU to break through that choke, so unfortunately this fight will not end in their favor.
Yeah, just a little 1v1 on top of it. I think both sides like, we're good. You know, we're good. We're just going to back up. No reason to fight it. Rocket, though,
ain't no way.
with the stickies. Beautiful stagger there onto Eeyore.
Touch the spawn door challenge. He did it!
Touch spawn door challenge accomplished by Avani, but over a minute gone. NYU, 30 meters to their name, have not gotten through that main choke point of this map. And Fisher now, they're in a great spot just to try and hold the spawn doors because it's basically like you're holding first phase of the map all over again.
It's almost like you never lost the point to begin with. They'll just spawn a little bit faster. It looks like Rocket will lose transformation. Captive Sun from Kip and Neb once again. One of them just holds it until the other pops it, but this time they're both going to fall silent with it for the first time. It is a non-valuable ultimate from those supports. Herb and Casey will break the curse of Fisher College, but they've lost so much time, nearly 2 minutes, actually almost exactly 2 minutes off the clock. Better late than never. I'd love to see 3 on Fart here. They're going to think it's necessary to take space, but moving the cart to make up for that lost time, I believe, is more valuable in a moment like this. You want to get underneath that bridge. You want to approach the other bridge to make that space to try and cap third point as fast as possible. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, especially with Fisher having 2.5 minutes left. After they finish,
gotta be
you need to play here for as much time as possible. It's not like, hey, finish at all costs. It's we need to finish with time on the board.
88-1 has a lock onto Forgotten, but the railgun charge just not maximum enough to take them out of the equation. Overclock. What a beautiful shot onto Rocket. Avani is gone. Immortality Field is gone. Who else wants to join them back in the spawn room? I see 2. Do I hear 3? Do I hear 3? It's going to be Forgotten. No, not going to be 3. Our time sold to NYU. Fisher losing some space. Rocket now onto a Symmetra swap. I think that's going to be very intelligent going into third point. It does hint to me that Fisher feels like they may be losing this second point, but as Forgotten takes Kip out of the equation, a majority of NYU's healing has now bit the bullet. Can they continue to stabilize when their healing's been cut in half?
That is a key question, but yeah, NYU, based on the health, just like you said, there's just not enough health to go around, and they're in an okay spot. But Fisher, again, they just take their time. The surviving members on that high ground, they just chill out. Like, there's no reason for them to get too advantageous. Neb and Momentum will just chill up there. I think Forgotten did for a while until they were eventually picked off and have eventually made their way now onto the Tracer. So more of an unconventional look now for Fisher, but they just chilled. There was no reason for them to be super aggressive. They had the time to work with because time is going to be their best friend the rest of this match.
Time is going to be their best friend through and through. And time is the very thing NYU is racing against. Casey gone. The fight is already over. And a late captive son from Kip, I'm afraid, cannot make up for the lost time of that fight. And ultimately, they are absolutely going to want back. 90 seconds remain. I think Fisher College looking mighty good to go up 2-0 on this first of 3 series.
Yeah, they're looking to be in a great spot. Even, let's say, if NYU were able to cap this point in this next fight, they'd get a minute and a half added. Let's say roughly about 2 minutes on the clock to try and finish out this map. You would still have to finish with any sort of time to force an OT push of your own. Other than that, Fisher would be trying to play at a draw minimum. So NYU, this fight is crucial for them to try and get something done, and that lamp is just out of range.
Herb goes down to Avani. Eeyore disappears by Forgotten, and now with only 1 minute left on the clock, Kip trying to stabilize, but I just don't think has the space or the utility to do that by their lonesome. A late fall from Kip will help Rocket stabilize once more. Casey gone. Rocket microwave fully plugged in. The radiation far too much for NYU to handle, and it is unfortunately going to be that photon beam, from Rocket that almost seals the deal for Fisher. It was a weird swap when it happened, but Rocket just makes it work so easily.
Rocket's like, yeah, even though this player and this hero is not meta, like, yeah, we'll play it. Like, why not? We'll play it because it seems like Casey, yes, it gets a little close sometimes, and they forget about these turrets. And now Flux will be used so early.
Ooh, a huge Flux from Avani, though. It helps take Eeyore out. Herb didn't even know that Accretion was going to rock them straight back to spawn. 3K disrupts Gravitic Flux from Casey. With only 7 seconds left on the clock, Fisher College has essentially guaranteed their 2-0 advantage going into map number 3. This is the Fisher College experience, ladies and gentlemen. If you have never seen this team before, you're starting to understand why they're considered one of the top 5 teams in the United States.
Yeah, there's a reason for it, and yeah, Fisher go up 2-0, and again, Forgotten. Yet again, like we said one thing, it's like, all right.
Took it personally.
Let's silence them up a little bit. This overclock is shut down P881, who was in their own. Shut down Terra Surge, Tracer's forced recall, and Eeyore is going to look for Christopher Robin in the woods because that was a rough play there for everybody on NYU, but not over yet. The reverse sweep's still on the cards here for the Violet Legion as they start the game plan now what map they will go to here for map 3.
I'm trying to think. The only map I'm like really confident don't take Fisher College to is Coliseo, funnily enough. Every time I've seen Fisher play Coliseo, it has been just lethal. It has been absolutely brutal through and through. I think of when they played against Harrisburg Overwatch last year during one of Harrisburg's last public appearances. It was that unique nature of Harrisburg, I think, C9ing twice on that map, losing the lead twice because they forgot to keep an eye on the carts and it didn't work in the space that they wanted it to. But Fisher College, they know Coliseo, they know push very well. We've learned that today. So I think that's the one map type I'm like, just don't do it. Anything else seems like it could be better.
Yeah. And yeah, like you said, like push just we saw at the beginning of New Queen Street as well. Like they had what, an 87 meter lead within like 3 minutes. It was disgusting. And so yeah, it was a very good result there for Fisher. They're going to try and keep up this perfect streak alive because Fisher, again, like I said, this is the Fisher experience. Like this is just Fisher doing Fisher things and looking extremely comfortable right now. Forgotten has entered this lineup today like, hey, I've been playing all weekend. Like, even though Love, yes, probably wants to play in this final, Forgotten's been absolutely killing it. And they've been silencing P881 for the most part, who was one of the shining stars on this NYU squad.
Yeah, P881, I think we've seen 2 overclocks get shut down within 3 seconds of popping the ultimate. Has not been able to use them pretty effectively. And as I mentioned earlier, it was almost a throwaway comment that Forgotten is one of the most consistent hit scan players I think I've ever seen in the collegiate space. So even if you are unbelievably talented like 881 tends to be on that Sojourn, you're fighting a giant here. You're going up against the behemoths all weekend long, all play long, and it is just that matchup of that Forgotten versus 88-1 on the Sojourn. Maybe 88-1 tries something different, tries something unique, tries something just spicing it up, going for a comfort pick, I think could go a really long way.
Yeah, as long as you're comfortable with the map pick you're doing, that's all you can really ask for from this team at this point. Like, pick a map you're comfortable with, roll the dice. As long as you're feeling good, then it's fine. Like, that's about all you can do here for NYU, because it is a rough situation for you to be in. You haven't had success against this team in the past, and granted, not many teams have in general.
Yeah, right.
But they're at least pushing them around a little bit, but that was more of a dominant Fisher performance on that defense. After that first point cap, it was all Fisher on that defense. They never let NYU gain high ground. They never let them get comfortable. And once that cart was stuck at choke, they're like, nah, you're just not getting past it. It's going to be near impossible. And we talked about Neb being, aggressive and healing. Almost 8.5k healing, 4.5k damage, 3 ults used. He was all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, Neb was absolutely lethal on that. Yachty, not the Sojourn. Don't look at her. Look at everything else. Look at the 8.2k healing. Look at the nearly 5k damage, the 16 eliminations, and 3 captive suns used. 2 of them insanely valuable. Oh, look how good that looks. That's it. Sorry. I'll fanboy about that later, but I love the player stats. I love the individual stats because it really was Neb v Kip in a lot of ways during that matchup. We saw every time one popped the captive sun, the other one was right there to do it. Every time one destroyed a pylon, the other one was exclusively going after that pylon. Tank elimination, okay, I'm going to do it too. It was so back and forth, and that was one of my predictions going into this, is that, well, it's going to be, of course, the team v team, the 5v5, that Kip and Neb going toe-to-toe is exactly what I'm looking for. I think a good team is only as good as their loudest, as their proudest, as their most effective support player, and for the time being, I do think we are looking at kind of a Kip v Neb scenario where their team is doing well when they seem to be doing well.
Yeah, and as you can see at the bottom of your screen, we're going back to Canada. New Queen Street is the map. And
Avani's from Canada, I believe. Fun fact. I'm not even positive, but
only because, yes, Delaware did push him a little bit during the second half of that map, but it was just the lead Fisher gained during the first half. It was too much to overcome.
Right.
And they eventually almost finished the map. Again, I think for NYU, it's like, hey, we at least know what we're getting from Fisher on this map. We have a plan for it. If it works or if it fails, who knows at this point? But we at least roughly know what they're going to do, and that's probably the thought process going through for the Violet Legion. So as we get ready to go to Canada, it's last chance here for NYU to try and make this to map 4 and to try and avoid the broadcast curse that we've kind of had this weekend.
Yeah.
Every single series on stream has been a 3-0. Well, to see if Fisher can put the final nail in that coffin.
Yeah, and this is the tough part of the East, right? Like, I mean, this is the thing we talked about in the green room, actually, is like, we see a lot of competitive nature, we see a lot of competition, and then you make it to grand finals, and albeit Rocket League, it's almost exclusively Fisher College. I mean, but this also goes to show, I love that Fisher is successful because they are proof in the pudding that putting the time, putting the effort, putting the budget, putting the funds into a program can be worthwhile. And I think Fisher College is possibly the best, the prime example of something like that because they are built from the ground up. They are built from their rooted talent. They are built from putting the time and the effort and the budget, and they get to reap the rewards of that progress, of that growth. So while we do see Fisher College succeed very, very, very often, and maybe that aspect gets a little old, it never gets old to see a team that deserves this to get these victories, to get these plays, because this program truly has built itself from the ground up, and I'm glad that all of their effort gets to pay off so consistently.
Yeah, like they're going to be showing like, hey, no, this is how you build a program now. Like they have kind of built, at least from the competitive standpoint, the blueprint of, okay, no, this is how a lot of schools should be going at it in the future. Obviously, there's a lot of schools now trying to more and more trying to buy into the space, and Fisher, they've shown the blueprint on how to recruit. And who would have known a small little private college in the Northeast would be having 3 out of the 4 champs potentially here in CECC East. But NYU going to try and put a stop to that, and it has to start here as NYU. Names on top, by the way, are swapped on active.
Y'all should know who's who at this point. Come on now.
You guys should know, but Forgotten has made his way to tank. We have a role swap Avani onto the DPS. Forgotten's on the Doomfist.
Perhaps a bit of tomfoolery. Fisher College, known perhaps for a bit of tomfoolery here and there, but Forgotten wants to bring out the Doomfist, and ex-DPS being played by a DPS player. Makes a lot of sense when you think about it, but it looks like Avani is not going to be able to find that first blood, nor Forgotten. It's actually Casey who takes the momentum out of the way. Herb gets traded out. Neb on the first Ana of the day, almost granting my wish earlier. I said I wanted to see Ana so badly. Neb finally going to bring her out, and Neb, one hell of an Ana, I'll say that much. It's going to be NYU utilizing that Ana, that additional healing, that anti-healing as well that she brings to the table to force NYU back into this corridor. Bad news for Fisher, though. Sigma's going to get a lot more value there because he's got that primary fire, he's got that AoE space, and it looks like Casey will be kind of the leading force for NYU to win that opening fight.
Yeah, Casey does an excellent job. You could see even the grasp cancel with the accretion to make sure that they're able to take out Avani. A nice little play there from the tank player for NYU. And now the Violets can start making their way forward and have the first lead. They're going to deny Fisher the opportunity of building that ginormous lead that they usually do on the beginning of these push maps.
Yeah, and something interesting, you know, the best case scenario when you win the first fight, you usually get between 40, ideally like kind of perfect scenario, 70 meters, right? And already we see NYU getting pressured out around that 35-meter marker. So it's actually below average right now. P88 going down, a Nano onto Forgotten. They know Kip is a power player for the side of NYU. They solo Nano focus him, looking to take Eeyore down as well. She is great at what she does, and you know she is because you only talk about supports when they're doing something wrong, and we have not talked much about Eeyore. Now that maybe was something wrong, but I'm not going to grill her too hard about that one. It was a panic play to try and get that Doomfist out of there. 50 meters on board, so almost right in the sweet spot, right in the green zone. Fisher will take back that lead, though, take back the bot control, and most likely fight for that forward spawn.
And Eeyore, I think, knew that she was swapping.
Yeah,
She immediately goes over to the brig, so I think that was, hey, if I get something out of this, cool. If not, no worries at all if you're Eeyore. So NYU still in an okay spot. Fisher start to make their way forward. They have the meter strike. Rocket on this flank, gonna have to heal themselves up a little bit after not getting the pick that they would have initially liked, but more ultimates now coming into play.
And Rocket, I mean, so good at finding these flanks, so good at sneaking up into the back line. All of a sudden, you turn around, half your team is dead because the Soldier 76 went unanswered for 4 seconds. Kip going to be taking down Forgotten, creating the space, removing the tank from the equation, and even with an aimbot, P88 can barely get the damage out before taking enough to put him down. Spent more of that hiding behind the car to survive than dealing that damage, then creating that space. But the threat of the ultimate alone kind of forced Fisher back, especially with their tank down. A late stagger onto Neb, and most likely Avani as well. Could be enough to slow down Fisher College. Accretion takes out Forgotten. Meteor Strike up, and I assume maybe Eeyore down. A Captive Sun goes out from Kip. Momentum is gone. Rocket finds one from beyond the grave, but it's going to be Forgotten, last one standing. Not for long, I think.
Try and take the Alari out. No, but Kip will be able to stay up. Forward spawn activated here for NYU. So Fisher now in a very unusual position. First take gained by the opposition. They still, yes, they have both DPS ults. They have Nano very soon. So they have some utility to work with, but Casey's been holding on to this Gravitic Flux. Presumably to try and take out Forgotten when they go just a little bit too far.
Overextension is the name of the game, and with an overclock Nano online, they're going to be able to try to find additional space, but Neb is gone. Eeyore falls. Rocket able to find 88. And the rest of NYU will crumble beneath. 2 ultimates from NYU and only 1 elimination. Casey, not even within the ult, just happens to find Avani in the sauce, and NYU will probably want those ultimates back, unfortunately.
Yeah, Kip will now
Got
go
rally, though.
off. Yeah, they still have the rally. They will go over to the Ana now as well, and Casey will actually go off onto the Orisa, which will help with Forgotten just a little bit more. Fisher will flip that spawn back over to their favor, back to the neutral. Now Fisher, even though, Neb also on the Kiri now, gonna try and line up some of those kunais for that extra little bit of damage.
Yeah, the kunai is able to have that 3 times headshot damage modifier, so he will do 120 damage per headshot, and it looks like Neb doesn't even have to worry about it, as Herb and Kip will be taken down in place of Neb. 2v1 trade. Possibly more so. NYU, even losing one of their supports, are still going to barrel down onto this tank of Fisher College. Forgotten 20 HP, just cannot win the fight, and that is a huge stagger in favor of NYU unless 88 goes down here. And with a double pocket, a rally from Eeyore. She's diving in deep. She wants this Elim, and with the Brig, whip shot buff from 80 damage up to 90. Brig can actually combo anything 200 HP or less, so the squishies really have to watch out. Fisher just barely steals the bot back. NYU 0.03 meters from that forward spawn, but unfortunately, Close just not going to cut it. Momentum down. NYU up in a 5v4 scenario. Rocket has already bit the bullet, and Forgotten will be joining them back in that spawn room soon. Kitsune from Neb keeps Forgotten standing just a wee bit longer, but I think it's a delay of the inevitable. NYU finding the forward spawn and the roll swap working against Fisher College. NYU taking the lead, over half the time bank already gone.
Halftime and gone. NYU going to continue to build their lead here already. Almost 50 meters and counting for the Violet Legion. And all of a sudden, the possibility of a map 4 starting to just kind of peek around that corner as Herb looking for a rocket. They realize, like, hey, they're on the flanks all the time.
P88 hits an incredible visor out the gate. Rockets onto Forgotten, and NYU stalling out their lead, quadrupling the number that Fisher has been able to bring to the board. Triple digits just over the horizon, but with only a Terra Surge, one of the hardest ultimates in the game to get an elimination with, especially against a veteran team like Fisher. Can they create that space in an unnecessary timing? Can they charge up these ultimates, maybe a rally to boot? Can they get out some ultimates from Fisher? Who are we looking at, Jesse, going into this next fight?
They got to get something out of this overclock from Avani, and it's not the normal person you would normally want it from, but Avani so far, nothing out of it.
Kitsune into overclock. Avani able to find Herb, and this is huge. Terra Surge is going to be 2-for-1 trade, but Fisher dumping the only 2 ultimates they had does give NYU the opportunity to farm possibly Nano if they're super lucky, but absolutely rally going into the next engagement. 3.5 minutes. A quadruple lead over what Fisher's been able to do so far, with a very late stagger onto Kip, and now Herb as well. Fisher should get a lot of free space, somewhere in between the 50 and 70 meter mark before NYU can return in fruition.
Yeah, because forward spawn will not be there for Kip or Herb, I believe, so we'll take them a little bit while longer. This spot should be, I would say, around the checkpoint before NYU
I don't think they hit it, though,
Yeah, I don't think they'll get it. It'll be, just around this corner. As NYU already trying to position there as the rally used early.
Oh, no. Casey goes in deep. Hits the accretion, though! Oh my goodness, Rock's Forgotten out of the air. Rocket and Herb are going to be traded, and with that rally online, he or she has the confidence to take down Forgotten. We talked about the bloodlust that this support player tends to have. She is the definition of supportal combat, and with this buffed Brigida in her pocket, nobody is able to stop Eeyore with that rally online. 88-1 has to double back, go for the bot. 2.5 minutes remaining, and Avani nearly finds 88, just gets out of the way. NYU goes for a recontest, looking for forward spawn once more, fighting a war on 2 fronts, but it's not going to stop them from getting that forward spawn just barely.
And that's all they want.
You gotta get rid of Rocket.
Right? You get the forward spawn. Now you can just play this out wherever the bot may lie, and that's going to be Forgotten. Is currently in Tac Visor now from P88-1, is able to claim one.
P88 finds Avani Forgotten already down, and New York University in such a fascinating circumstance, because there is the possibility of we don't have to win this map by going all the way. Our number just needs to be bigger than yours within the next 105 seconds. So New York University, they can play the stagger role. They can play the slow it down, the run it low and slow, and with a Kitsune online from Neb, Fisher is going to find some overextension, is going to find some eliminations, the speed boost, the cooldown reduction, the bullet fire rate increase. There's going to be a lot of value for Fisher, but NYU, they're not super devastated about this.
You know, they can't be too mad about it because, like you said, they have a pretty decent lead to work with. The supports will be able to get close spawn, but they're actually going to try and back out. They may get staggered out. The lamp has already been used from Kip, and they're just going to try and get the hell out of dodge. But this bot will start going around the corner. NYU, the only thing that's bad for them, they are so out of position. Tac Visor will be used to make sure Eeyore is sent away, and Kip will as well. So forward spawn practically locked here now for Fisher in the moment being, and all of a sudden this has turned into a very doable situation. With overclock and flux almost online.
Don't get me wrong, 60 seconds is more than enough, especially for a roster like Fisher College. We saw the same thing happen in the semifinal against Delaware. Fisher lost one stage of Nepal, and they said, okay, stop. Focus up, and they just did not drop a single fight from then on out. The flux is pretty large, but Neb lands a beautiful Suzu to keep the team alive, to reduce a majority of the damage. And Eeyore, she wants to get aggressive. She has to keep that shield up. Forgotten is gone. NYU should stop pushing the bot, but they want to get rid of forward spawn, so they have to extend it further into center field. They want to make things harder for Fisher, so they've got to get rid of the forward spawn. But as Eeyore, she overextends once more, second fight in a row. We're seeing that tension. Losing that Brigida is critical against NYU. Neb brings out another Kitsune. It's a possibly overextended ultimate. Avani takes down Herb. Casey will not be eliminated quite yet, but will not be long for this mortal coil. And as we enter overtime, NYU has one overclock to try and win this map and take us to a map 4.
Tac Visor may show up as well late in the fight from P88-1 as they're going to just slowly push the spot forward, trying to make sure the rest of the team can get back into the action. But there we go. They will be able to get towards the tick. Forward spawn's activated just in case they lose any members during this final fight. But they saw, like you said, Eeyore just a little bit too far forward. They punished, and they're now so close to be able to get in. Herb trying to find something.
Herb can't find anything, but 88 doesn't have the pressure either. The Flux takes them up with the beat from momentum. Avani dismisses Eeyore from the equation, and just when NYU keeps it unbelievably close, it's gonna be a no-cigar scenario. If Fisher does win this fight, it's going to be stagger after stagger from NYU. A visor from Rocket. It gets as close can be, but Fisher College, they pull their punches no longer. They look for a victory, and now they are less than 20 meters away from being able to find just that. And if Herb gets staggered here, it is almost absolutely over. They need to recontest as a full 5 with no ultimates in hand.
Like you said, they have nothing. Their best chance is to try and build a window here from Kip, but Rocket's on the flank. They'll try and find one, and there goes P88.
You can't see me, but I am 0-7ing for New York University right now. It is 106 to 103, and with the numbers stacking from Fisher College, they just refuse to lose. They said, we didn't lose a map all the way into this grand final. We sure as hell aren't starting now. Fisher College 3-0 victory over New York University, and they will be the Overwatch victors here for the CECC East once again.
They will claim it, the return of champions. They've come home. And they bring it home. Forgotten. All 3 times gets play of the match.
Just that good?
And why not? That was just disgusting, admittedly, from Forgotten. On 2 different roles as well. Fisher College, what can you say? 3 out of 4 games go their way, and they are in an excellent spot. They already got the stream up, watching it back. Hey, shout out, man. Hey,
those guys are so handsome. What the heck? What stream are they watching? What the heck? Oh, he closed it. Oh, boo. Boo. But all things considered, NYU, I mean, we got to give them credit. They put up an amazing fight here against Fisher. They're showing value. Like I mentioned earlier, to my knowledge, this is their CECC debut this year. They make it to 2nd place. They go toe-to-toe with Fisher pretty consistently there on push. So the puzzle pieces are in hand. They know what they're looking for. They know what they need to do and what they need to change to find success later on. So I'm definitely impressed by NYU. Unfortunately, they can't pull themselves far enough to beat Fisher, but you met the bar. You come in 2nd place, and I think you've helped make a name for yourself pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you got to play one of the best teams in the country, and there's a lot to learn from this, from NYU, and I think that's exactly what they're going to take from it. And also, $500 in scholarship money going their way.
Can't
as well.
complain.
So you can't complain about it too much if you're NYU. 1,000 going over to Fisher College, but obviously, their eyes are now on the bigger prize that'll come around near the end of this school year at CECC 24, one of the first teams to lock in their spot officially. Even though we knew eventually they were going to make it, whether it be today, whether it be through LCQs, ECAC, whatever it may be, we knew Fisher was probably going to be there. But now it is official for Fisher, and I wonder, official for Fisher. Man, I can't believe I said that.
It is a Fisher.
Screw it. It is a Fisher. That's the way we're going to say it now. It's a Fisher.
I like it. I like
it.
I've just been making up hashtags all weekend to bring chaos to the social media team. So hashtag it's a Fisher. That Fisher College is going to punch their ticket to CECC, which is in. Just kidding. I don't know that. That's not information that I have. I just wanted to get people excited. I have no idea where it's going to be this year, but I do think it's funny to make you guys think that I have that information because I just do not. But CECC East has been, a lot of fun. Were there a lot of 3-0s? Yes. And unfortunately, I hate to be the guy to say it. That's like, but they were a lot closer than a 3-0 makes them seem. But it really, really was. Fisher College is a powerhouse team. They are an unbelievably talented program, and they continue to show so. So I've got to say, thank all of you guys so much for joining Jesse and myself. We're going to send you guys to the trophy ceremony. It's been a blast. Congrats again to Fisher. NYU, you're looking great. I can't wait to see you again. And everybody, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks again for tuning in to CECC East.
All right, thank you so much, Twin, Salty, and Septilins. Woo, that was some amazing Overwatch 2 action. NYU tried, so did a lot of Eastern Region teams, but they all failed. And they failed to none other than Fisher College as well. Come on in. Momentum here in the whole squad. Woo! All right, 3 out of 4 games. Crowd on in, crowd on in. We got to get in the banner here. Come on over. Okay. All right, crowd in. 3 out of 4 games for Fisher College. You came, you saw, you conquered, and now a bunch of you are moving on to the CECC Grand Finals. How do you all feel?
Oh, we feel confident as can be.
All right. How did that match go against NYU? I was talking to Ned before the tournament. He said they were the team to look out for in this event. So you guys just 3-0'd them, but take us a little bit through that match.
Ooh, I see. So the first 2 maps, I said we were doing good, playing our game, and maybe decided to change a few things up for the 3rd map.
What'd you change up?
potential roles. I see. We got our DPS on tank, but all in all, it worked.
All right, so swapped up some things and made it happen. Well, Fisher has been so dominant through this entire process. And what's going to be on kind of the practice regimen, or what do you have upcoming for Fisher College Esports?
Let's see, just the usual scrim is getting ready for the Kentucky tournament line.
Okay, Kentucky tournament land. Well, let's make some noise here for Overwatch 2 Fisher College. They're moving on to the CECC Grand Finals. Yet to be announced. Woo! Let's go, make some noise for Fisher College. Well done. Woo! All right, you had your 10 seconds of fame. Get out of here. All right. You got hit. Oh, the Tigers are forgetting the trophy and hoist the trophy. Let's go. Hoist it up there, Neb. It's like the, yeah, woo! It's like the hammer of Thor. Excellent. Well done, Fisher. They conquered 3 games. 3 games. All right, that was fun. Well, Fisher College, 3 out of 4 titles. Nichols College Green comes in and takes Rocket League, but this is just one region down. Because as we head throughout the year, the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup tackles each region, and we'll see what teams qualify. That's going to do it here for the CECC East Regional 23, presented by U.S. Army and Army ROTC, right out of Foxborough at Helix Esports. Thank you all so much for tuning in. My name is Paulie Hype, and from everyone here at the CSMG, Esports Foundry, and Esports U teams, we'll see you next time for another great episode of College Esports. See you then.
Easy off angle here to get a lot of free damage, maybe even an elim onto momentum there. And it's funny how both Kip and Neb, with no communication, Neb from the equation as well. Downside, 3 ultimates from NYU makes it so difficult for the team to succeed in a myriad of ways. Avani, Neb, and Rocket get some eliminated powerful non-ultimate ability in the game.
Herb has been looking for momentum time and time
Herb be
again.
fully loaded. Okay, sorry, I did
Herb
it. I did it. False as well, and Fisher College didn't even need momentum to keep their momentum up. It's just going to be the move through. P88 gets Creation off.
Look at use it. It's shut down.
Well,
Forgotten. Yeah, we get it. We talked.
We got it. Yeah, we get it. Fisher College, but they've lost so much time, nearly 2 minutes, actually almost exactly.
Yeah, especially with Fisher having 2.5 minutes left.
Yep.
After they finish, you need to play here for as much time as possible.
And time is the very thing NYU is racing against. Case to do that by their lonesome. A late fall from Kim will help Rocket stabilize once more. College experience, ladies and gentlemen. If you have never seen this team before,
In his way to tank. We have a roll swap of Vani onto the DPS. Forgotten's on the Doomfist.
What she does, and you know she is, because you only talk about supports when they're actually with their tank down. A late stack, they're going to be able to try to find additional space, but Neb is gone. Eeyore falls. Rocket able to find 88, and the rest of NYU will crumble beneath. 2 ultimates from NYU and only 1 elimination. Casey not even within the ult.
So far, nothing out of it.
Kitsune into overclock. Avani able to find Herb, and this is huge. Terra Surge is going to be 2-for-1 trade, but Fisher dumping the...
What's it around the checkpoint before NYU?
I don't think they hit it though. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get it. It'll be
you gotta get rid of Rocket.
Right? You just get the forward spot. Now you can just play this out.
Avani dismisses Eeyore from the equation, and just when NYU keeps it unbelievably close, it's gonna be a no cigar scenario. If Fisher does win this fight, it's going to
try and find 1, and there goes P88.
You can't see me, but I am 0-7ing for New York University right now. It is 106 to 103, and with the numbers stacking from Fisher College, they just refuse to lose. They said, we didn't lose a map all the way into this grand final. We sure as hell aren't starting. angle here to get a lot of free damage, maybe even an Elim onto momentum there. And it's funny how both Kip and Neb, with no communication, Neb from the equation as well. Downside, 3 ultimates from NYU makes it so difficult for the team to succeed in a myriad of ways. Avani, Neb, and Rocket get some eliminate powerful non-ultimate ability in the game.
Herb has been looking for momentum time and
Herb
time
be
again.
fully loaded. Okay, sorry, I did
Herb
it. I
is
did
like
it. Falls as well, and Fisher College didn't even need momentum to keep their momentum up. It's just going to be the move through. P88 gets Cretioned off.
What if you use it? It's shut down.
Well,
Forgotten? Yeah, we get it. We talked.
We got it. Yeah, we get it. Fisher College, but they've lost so much time, nearly 2 minutes, actually almost exactly.
Yeah, especially with Fisher having 2.5 minutes left.
Yep.
After they finish, you need to play here for as much time as possible.
And time is the very thing NYU is racing against. Case to do that by their lone sub. A late ball from camp will help Rocket stabilize once more. College experience, ladies and gentlemen. If you have never seen this team before,
His way to tank. We have a roll swap of Vani onto the DPS. Forgotten's on the doofus.
She does, and you know she is, because you only talk about support from the dude with a tank down. A late stack, they're going to be able to try to find additional space, but Neb is gone. Eeyore falls. Rocket able to find 88, and the rest of NYU will crumble beneath. 2 ultimates from NYU and only 1 elimination. Casey not even within the ult.
So far, nothing out of it.
Kitsune into overclock. Avani able to find Herb. This is huge. Terra Surge is going to be 2-for-1 trade, but Fisher jumping the...
What's it around the checkpoint before NYU?
I don't think they hit it, though,
Yeah, I don't think they'll get it. It'll be,
you gotta get rid of Rocket.
Right? Get the forward spot. Now you can just play this out.
Avani dismisses Eeyore from the equation, and just when NYU keeps it unbelievably close, it's gonna be a no cigar scenario. If Fisher does win this fight, it's going to
try and find 1, and there goes P88.
You can't see me, but I am 0-7ing for New York University right now. It is 106 to 103, and with the numbers stacking from Fisher College, they just refuse to lose. They said, we didn't lose a map all the way into this grand final. We sure as hell aren't starting. Easy off angle here to get a lot of free damage, maybe even an Elim onto momentum there. And it's funny how both Kip and Neb, with no communication, Neb from the equation as well. Downside, 3 ultimates from NYU makes it so difficult for the team to succeed in a myriad of ways. Avani, Neb, and Rocket get some eliminate powerful non-ultimate ability in the game.
Herb has been looking for momentum time and
Herb
time
be
again.
fully loaded. Okay, sorry, I did
Herb
it. I did
is
it.
like
Falls as well, and Fisher College didn't even need momentum to keep their momentum up. It's just going to be the move through. P88 gets Cretioned off.
What if you use it? It's shut down.
Well,
Forgotten? Yeah, we get it. We talked.
We got it. Yeah, we get it. Fisher College, but they've lost so much time, nearly 2 minutes, actually almost exactly.
Yeah, especially with Fisher having 2.5 minutes left.
Yep.
After they finish, you need to play here for as much time as possible.
And time is the very thing NYU is racing against. Case to do that by their lone sub. A late ball from camp will help Rocket stabilize once more. College experience, ladies and gentlemen. If you've never seen this team before,
His way to tank. We have a roll swap of Vani onto the DPS. Forgotten's on the doofus.
what she does, and you know she is, because you only talk about supports when they're dealing with their tank down. A late stack, they're going to be able to try to find additional space, but Neb is gone. Eeyore falls. Rocket able to find 88, and the rest of NYU will crumble beneath. 2 ultimates from NYU and only 1 elimination. Casey not even within the ult.
So far, nothing out of it.
Kitsune into overclock. Avani able to find Verb. This is huge. Terra Surge is going to be 2-for-1 trade, but Fisher dumping the...
What's it around the checkpoint before NYU?
I don't think they hit it, though,
yeah, I don't think they'll get it. It'll be,
You gotta get rid of Rocket.
Right? Get the forward spot. Now you can just play this out.
Avani dismisses Eeyore from the equation, and just when NYU keeps it unbelievably close, it's going to be a no-cigar scenario. If Fisher does win this fight, it's going to
try and find one, and there goes P88.
You can't see me, but I am 0-7ing for New York University right now. It is 106 to 103, and with the numbers stacking from Fisher College, they just refuse to lose. They said, we didn't lose a map all the way into this grand final. We sure as hell aren't starting. to get a lot of free damage, maybe even an E-Ren onto momentum there. And it's funny how both Kip and Nev, with no communication, have in the equation as well. Downside, 3 ultimates from NYU makes it so difficult for the team to succeed. Kind of myriad ways. Avani, Nev, and Rocket get them a little powerful non-ultimate ability in the game.
Herb has been looking for momentum time and
Herb
time
be
again.
fully loaded. Okay, sorry, I did
Herb
it. I
is
did
like
it. Falls as well, and Fisher College didn't even need momentum to keep their momentum up. It's just going to be the moves through P88 and get you Creation off.
Look at use it. It's shut down. Well, Forgotten. Yeah, we get it. We talked.
We got it. Yeah, we get it. For college, but they've lost so much time, nearly 2 minutes, actually almost exactly.
Yeah, especially with Fisher having 2.5 minutes left.
Yep.
After they finish, you need to play here for as much time as possible.
And time is the very thing NYU is racing against. Case to do that by their lonesome. A late fall from camp will help Rocket stabilize once more. College experience, ladies and gentlemen. If you've never seen this team before,
His way to tank. We have a roll swap of Vani onto the DPS. Forgotten's on the Duke there.
What she does, and you know she is, because you only talk about supports when they're doing a tank down. A late stack, they're going to be able to try to find additional space, but Nev is gone. Eeyore falls. Rocket able to find 88. And the rest of NYU will crumble beneath 2 ultimates from NYU and only 1 elimination. Casey not even within the ult.
So far, nothing out of it.
Kitsune into overclock. Avani able to find Herb, and this is huge. Kirasurge is going to be 2-for-1 trade, but Fisher jumping.
Was it around the checkpoint before NYU?
I don't think they hit it though. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get it. It'll be
You gotta get rid of Rocket.
Right? Get